silence during the proceedings. We also request you to kindly keep your mobile phones on switched off mode or in silent mode. Thank you. We have amongst us a galaxy of guest speakers of not only national but of international repute to address the issue of oncology in medical practice, of which many of us are less aware. The continuing medical education program on oncology has been conducted every year as a memorial to the founder dean of this medical institute, which is Dr. C.R. BIDRI. As a tribute to him, I shall present a small poem with a fine rhyme. Difficult is the story, the battles of the events of battle glory. Death through shines and glory, one cannot still forget. Great is the strain and rigor, greater those fighting with rigor, for cause is so much bigger, which puts us all in debt.
Now, commencement of the inaugural function begins with escorting of the dignitaries on the dais. I request Dr. Sharan Badiga, head of the Department of Medicine, to escort Honorable Chancellor Dr. Y.M. Jayaraj to the dais. Please, sir. I request Dr. Sharan Badiga, sir, to please provide the book. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, will be escorted by Dr. S.N. Bentu, sir, Professor of Medicine. Sir, I request you to please present the bouquet to Vice Chancellor, sir. Our Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Arun Inamdar, sir, will be escorted on the stage by Dr. Anand Amli, sir, Professor of Medicine. Sir, I request you to please present the bouquet. Sir, Dr. R.V. Kulkarni, sir, will be escorted on this stage by Dr. Shri Devarmani, ma'am. Please present the bouquet. Principal and Dean of Faculty of Medicine will be escorted by Dr. M.C. Yadanavar, sir. Sir, please present the bouquet. Mrs. Asha Patil, ma'am, will be escorted onto the stage by Dr. Shalja BIDRI, ma'am. Ma'am, I would request you to kindly present the bouquet. Mr. Ravi BIDRI, sir, will be escorted onto the stage by Dr. Vijayapura, ma'am. And I request you to kindly present the bouquet. I request Dr. Shri ma'am to kindly escort Dr. R.C. BIDRI, sir, Professor of Medicine, on this tip. Please present the bouquet. I request Dr. Vijayapura, sir, to please escort Mr. Vijayapura, sir, onto the stage. Well, now it is time. I request Vijayapura, sir, to escort Patil, sir, onto the stage. Sir, I request you to kindly present the bouquet. Please take a seat. Well, now it is time to formally welcome the guest speakers and the participants in this continuing medical education program. To do the honors, Dr. R.S. Mudhol, Honorable Vice Chancellor of BLDE, Dean to the University, is now invited to welcome the gathering. Please, sir.
Very good morning to one and all. Ellarigu namaskara. Namaste to everybody. On behalf of the BLDE Association and BLDE family and BLDE University, I would like to bring greetings on behalf of the Chancellor, Dr. M.D. Patil, sir, to all of you. Before welcoming you all, I would like to put a little preamble. What is that today we are doing it? I'm today very happy and honored to be stand before you for the one of the most important remembrance we do for our founder dean, late Dr. C.R. BIDRI. And with whose guidance this institute started the medical college in way back 1986. Today, 36 years look back, it has grown into leaps and bounds. The founder's blessings from Bantara Siyogi, scholarly person, Dr. Halkati, the statesman, Dr. B.M. Patil, and many others, directors, well-wishers, in those days, pre-independence, in the year 1910, they have solely a seed of very educationally dry area, northern Karnataka, the empire, the starting of the education ended. And that one school has become today more than 80 institutes. And today, KG to the PG to the PhD and to the university level, it has grown. See the founders and visionary leaders, what they have done that day, we have to remember them. And the era of Dr. B.M. Patil, the new era started with all professional colleges, medical college, pharmacy college, nursing college, engineering college. The second era started. And with that, the medical college started. With that medical college, some guidance is required from the doctor fraternity. And I remember very vividly, because I was a student here in KCB Science College, my PhD days. I was one of the patients of late Dr. C.R. BIDRI. My memory goes in how astute physician he was, a pediatrician, a dermatologist, and everybody is like a family physician to all of the Vijayapura fraternity. That day, he would have settled from the Government Medical College, he graduated. And many of his contemporaries settled in the better cities, like Sangapati Desai in Belgaum, Dr. R.V. Patil in Hubli, Dr. Gurupata in Davangere, and many other, Chenapa in Bangalore, his contemporaries. And what he chose to be his karma bhumi or working place is a Vijayapura. And he hails from very nearby village, Panaganhalli, and he comes from very the honorable family, politician family of BIDRI families. And his contribution, choosing his work, the workplace as Vijayapura, is very aptly made the changes in the medical service of the Vijayapura. Then many Christians started coming here, and many people. And his contribution to the Vijayapura, all the people as a physician, and helping the poor people, and helping the needy people. And in particular, I remember medical college, he has in starting days, a lot of challenges were there for the Shri Patil Medical College. He stood by and he sorted out and he guided all of those principals and administrators that day. And with his guidance, till 2013, he was guiding the particular medical college, in general, the BLDE University and BLDE Association. In his memory and representation from his family members, Dr. Rajendra BIDRI, he was our student in Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College. I know him. Ravi BIDRI and Madam Asha Patil, representing for this, his remembrance and his human service is aptly, I feel it's honored that family members are with us to remember him. And those young students, those who do not know the philosophy of the BLDE Association, BLDE University, and Shri Patil Medical College, contribution of the BIDRI family and Patil family is human service we have to remember. And this is the 10th anniversary. And during COVID, we could not make it. Even though I was touched with Madam Asha Madam and Ravi, that we could not do the CMEs. And this time, as COVID is get silent, and we are doing it state level continuation of medical education, his memory. And it is very befitting. I feel honored and to present to you his all services, his thinking, and I hope with their blessings of the founders and also the BIDRI sir, seeing us from the above that what we are progressing. It is our all the duty of the administrators to stand up to their expectations and do our best as a team to the further growth of the Shri Patil Medical College in particular and hospital services and also the BLDE University at large and also association in general. We have to contribute whoever working and all three stalwarts. My teacher is also there, Tarun sir, and we are all happy that they are also at that age they are contributing to the faculty, governance and all the things. And let us work together for the philosophy of the education in general and medical services in particular. And now, just to few people who are guest speakers to give the glimpse of the university. Now, university was B grade, now it has become A grade university under the NAC surveillance. And also the medical college was visible about 600 medical colleges in India. Our medical college was NIR ranking last year was 50th rank. That's where we are maintaining the quality. And this CME today is very apt that we have taken cancer as the theme and various specialists have come from the Hyderabad and from the Bangalore, from the Hubli, and they are going to educate our young postgraduate students and also for the undergraduate students and our junior staff that what is going on in the cancer. And our Honorable Chancellor also his vision is that you have to start the cancer hospital. In short, we are also going to start 3 branches of the cancer, that is surgical oncology, medical oncology, and radiotherapy of the cancer patients. And shortly, we are the already plan is ready, and with his consent, we are going to start. And these scholars today who have come, the Dr. Gupte, Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Yogindra, and Sunil, and Deepa Patil, and my own student, Dr. Vishal Rao, and our own student and our alumni, Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College alumni, Basavaraj Patil, and who is the son of again great stalwart, Dr. B.R. Patil. And we are very happy that all stalwarts in the particular cancer therapy and cancer treatment, they have come. They will educate us. I request all of them, our venture, Vijayapura has got a lot of cancer patients. Now future is that cancer research, cancer biology, and cancer therapy, how to go to the cancer patient. That is a gambit, and lot of patients we have got who are going to the Sangli, who are going to Hubli, who are going to Bangalore. For that reason, our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. M.V. Patil sir has already proposed, and we are going to start. And all of you have to help us. And today's we will be enlightened by your all what you are doing, and your advice is required, your support is required. The establishment of that cancer hospital. And the visionary leaders, all their dreams we have fulfilled. With that note, this is the theme of the today's CME, and we have arranged state level and all the delegates have come. It is my honor to welcome them. First of all, I welcome our chief guest, Dr. Basavaraj Patil, who has agreed and to be the chief guest for this function. And I welcome our Honorable Pro-Chancellor and a very big name in the higher education, our Shri Jairaj sir, for this program. I welcome on behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of the university, Dr. Arun Inamdar, who is a well-known researcher and Pro-Vice Chancellor for this program. I welcome the registrar, dean, also to this program. It is my privilege and prestige to welcome the family members of Shri BIDRI sir, Dr. Rajendra BIDRI, Ravi BIDRI, and Asha Patil madam. They have agreed to our invitation. They are with us, and it is a very honor for us to welcome you all. Thank you, madam. And I welcome all the guest speakers who have made it from the far and near to this program, traveling last night, and some are traveling, 1 or 2 are traveling now in the morning also from Hubli. I am very thankful that you have agreed and you have come here to enlighten us on the cancer treatment and cancer issues. And I welcome all the delegates and our students for this program. I welcome all other dignitaries, heads of department, faculty members for the CME. And it is a unique opportunity for all of us. Utilize this opportunity, and it is a befitting felicitation to our stalwarts that who have built the empire of education, and in particular medical college, which has been supported by late Shri BIDRI sir. We'll see that this college grows into leaps and bounds, so that it is a befitting the felicitation we can do to the late Shri BIDRI sir. Thank you one and all. Welcome you all.
Thank you, sir, for such a very warm welcome. For any event, it needs to be introduced for the purpose it will serve. Dr. Arvind Patil, sir, Principal Dean Faculty Medicine, will now deliver the introduction and the background of the continuing medical education program. Sir, please.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva, Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Guru Namaha. I stand here because my teachers and esteemed senior faculty members of this great institution, Karun sir and Charan Kumar sir. So it's an honor for me to stand and introduce a great doyen in the field of medicine, a great human being, a very, very humorous human being which I have met in my life. To begin with, we all know the journey of Dr. Chandrasekhar, our BIDRI sir, started with a very humble background family. He was born to a freedom fighter family from BIDRI sir, who was his first MP for 2 consecutive periods. A very humble beginning coming from the background. Dr. C.R. BIDRI was very fond of our mother. He really loved his brother, so that itself speaks the quality and culture, the legacy he left, which I also imbibe. I respect my mother because we see some of the members who have really loved their mother. Now coming to sirs, yes, he was born in a very humble family and he was destined to become a great human being on this sir, because he started his academic journey in the Korti of Nilgi Taluk and did primary education in this place. Then he went on to achieve medical professional degrees in a very esteemed institute of Grand Medical College. We all know to get a seat in Grand Medical College, it requires a lot of the hard work as well as a person who can inspire to go there, because it's very, very difficult to get a Grand Medical College. Then he completed a fellowship as well as postgraduate diplomas and master degrees in pediatrics as well as dermatology. Since it was very close to him, he chose the pediatric as a profession to be done. We all know during his era, most of us did many general practice, but he was one of the few specialists in Vijayapura who practiced pediatrics, who introduced pediatric practice in Vijayapura. And we all know, and many of us, Dr. Vijayapura and all of us, were his early patients. So coming to that, his achievements, yes, he was thoroughly scholar during his journey from primary education to the medical profession. He won most of the laurels. He was first in medicine science and he prepared a seat in Grand Medical College. Sir, yes, I will be telling few of his points, how he influenced the society. He, apart from medical practice profession, he was involved with many scholars of Vijayapura, many esteemed members of Vijayapura family, like Dr. Pansarkar, Faroonkar, and very close to my father, Mr. Tamake. This is where I influenced and was very instrumental during this thing, joining of love with Dr. Vijayapura, because he was in the family member who decided I should get married to Dr. Vijayapura. So from there, yes, he, apart from his practice of medical profession, sir was very instrumental in developing Ayurvedic medical we were able to prepare medical college, and today our medical college stands on from strength to strength. Yes, but the vision of his and to produce students like him, we need to work hard, and we are in that direction. Coming to the other which you were saying, very, very close, all of us know, he was to represent India along with Milka Singh in the Rome Olympics. Yes, but he must have not attended. But he created much in the life of everybody that yes, you need any from place, doesn't matter from any place. If you have got money and if you can work hard, you can represent your country. That is a message which we need to take. Yes, fine. That is what is in sports. Coming to the other aspects which I have seen him is a very inspirational person, very humorous and very memory. He used to tell history. If somebody is to introduce to him, he should tell me everything about not only the individual, the family of him. So this is some of the lessons which we have learned and we imbibe this. And I'm sure many people have seen sir have the same feeling what I'm talking today. And coming to the passion for medical education, Srimati Asha Patil's desire that yes, sir's legacy has to move on, and most important because we all know we lost him because of cancer, and we need to work in the field of cancer, and we are working with it, madam, and definitely we are up to them. What you will do surely with hard work and onwards will definitely establish a good cancer center in this place, and what like this, which we can and what the institution has. We will be working together and bringing a launch to him. I have an important presenting message to be conveyed by Mr. Girish Udupudi, who was to come. He had called me in the morning and he said, please convey, because he's very closely associated with Sir's family, and he's a very, very fan of Dr. C.R. BIDRI. So he has conveyed a message I would read. So he has conveyed to the August gathering. Dr. Chandrasekhar BIDRI is born with us. He's blessed with his auspices, but physically we always lives in our heart. Like a smiling Buddha. So this is what he has conveyed, and I'm sure we'll all carry the message of C.R. BIDRI, and this today's CME should be an inspiration and lead a life of like a C.R. BIDRI, multifaceted and a multi-talented person. With this, I thank the family members for giving me this opportunity to introduce. I'm sure I'm following his footsteps. I will inculcate many of his good practices and try to imbibe students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's important for the audience to know our esteemed guest speakers, who shall be briefly introduced now. A detailed introduction will follow during the CME program. Firstly, Dr. P.S. Patil, who is the Director, Chief of Medical Oncology at Ramova Somya Comprehensive Cancer Center, Althana, Secunderabad in Telangana. Sir shall be escorted by Dr. Shailja Patil.
Yes, the scientific session. After that, she is there for everyone. This is all for scientific session. Don't call it. Rest everybody. It's usually this is a scientific session. Don't escort others. Yeah, just give it wherever this just give book. Only for dissertation.
I request the administrators to please felicitate Dr. P.S. Patil.
Next speaker, Dr. Samal Gupte, obstetrics and gynecology, oncologist at Vijayapura Hospital, Hinduja Hospital, Breach Candy Hospital, and BARC, Mumbai. So will be felicitated by the family members of the BIDRI family.
Who is the founder and CEO, Cancer Home Health, consultant pain and palliative medicine, Mumbai, Maharashtra, to be felicitated by the BIDRI family and Mrs. Asha Patil.
Mrs. Dr. Deepa Patil, Faith GS Medical College and KEM Hospital, and practicing psychiatrist, de-addiction specialist, Mumbai. Ma'am will be felicitated by Dr. Asha Patil, ma'am.
Dr. Atul Thombe, pediatric oncologist, Shri Patil Medical College, Vijayapura, Karnataka.
I call upon Dr. B.R. Patil, sir, to be felicitated by Dr. R.C. BIDRI, sir, and family. Thank you all. I request everybody to please take their seats. As a mark of respect and tribute to one of the founding fathers of Shri B.M. Patil Medical College Hospital and Research Center, late Dr. C.R. BIDRI, the dignitaries will pay homage to the portrait of Dr. C.R. BIDRI. I request all of you to stand in silence for 1 minute as the tribute will be given to the departed soul. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries to move towards the portrait of Dr. C.R. BIDRI and shower with petals. असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो भवेत् नियत्नेन दानेन सिद्ध्या जपेनापि गङ्गासु सङ्गेन यत् पुण्यजातं गुरोपादछायाश्रयो न यदास्ति असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो भवेत् कष्टान् गरिष्ठान् हन्ति वरिष्ठान् अभीष्टान् सचेष्टे प्रदातुं गुरोपादछायाश्रयो नो यदास्ति असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो भवेत् अनाद्यां
ध्यानवध्यान विभिद्यापि दद्यादतोऽयं सुबुद्धिं गुरोपादशाश्रयो नो यदास्ति असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो भवेत्। विरक्तिश्च भक्ति सदुक्तो सुसक्ति गुरुश्रयो नो यदास्ति असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो स्वशक्तिं सायं चरतुं ह्यस्मिन् गुरुश्रयो नो यदास्ति असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो भवेत्। पुण्यशातं गुरुश्रयो नो यदास्ति असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो भवेत्। सचेष्टो प्रदातुं गुरुश्रयो नो यदास्ति असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो भवेत्। सुबुद्धिं गुरुश्रयो नो यदास्ति असाध्यं सुसाध्यं च सद्यो भवेत्। सर्वोत्कर्षं समाप्नोति पठन् छात्रः समाहितः।
Thank you, everybody. By tradition, during these annual CMEs, we have inculcated the practice of felicitating certain senior teachers, which is done by the BIDRI family. In line with that, today, we shall be felicitating two very senior, able, and respected teachers. This felicitation program is on behalf of the BIDRI family. The felicitation ceremony shall be carried out by Mr. Ravi BIDRI.
ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಜಿ. ಕರೂರ್ ಸರ್ ಇವರ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವು ಸಾಲಟಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಪ್ರೌಢ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವು ಸಿಂದಗಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪದವಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವು ಕೆಸಿಪಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಸ್.ಬಿ. ಕಲಾ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಇವರ MA ಮತ್ತು MA ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇವರ ಸೇವೆ 12 ವರ್ಷ ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲಾ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿ ವೃಂದದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲಿತ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಭಾಷಾ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಿಂದಿ ಪದವಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. JSS ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ 11 ವರ್ಷ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆದರ್ಶ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ನಂತರ 29 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ BVV ಸಂಘದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಳಿತ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು 10ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 40ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬಿಡಿ ಲೇಖನಗಳು ಪ್ರಕಟವಾಗಿವೆ. ಇವರ ಈ ಲೇಖನಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಕೂಡ ದೊರಕಿದೆ. ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರಾಗಿ ಅತ್ಯಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸದ್ಯ ಅವರಿಗೆ 92 ವರ್ಷ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೆಂಬ ಹಂಗು. ಇಂಟಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ NG ಕರೂರ್.
Shri NG Karoor, sir, is a MA, ML, educated from KVV, Harvard. Sir has worked for 12 years as a teacher in high school in Hindu. He has given service in his alma mater as an English professor. Later, he was appointed as a principal at BLDE College, India. He has also served at JSS BL College for 11 years as a professor and a principal, and visited as a model institute at the state level. Worked as the administrator at BVV Sangh, Bagalkot for 29 years. Sir has published more than 10 books. He has published more than 40 publications to his credit, for which he has been awarded at both state and national level. He is involved in various institutional activities. He has been the president of Art Institute of Karnataka. Sir is 92 years old and is still willing to serve in various educational activities and is still active. We need to idolize and try to imitate the qualities of such individuals. Any amount of praise for his services in this field of education always falls short.
Thank you, sir. ಎರಡನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ VN ಕರದಂಟ್ನಾಳ್ ಸರ್. ಇವರು ಪಡಗಾನೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮದವರು. ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪಡಗಾನೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ರೌಢ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ SS ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆ, ಕಾಲೇಜು SP ಕಲಾ ಮತ್ತು KCP ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ. ಇವರು 1991ರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದವರು. ಇವರು 20ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಥೆ, ಕವನ, ನಾಟಕ ಮುಂತಾದವುಗಳಾಗಿವೆ. ಇವರು ಕಲಾಕಾರರು, ಹಾಸ್ಯ ಪ್ರಿಯರು. 200ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾಮನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದವರು. ಇವರು BLDE ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ವಿವಿಧ ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇವರಹಿಪ್ಪರಿಗೆ, ತಿಕೋಟ, ಶಿವಣಗಿ ಮತ್ತು BLDE ಬಾಲಕಿಯರ ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆ ವಿಜಯಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸದ್ಯ ಇವರಿಗೆ 89 ವರ್ಷಗಳು.
Shri VN Karbanal, sir, has done his high school studies at SS High School, Vijayapura, and PUC and degree studies at SB Arts and KCP Science College, Vijayapura. Sir has written more than 20 books and short stories, along with poetry, drama, etc. Sir is a great artist and a famous role model. He is also famous for his comedy roles. He has participated in more than 500 Maneyalli Mahamanes, which portray the everyday happenings in the family. Sir has been awarded for his literary works at state level in the year 1991. Sir has given excellent service to our society by working as a teacher and as a headmaster at several high schools. He is 89 years old right now, and he's still as active as ever in providing his services in the field of education. We thank both the teachers for their presence and gratitude to Mr. BIDRI sir for felicitating them.
We have amongst us an eminent surgical oncologist who holds various posts in authority. He is the son of an eminent surgeon who was instrumental in starting the first cancer hospital in the city of Hubli. We are proud to say that he, along with his father, are the sons of soil of Vijayapura. He also happens to be the class fellow of Akanyana, Dr. R.C. BIDRI. I would like to call upon Dr. Manali Bhatt to introduce our chief guest. A very good morning to all respected dignitaries, faculty, and students present here. As a junior faculty, I am honored to be entrusted to introduce the chief guest of today's CME program on oncology, a leader in surgical oncology who stands tall in medical education and patient treatment, Dr. Basaraj R. Patil, sir. It is my appeal to all young medical students and postgraduates to try and emulate his achievements. Dr. Basaraj Patil sir was born and brought up in Hubli. He completed his MBBS from Karnataka Medical College, Hubli, and then his Masters of Surgery from Vijayapura Medical College, Davangere. He also received PhD in Tata Memorial Cancer Center in Mumbai. Armed with profound knowledge, surgical skills, and with a keen intent on serving his people, not only from Hubli but all over Karnataka, he started his practice in the Karnataka Cancer Therapy and Research Institute, that is KCTRI, Navnagar, Hubli, in 1989 as a surgical oncologist. Since then, Sir has pioneered in starting surgical oncology as a specialty and head and neck oncology as a separate specialty in 1994. Sir has been training postgraduates in head and neck oncology since the past 14 years. His outstanding contribution in this field was recognized and he was promoted to the post of Chief Surgeon in 1996, Medical Superintendent in 2014, and then the Chairman Board of Management of KCTRI in 2019. Under his chairmanship, the institute has thrived and is growing. It is now a 160-bedded hospital, which is a stand-alone cancer center providing all modalities of cancer treatment. Also, what is exceptionally astounding is that for all the surgeries that Sir has performed in KCTRI, he has not accepted any professional fee either from the patient nor from the institute. Sir has performed more than 2,500 such surgeries in the past 22 years. Sir has guided 3 PhD candidates for their research and has published several papers in various national and international journals. He has organized 3 international live surgical workshops and has been invited to give lectures on head and neck oncology in various conferences in India as well as abroad. It is a great honor to have you here amongst us today, sir. Thank you.
I would like our chief guest, Dr. B.R. Patil, sir, to please come up and grace us with a few words.
Good morning, everybody. It's indeed a great pleasure to be in Vijayapura. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. For a little while, I thought it was somebody else in the honors spending. Thank you so much. Very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my seniors, Dr. Opin, Dr. Modo, who have taught me surgery and made me what I am today. It was what we have been told about Dr. BIDRI. My interaction with the CR BIDRI was in 1978 when I and Raju joined first MBBS. We were not just classmates, we were roommates as well. And the first time he walked into our room, I still remember. We were not like in the announcement phase, so we had just interacted. His roll number was 61 and mine was 64. So I still remember. He was my table mate. And at that time, he had decided I am going to become a physician, and I had decided I am going to become a surgeon. And even at that time, he said, you go ahead and do sections. And we used to sit and read what all of the dissection points to be done. So thanks to his reading, I became good in anatomy and pickup surgery, which is still my bread and butter. Thank you, Rajesh, for doing that with me. And I still remember my Dr. Senior, Dr. BLDE, walking and then looking at me. But here's the thing, I mean, that time we haven't got any sciences. It was either reading novels or reading books. They know like a thing. I still remember those words. I mean, he was tall and he used to fill the frame of the room in the 16th family. And those memories still last. He used to come, sit and, chat with us. Very few of our friends and whose parents used to come sit in the room and have, discussion like what is going on and how life. Very few of them. And I really am grateful to him for having, putting some amount of what has to be done in your life. And I thank Raju for doing that at that time. I thank Dr. Senior BLDE for his advice and doing the right with us. Ask me to talk about cancer and that is what have we done and what's the future. I started my cancer journey in 1987. That is the time when I finished my MS and then I decided that I will follow up surgical oncology. I went to Tata Hospital. That was a very big, first big as it is now. It's almost 10 times more. We are having over 25,000 now. We are having more than 2 lakh patients a year. At that time, surgical oncology came back. But MCH. So it was just all my colleagues are now only MS who are doing surgical oncology. MCH came almost 7-8 years later. So what did we start with? We started at least in our department in probably. I was the first hyphenated surgical oncologist, sort of MS who had done surgical oncology. And I was the possibly the only one in the 78 districts, only person who was doing mainly surgical oncology. We had 2 radiation oncologists in the whole of this, right from, I would call from Bangalore to Vijayapura, just 3 of us were doing surgical oncology. I mean, it's got to such a large extent. We started with about 20 beds. Now we are running 60 beds. I have got 500 surgical oncologists working with me, 3 radiation oncologists, and we treat over 300 new cases of cancer every year. So it takes growing exponentially. And still, we are now 3 institutes in Williams. All of us have enough amount of work. That tells us how much of cancer is growing. And it's not just growing, several things of why cancer is growing. One of the reasons people are becoming aware, they come early. So we get a lot of early cancers. The second thing is our ability to detect cancer is also improved. And the third thing is we are tackling all these communicable diseases. So death due to tuberculosis and other communicable diseases has gone down. In fact, the government has now retargeted its allocation from communicable to non-communicable diseases. That tells us even the direction of which the disease in the country is going. So we are going to non-communicable diseases and cancers, all of them. There is advancements in cancer. So this is the expenditure on the government. And also is growing thanks to several of these CMEs that are conducted to change the idea and treatment of cancer, thanks to internet, thanks to communications. How to do things and how to treat patients and the components of the disease having, now the world is flat. Everything that happens in fact, the other day I was somebody questioned me in a forum like this. I still remember on December 6th of there was a paper in there was a publication in New York Times saying we have cured 19 patients of cancer and it's not come back, and
blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of this thing. And somebody, just 10 days later, somebody stood up on the audience like this and said, sir, we have read a paper saying cancer has been cured with some tablets and no side effects. And what's your opinion about this? Something which has been published in a journal about literally 14 days before a question in the general public was asked. That's the extent of knowledge that is spreading. I'm not going into details about the study.
The information spreads. Unfortunately, the information is spreading on all directions. Misinformation is also spreading. So we have a lot of these Google Babas running around with such a lot of research done on one subject and then asking 10 different questions about the same thing. And the first thing when I see those huge number of people, I say, I'm not going to see the reports. I want to see the patient first. And then look at me as if I'm an alien speaking from a different language. And I said, the patient comes first and the reports come next and the Google. It's out of sort of information. So it's very difficult for what is not needed and what is situation is that today. What I foresee, that's what Rajan asked me, what do you foresee in the next coming years? So there are several things which I foresee which I am trying to change. One is palliative care. And nice that you got somebody in palliative care talking. Good. Let's see what we have done. In fact, there is nothing so-called palliative care in our country. So something close to me. So I have started a hospice unit, which is about 30-bed hospice unit in our center. I think is the first standalone so-called hospice unit. Having said that, I have provided all the infrastructure saying somebody got somebody to take care of them, got somebody to food and everything. Once. Unfortunately, the problem of that is there are no takers. There are absolutely no takers. I mean, in fact, I tell my patients if you are, because in what we are seeing now in our country is families are becoming smaller families. They are software and foreign and people don't want to go to Bangalore. They don't stay in that place. And somebody suffering from cancer, especially terminally ill, there's nobody to take care. Even if I insist everything will be taken care of, stay in hospice, I counsel them for an hour. I don't counsel the patients to take undergo surgery for an hour, but I counsel them for an hour to go to hospice. They are still no takers. I need your advice for that. But anyway, that being close to my heart, that one, pain and palliative care, we have no pain and palliative care. So I am doing that. I've got somebody to take pain and palliative care. Nobody stays. They want work. It's you want meeting. It's a need care. The doctor meeting. I know. I do need advice on that. Pain and palliative care is like counseling. Very poor in counseling. So I see I need people to counsel. We as doctors are so much you're going to surgery, it's 8 hours, 10 hours, 14 hours, and they're stuck into, they're doing good for the patients, but they can't counsel the patients. So we need somebody who are trained counselors to talk to the patients and tell them what's going on. We need people who can talk to the families. There are several things, one is the social thing, the family has to, understand that the patient is suffering, the patient itself, support system. So much of counseling, and very unfortunately, we don't have any counselors. What I have done in that is I'm trying to encourage people who are already recovered from cancer to come and counsel their patients. I've got some very interesting leaders who have recovered from breast cancer, or we call cancer survivors, who have taken up taken up my request, and they come every week to take off time and come and counsel. It would be wonderful to have somebody who is a cancer survivors to come, because they can say, I have undergone it and I'm there to support you, to support your family. So that's one thing I really need is counselors. What I have done is encourage the survivors to come and counsel.
There's a new interesting research which has recently come in San Antonio. I think you might be knowing it. It is a research paper published from PNH saying that 14% increased 5 year survival in breast cancer patients who do yoga. The only thing these patients do is yoga. So yoga is like a 14% survival difference in cancer patients doing. So I definitely would encourage yoga. So on that point, I have got a yoga instructor come in and train my patients for yoga in the last 8 months. So that has been going on, but still woefully inadequate. I would want that to grow. So these 4 or 5 things which are close to my heart and trying to do rehabilitation, very poor in rehabilitation, especially speech and hearing, speech and ability to speak and ability to chew. Chew is absolutely functional. You need it. Ability to communicate is also very important for our patients. Are woefully inadequate. A lot of things to be done in that. And I always say cancer in North America is totally different from the cancers all over the world. I've been a lot of places. I've seen head and neck cancers. I'm just talking about head and neck cancers. I've seen in UK, seen in US, seen in Japan. Their cancer biology is totally different from what we see. So I am very much interested in knowing what's wrong with our patients. Our breast cancer patients, but they are triple negative. 40% of our breast cancer patients are triple negative, whereas only about 8%. 40% in mind, national consists of 28-30%. 40% in tier 2 cities. In well-developed countries, about 8 to 10%. Why? I don't know. So there is a vast difference in the biology of the other. And for that, I just have got a grant from the state government to the former primary genetic study lab. Somebody was telling that we need to do that. So the chief minister has promised me primary genetic lab, which will so that this is no financial gain in the primary genetic studies. But the only thing is that why our patients have different biological outcomes and biological roots of cancer. What I see, that's what is the near future, what I am doing, what I am trying to change. What is the future that I see in cancer? That will be the last part of my talk. The future I see is something called liquid biopsies. The liquid biopsy is where we just take the 10 ml of blood and then run it through the next-gen sequencing called NGS. And they will tell you what genes you have. What are the chances of you? You already have gene predictors for outcomes in cancer. So somebody having cancer, you get the genes tested. What are the chances of them surviving for 10 years, for 20 years? Cancer-related deaths we got. What is I see in the near future is from diagnosis to prognosis. Through our 10 years, 20 ml of blood. So we take 20 ml of blood, and I'll be able to tell that Ms. Rex is going to have A cancer in 5 years or B cancer in 10 years. He's going to survive. That I will definitely foresee in next maybe 5 or 10 years. Another thing is artificial intelligence. Again, I have myself tied up with Kelly University for artificial intelligence. I foresee a lot of artificial intelligence in pathology. You get a huge number of slides for go to a camp and you take pap smears. You got 100 pap smears to get by one medical pathologist. Very difficult. So I'm good. I'm trying to have artificial intelligence. We already have artificial intelligence in radiology. I'm trying to see if that can be replicated in pathology. So I'm trying that. We have a time with the Kelly University technology for some studies on how artificial intelligence can help medicine. It's interesting. To such an extent that we have all genetic studies. So in the near future, we'll have most of it will be targeted. That's where medical oncology is going. Tailored treatment would mean Ms. Rex has ABC genes and we are already there in some cancers. I think in the near future, the future of medical oncology will be a targeted treatment or what we call gene therapy. And that's the future. And I encourage all the younger people to go into research and a lot of things to be done, research in technology, in genetics. with that, a few words and encouragement to the younger people. I thank again Raju for having called me, and thank you for the patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful talk. It is now the turn of the president of the inaugural function to convey his impressions about the conduct of the inaugural function and the organization of the continuing medical education program. It is our privilege to have a very senior, experienced, and administrative head of various institutions to deliver the same. We request Dr. Y.M. Jairaj, sir, to please deliver the presidential address. Sir, please.
Respected Chief Guest of today's inaugural function, Dr. Patil, sir, my colleagues on the dais, members of the illustrious family of Dr. C.R. BIDRI, Dr. Rajendra BIDRI, Dr. Ravi BIDRI, and Aja Madam, my colleagues and the senior faculty who are colleagues of Dr. C.R. BIDRI who are honored today, we seek your blessings. I will take your permission to sit and talk because my knee doesn't permit me to stand for long. Friends, today is a very memorable occasion. Because there was an adage in the 19th century that man is not known by the way he comes, but is known by the way he goes out. But in 20th century, 21st century, this particular adage has changed. Man is known by the way he comes. Man is known by the way he conducts himself and serves society, and the man is known by the way he goes out. This is aptly illustrated in the illustrious career of Dr. C.R. BIDRI. He has come from a humble family. He has given a wonderful human service in the field of education, healthcare. And at the same time, he has left footprints and legacy for all of us to follow. Wherein the posterity will remember him as one of the statesmen, one of the educationists, and one of the best physicians of this particular area. My salutations to the founding visionary leaders of BLDE, Bantanal Sanganamasa Mahaswamiji, Fagu Helkati, and statesman Shri B.M. Patil. I also acknowledge the mentor of ours, Dr. M.B. Patil, who is the Chancellor of the University. For the benefit of those who have come from outside, let me just tell you, though the college is around 35 years old, we have made a niche among 650 medical colleges in India. The last year, we were amongst the first 50 medical colleges in India, indicating that BLDE has a potential to grow and become one of the best medical colleges, not only in Karnataka, but also in India. I thank all the medical fraternity who are serving this particular institution, and the students are choosing our medical college to study. At the same time, I would like to say amongst 2,000 universities in India at present, we are amongst 150 universities in India, again indicating that BLDE has got a potential to become one of the best deemed universities in India. For having said so, I acknowledge the aspect that the members of Dr. C.R. BIDRI family, ably led by Dr. Rajendra BIDRI, for having thought it fit enough to have a memorial in the name of the father in the form of CME, continuing medical education, on a topic which was more dearest to his father, namely the oncology. Friends, as you know, that we have got triad of disorders. I'm an odd one out. I would like to speak in general, not specific to the oncology. The triad of disorders. When once all of us start in 19th century that all the disorders and diseases are because of the curse of the goddess or goddesses, or because of our Purajanma karma. Then came a bank through Louis Pasteur, namely the germ theory of disease, indicating that the disorders are mainly because of infectious diseases. And we started answering them, and within 100 years, we thought that we have conquered the infectious diseases, the one of the triads. And before we could say and boast ourselves that we have conquered infectious diseases, Corona taught us as to what infectious disease is and what it can create havoc in the entire world, and that we must be always abreast of the diseases, particularly the infectious diseases, particularly from the viral family, as to what are in stores for
generations to come. I just give a reminder that if the glaciers melt in the Antarctica or Arctic, there are a number of hidden viral particles, which when they become very active, will not be knowing what sort of disorders they are going to create. That is the reason why when we talk of environment, when we talk of global warming, we're not only bothered about the rise in the sea level, but also in the reactivation of the viruses which are frozen in the glaciers. This is one triad. I'm happy that through antibiotics and vaccines, you have conquered them. The second triad is cancer. And cancer is one such mirage where it is just like Alama Prabhu says, Jagadagala Mugi Lagala. There is no Adi, there is no Antya for cancer. What is etiology? Is it viral? Is it carcinogen? Or is it the oncogene that we have inherited from our parents? Or is it the gene action regulation, which ultimately becomes a cancer biological molecular biological concept? So the etiology is being understood, and it is being re-understood day by day, thanks to the development of molecular biology and cell biology. The second component is the classification of oncology, the treatment of oncology, and so on and so forth. And there are experts here to dwell on these aspects. I don't want to go into the details. And Dr. Patil sir has given us a very beautiful picture of how exactly how to manage oncology. The third triad of the disease and disorder, which ultimately is bothering us in 21st century, is the lifestyle disorders. Lifestyle disorders. So 1/3 of infectious diseases, 1/3 of cancer, and 1/3 of lifestyle disorders. And with all the three, we thought that we have conquered, but no. We are still beginning to understand what is the merit of these three triads. But having said so, there is need for the integrated approach in 21st century to understand cancer from a holistic perspective. Etiology, the manifestations, the pathogenesis, the pathology, the diagnosis, the prognosis, and so on and so forth. As Dr. Patil sir rightly said, no doubt we are trying to diagnose cancer. In the 20th century, we took 6 months or 1 year to diagnose cancer. But today, thanks to molecular biology, thanks to the latest trends in the biotechnology, we are able to diagnose certain cancers even 5 or 10 years before the cancer is going to be predicted. In other words, predictive biology is become an order of the day. Predictive biology, please mark my word. In the next 10 years, the branch of medical and biological science which is going to emerge is called predictive biology. For example, if you give a sample today, they are going to tell you, for any gentleman, you are prone for either prostate cancer or not. Likewise, as you read, there will be a number of methods in another 5-10 years through biomarkers, through chemomarkers. Predictive biology is going to be order of the day. Definitely, it's going to help us in understanding cancer. But the difficulty of cancer is not identification, not treatment, but according to my word, is the way we communicate cancer disease to the patients and the attendants. The moment they say you are down with cancer, the patient is half dead. And the entire family is shattered. The socio-psychological economic fabric of the society is shattered. So that is why WHO said we should not give importance not only to the curative aspects and the therapeutic aspects, we should give importance to promotive preventive aspects. And our chief guest did touch on this particular point. The moment you break the news that a person is having cancer, the family is shattered. So socio-psychological, economic depression and the dialogue that goes on into the family is absolutely in question whether to go for treatment or not to go for treatment. And many times I've heard common man saying the treatment of cancer is more agonizing than suffering from cancer itself. So there are myths about cancer, cancer treatment, the management of the cancer. Hence, it is for us not only to identify cancer and ultimately make it as a disease, and that too of a super specialty nature, where you are going to treat the patient for a high cost. So you have to go for a way where you have to treat the patient at a cost which is economically affordable, psychologically acceptable, sociologically manageable. Only when we will be able to ultimately understand the socio-economic dimensions of the cancer. As rightly said, the doctor gives the treatment, either chemotherapy or radiotherapy or surgery. But what about the palliative care, the pain management? And remember, you are treating only the body. What about mind? But today, 21st century, I call upon all the youngsters who are sitting over here not to consider health only from the point of physical dimension or physiological dimension. Physiological dimension has got both the mental dimension or the spiritual dimension or intellectual dimension or emotional dimension, as we call on one side, and the physical dimension on the other side. But unfortunately, in case of cancer, we are not able to address the socio-psychological component. I would like to thank Dr. BIDRI sir for having invited a psychologist today to speak on this particular occasion to indicate that, yes, we at BLDE not only give importance to the radiological diagnosis, but also at the same time treatment, whether it's chemotherapy or radiotherapy or the operation or the surgery, but we give more importance to rehabilitation. So probably there is a need for developing a particular branch for rehabilitation for cancer. It has got totally different, it requires more of service orientation. You have to spend more time with the patients. And he brought in the importance of yoga also. So it is time now you should go for holistic integrated medical approach. Neither allopathy, nor homeopathy, nor Ayurveda, or nor Siddha, or anything. Anything which ultimately helps an individual to see the light of the day, we should accept it. This is the era where you have to go for an integrated approach. I'm thankful to the present government where they're insisting that there should be a center, even in any allopathy center regarding the Ayurveda. We please accept that as a part of the day, at least from the point of our historical perspective, at least from the point of the social psychological dimensions, affordability. And remember one thing, we should always honor a person when he is alive. And when he's dying, we should allow him to die with dignity and honor and enjoyment. Recently, I was listening to the speeches of our Swamiji, Siddheshwar Swamiji. He says, please don't shun death, invite death. In other words, you should enjoy life. In the name of death, you should not live the life which you are already supposed to enjoy. So what I meant to say is, the moment you say, brand that a person is having cancer, he is half dead. The question of living, the willpower goes out. And we know now that willpower plays a very important role in the recovery. And particularly, a branch is likely to come. The social psychological dimensions of immunological process in the body. Autoimmune disorders we are telling. When I say autoimmune disorders, I'm always reminded of Vachana of Basavana. Vale hatti uridode nilabahudu. Gare hatti uridode nilabaharadu. Eri neerumbode, beli valava meidode, nari manayalli kaluvode, ade malavalu nanjadi ulavode, innarige deerali kude sangamadeva. We are surrounded by carcinogens. We know carcinogens. We are adding carcinogens to food. We are having life orders which is full of carcinogens. And we are making our immune system so weak that autoimmune disorders are going to play an important role. Ultimately, what is cancer? It is nothing but an aberration of an immunological aberration. There is a failure of immunological surveillance. This is the word that was ultimately coined. The failure of immunological surveillance or immunological tolerance, which ultimately leads to the development of cancer. You have to understand even what is meant to do to potential cell and so on and so forth. So cell biology is going to play a very, very important role added with the molecular biology. So my request to all those who are sitting here is not to just take it as a component of a medical profile. Yes, I saw a patient, I served, and ultimately did the operation. But what next is the question. So there is where the bioethics comes into picture. I only give an example in my speech. You might have heard of Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking, a famous physicist of Einstein. We lost him recently. At the age of 21, he developed a disorder where he was not able to walk. He was confined to a wheelchair. He lost his speech. He was not able to speak. Only because of his cheap movements, there was a software developed to indicate what he's going to speak. With that, with almost 10 to 20 operations, he lived almost up to 80, 90 years. And he served the society. He was one of the famous physicists and cosmologists of the world after Einstein. What I'm to say is, what made him to survive? He writes in his biography, two things made him to survive. One was the care that was taken by his wife. than the care that was given by him by his students. It was but for his care and share. Probably any medicine on earth will not save a patient. So my request to all of you is, the treatment is one aspect, surgery is another aspect, but care and share with love and affection probably will take a long way. That's where he was referring to the importance of counselors in particularly post-operative or post-theory perspective. That's where family members also comes into picture. When we are becoming nuclear families, probably in 20th century we saw two husband, wife and two children. Probably in 21st century we see either father or mother with one or other children. That is the way we are going for nuclear type of families. Where are we heading for? So there is a reason for considering cancer treatment not only from the point of just medicine, just treatment, but from the point of a holistic dimension of rehabilitation, to see a smile on the face of a person who has recovered from it. With these few words, I say it is a very profound tribute by our C.R. BIDRI's family for having thought it fit enough to invite those who are in the field of this particular oncology to give a feast of information and their experience to our budding doctors. With these few words, I'm extremely happy to have associated myself with this particular inaugural function. I again pay my humble tributes, pronouns to C.R. BIDRI sir and his family members for having thought it fit to have this particular memorial endowment lecture series. And we also salute all the visionary leaders and our mentors. And the last but not the least, I thank all of you for having patient listening. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir, for your very vivid and detailed remarks on the entire proceedings of the inaugural function. By convention, it is required that all the dignitaries, participants, representatives of media, staff of printing press, non-teaching staff of the medical college and hospital, who have assisted in various ways in this continuing medical education program, to receive thanks from the organizers of the event. Dr. R.C. BIDRI, sir, the convener of this program, is called upon to express his gratitude towards all gathered here. So please.
Very good morning to everybody gathered here. It is my privilege to thank all the dignitaries who are there on the dais, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, Pro-Vice-Chancellor, Registrar, Dr. Arvind Patil, Principal and Dean Faculty of Medicine. Most importantly, I would like to thank the invited guest speakers, especially Dr. Dattatreya, Dr. Samar Gupte, Dr. Sunil, and Mrs. Deepa Patil, who have taken great pains to travel all the way from distant places to give their experiences today. I would be failing in my duty if I do not thank the members of the audience, because they are the life of this continuing medical education program. I also thank all the teaching and non-teaching staff of the medical college, as well as association, the members of the press and the printing press, which assisted us in preparing this brochure invitation card. And I thank everybody once again. Thank you all. We will proceed for the continuing medical education program, because as it is, we are delayed. And the guest speakers would like to head back to their places of work as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Small announcement. We shall have a short break of 10 minutes before we start the CME. I request all the participants to reassemble promptly after 10 minutes to maintain the time schedule. Thank you all. The chairperson for this session would be Dr. Tirishwar Vallabha and Dr. Shripad Kulkarni. Ma'am.
On the first slide. Oh. Hide video panel.
Good morning, everyone, and I welcome everyone for this first session. We have a wonderful lecture awaited by Dr. Satya Dattatreya. Just a small brief introduction regarding him. He is a DM in medical oncology from Gujarat Cancer Institute and also DMD in medical oncology. Later, he has served as a medical consultant in Hyderabad in various hospitals like the Indo-American Cancer Institute and also from the Gujarat Cancer Institute. And at present, he is serving as a director of the Chief Medical Oncology Services at the Renown Soumya Comprehensive Care Center, Karkhana, Secunderabad. And I do not wish to be interfering with his lecture. Sir, I request you to go ahead with the lecture, Dr. Dattatreya, please.
Is the column concept? Can you have the lights off? Thank you so much. The pride, the pleasure, the privilege, and the prestige to be a part of this august gathering of my colleagues, my seniors, my teachers, mentors, and students is entirely mine. Dr. Yugandhar Sharma, my colleague, also was supposed to come with me and talk on the radiation oncology part. But since he is not able to come due to some unavoidable reasons, I'll also touch upon that as well. Number two, the speakers before, all of them are doing overview or a gist of what cancer practice has been or has evolved over the past many years and decades. So let me talk to you about the essence and the evolution of how the clinical oncology practice has shaped. How will the slides move? Yes. Okay. So throughout my talk, we're going to understand how cancer treatment has evolved, what is the base, the basis, and the basics of cancer treatment. It's been a crusade. Can we have the upper bar also go? Yes. It's been a crusade to cancel cancer. It's been a fight to defeat cancer. It's been a battle to beat cancer. And so I also bring greetings from Dr. Indivar Kiran, who is our director, and he's been your student here from 1989 to 1994. He did his MBBS from this medical college, and he is our medical director. Then the slides are not moving. Okay. Okay. So at the end, we'll have few fundamentals, some elementals, and the essentials of clinical oncology practice. But first,
Let me let you all know what I'm going to talk today. No emphasis and no focus on data analysis, meta-analysis, literature reviews, no high-funda stuff. So in short, no scientific jargon. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Everyone you meet has something valuable to teach you. We have put so many teachers talking to all of us. So everyone is my teacher. Some I seek and some I attract subconsciously. Bahubali 1, the part 1, the beginning, was a very good movie. The COVID-19 pandemic, the first wave was very bad. Bahubali 2, the second part, was an even better movie. The COVID-19 pandemic wave 2 was even worse than the first wave. Fortunately, the third wave and the fourth wave have just come and brushed and have not touched us. So therefore, that can be labeled as Bahubali 2, the conclusion or the conclusion of the COVID-19 pandemic. In life, there's a purpose for every person and every virus you meet. COVID-19 gave us important life lessons. Some are there to test you, some will use you, some will teach you, and some will bring out the best in you. So thank you so much, one and all, for this best or this greatest opportunity. I'll divide my talk into a few sections. And in section 1 of my talk, CME is like this: conferences, seminars, meetings. At some point of time, all of us have delivered lectures or will deliver lectures, talks, demonstrations, orations. All the young graduates out there, the budding medical graduates, at some point of time, you would also be delivering lectures to your students, your colleagues, or people who have come to learn from you. And a good lecture should have 4 V's. Let me start the first section of my talk by letting you all know what are the 4 V's of a good lecture. The first V is Vidya, which means adequate and thorough knowledge about the topic or subject on which you need to talk or elaborate or deliberate. You need to do your hard work and homework thoroughly when you have come to talk to an audience who is equally knowledgeable as you are. Sometimes you have adequate knowledge. You have all the homework has been done. You might not be able to communicate properly. But importantly, if you want to teach, or if you have to teach, you first need to learn. Knowledge is always respected. And so the best way to learn or master a particular topic or subject is to teach it to somebody, because then you would have done your homework thoroughly. The second V is Vaku. To articulate eloquently and communicate appropriately so that the audience gets the right take-home messages. Sometimes you need to talk slowly, sometimes softly, sometimes give a pause. Use your hands liberally, sometimes exclamations. And that will make sure that what you have learned, you can disseminate and dissipate the knowledge to the audience who has come to listen to you. So that's the second V, Vaku. Now, before I disclose the third V, let me show you some posters of one of Shah Rukh Khan's movies, Rais, where he tells us, Ammi Jaan kehti thi, koi dhanda chota nahi hota. No job is small, and dhande se bada koi dharam nahi hota. And there is no religion bigger than your job or your profession. For some, their job or profession becomes an obsession or greed or lust or show of strength or demonstration of power. To give you some examples, Adolf Hitler, Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, or this man, the leader of America, ex-leader, and even this man, the leader of North Korea. Not long time back, both these two last leaders were engaged in a war of words, which could very well have turned into a war of nuclear weapons. And even a facial transplant does not help, because their actions and words are replete with anger, hatred, jealousy, discontent, disharmony, and destruction.
these achievements and accomplishments, the so-called accomplishments of these powerful people completely fade. They turn pale, they become insignificant when you look at this lady, for example. She stands tall when compared to all the other powerful people to your right. So to your right is strength, but to your left is faith. We need strength while doing the possible, and we need faith while doing the impossible. I wanted to start by telling good morning to all of you. It's good afternoon to all of you. We are late by an hour. How do you compensate? People have come to disseminate knowledge to you. Let's forego lunch today. Let's see it happens. Blessed Mother Teresa tells us, God has not called me to be successful. He called me to be faithful. As doctors, be faithful to your patients. Success will follow automatically. You do not aim to become a successful doctor. You just aim to be faithful to your patients. Success will follow automatically. It might be one patient initially, then two, then three. The strongest is word of mouth, about people knowing about the way you take care of your patients. Success will follow automatically. So cure with passion. In cancer, I can only cure few patients, not many of them. But when it comes to cure, I should have passion to cure a curable cancer. If that's not possible, then care with compassion. So that's the mantra in oncology practice. Cure with passion, if you can cure the patient. If not, care with compassion. So your profession is not what brings from your weekly paycheck. It's what you're put here on earth to do with such passion intense that it becomes spiritual in calling. Mother Teresa is an embodiment of modesty and humility. To be able to communicate your earned knowledge effectively should never make you arrogant. And that's the third V, Vinayam. To be able to communicate knowledge effectively should never make us arrogant. In fact, it's a lot more better to be ignorant and be honest about it. The fourth V, remember, there will be always someone better than you out there. And if your arrogance rubs him on the wrong side, then you had it in the same lecture, in the same hall, that very minute. So humility is the greatest virtue. Be humble and never think you are better than anyone else. Always be ready to learn, because we doctors will be students forever, throughout. Whether it's 40 years, 60 years, 70, we are students forever. And Dr. BIDRI has taught his students. I was traveling resident with his resident yesterday, and he has been telling his students, your patients are your teachers. Spend time with patients. Every patient has something valuable to teach you. The fourth, with the last, and I believe the least important one, is to be dressed properly for the occasion, and that's Vastra Dharana. So we Vidya, we Vatu, we Vinayam, and we Vastra Dharana. These are the four V's of a good lecture. Well, is that all? Picture abhi baki hai mere dost. It becomes complete and perfect if you could also incorporate some satire and infuse some humor in your talk. And that's some Vyangyam and some Vikatam. So some Vyangyam and some Vikatam here and there makes your talk humorous. You connect to the audience better. There should always be a purpose served through your talk. And if you could also dedicate your lecture for the reason or the person behind the same, then nothing like it. I dedicate my lecture today to Dr. Chandrasekhar R. BIDRI. My lecture is a tribute to the BLDE CMEs you hold every year in fond remembrance of Dr. Chandrasekhar BIDRI, sir. And so, my vandanams to all of you, and that's the seventh V. At the end of your talk, is the eighth V also equally important. Yes, you need to answer some queries and some questions posed by the audience at the end of your talk. Some of them will ask you questions, the answer they know already.
They're here to test your knowledge. You still have to answer them and make sure you don't hurt them. You are here to teach, to make friends, to learn, and not make enemies. And therefore, Vivekam, to be able to answer all the doubts of all the audience, friends and foes alike, with such a vigor that everyone becomes your fan. And when that happens, you end up giving a successful lecture. Remember, success is never an accident. It's hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you are doing. It's about the difference you make in people's lives as a doctor. The only way to do great work is to love what you do. And when you do that, you end up with the 9th V, which is Vijayam, winning over the hearts of the audience. So these are the 9 V's of a good lecture. William Francis Sutton, this man here, was wanted by the FBI for bank robberies, unlawful flights to avoid confinements, armed robberies. There is a book by name I. Willie Sutton. The author is Quentin Reynolds. It's the personal story of the most daring bank robber and jailbreaker of our times. Finally, when he was caught, the judge asked him, "Why do you rob banks?" That came the answer, because that's where the money is. Willie Sutton never really said that, but what he said was, he robbed banks because I enjoyed it, I loved it. I was more alive when inside a bank robbing it than any other time in my life. Passion to the other extreme. I don't want this passion to be carried on, but telling you about what passion is all about. And so I had my section 1 by the 9 V's of an ideal and a good lecture. To repeat again, Vidya, Vaku, Vinayam, Vastradharana, Samvyangyam, Samvikatam, Vandanam. Don't forget to dedicate and tribute the lecture. Vivekam, and finally Vijayam. You end up in not a good, but a successful and a great lecture. Section 2 of my talk. Cancer, yes, I'm here. We are all here to speak about cancer to all of you, like COVID-19, a disease which knows no boundaries. But first things first, Dr. Rohan from GMC Dhule gets beaten brutally because he was the kin of an accident victim to take the patient to one more center because his government center did not have specialists to take care of that patient. In that week itself, in March 2017, there were 5 attacks in Maharashtra, Dhule, Nasik, Mumbai, Aurangabad, Wadia Hospital. The doctor gets blamed sometimes for the ills of the system. 40,000 doctors in the 3rd week of March 2017 went on to protest and bunked work so that they could protest manhandling by the kith and kin of the patients. This is a new epidemic like COVID-19, invading medical corridors across the globe. Violence against medical staff, doctors, paramedical workers, other staff, nurses, and the hospital atmosphere. The WHO states 8 to 38% of health workers suffer physical violence at some point in their lives. What about India? 75% of doctors have faced violence at some point in their time. And when I say violence, it's not always physical. Even verbal violence has a tremendous onslaught on the psyche of us doctors. Sometimes it keeps affecting you for days or weeks. And if a court case is filed against you, then that trauma continues sometimes for years. It's not easy. Latest research has revealed a startling fact in India. Indians are immortal till a doctor kills them. Indians are immortal till a doctor kills them. Doctor bashing has become the new Indian batch pastime. That was 2017. March 2022, nothing much has changed. Dr. Archana Sharma, our colleague in Rajasthan, went on to commit suicide, fearing this onslaught. For a known complication of delivery, Foxy gave vociferous statements, associations went on dharnas. If death after operation is murder, then every operation should be labeled as an attempt to murder. So I protest the attacks on our doctors and take this podium to bring out this burning issue. But how to stop violence against doctors? We possibly have 5 different solutions to this problem. Number 1 was what happened in April 2017, which is approximately 6 years from today. Form FOMA, Federation of Medical Associations in Unit Front, so that you can jointly combat the assaults on doctors and hospital staff. Number 2, at least when my practice started around more than 2 decades back, it was like when a patient expires. These days now it's wrong diagnosis, the doctor came late, or faulty treatment. At my time when I joined, it was more like fate, destiny, karma. Yes, I know no doctor willfully wants to injure the patient. So probably employ a black magician who can make the family understand it's fate, destiny, karma, and no one wants to injure a patient willfully. So employ a black magician. Third option, change your profession, apply for the post of constables. Yes, it's better to beat public than getting beaten by them. Mark Rothko is a famous painter whose painting got sold for 46.5 million US dollars. The painting is labeled as yellow and blue. And this is how the painting looks like. The upper half of the canvas is yellow, the lower half is blue. And this painting gets sold for millions of dollars. I am telling you, we all are in the wrong profession. Fourth is to become the bad doctor. In the last 2 months, I've been able to persuade 7 young people to stop preparing for a career as a doctor. After all, as a doctor, it is my job to save lives. Prevention is better than cure. Some of us don't want our children, few of us, to enter the medical profession because they believe in one beautiful line written by a doctor. And that line is, there is no happiness in medicine, and there is no medicine like happiness. I think lastly is to be an ideal and a good doctor. And so, number 1, you should see all your patients immediately. Nobody wants to wait these days. They may want to wait outside cinema hall for a long time. They might want to wait outside poll booths to cast people a long time to cast their vote. But outside your chamber, they don't want to wait. So you should see all your patients immediately. Number 2, give the right diagnosis based on clinical grounds. Touch the pulse, diagnose blood cancer. The patient comes walking in, diagnose stomach cancer. The patient sits, diagnose uterine cancer. Which means no scans, no lab tests, no blood investigations, no MRIs, and come to the diagnostic conclusion of the type and the subtype of the ailment the patient is having. Much like Dr. Raju and Dr. Jitu. Do you know who they are? Dr. Rajesh and Jitendra are performing ultrasound in 1980. This is how you want to come to a diagnosis. No proof also, no scans, no blood tests come to a diagnosis. What about the treatment part? The treatment should give quick relief. By the end of the day, the patient should be back home, hale, healthy, and hearty. The relief should be minutes, at the most a few hours. You should attend to all phone calls, respond to WhatsApp, and reply to emails. You should answer all the doubts of the patient and the family innumerable times. In Hyderabad, at least, every third patient has somebody in the US or the UK or Japan or Australia. I think the same holds true here also. You need to talk to their family members in US and UK, and they would know some oncology colleagues there. He will tell you how to treat the patient right now in front of you, and you are the medium to carry out those treatment orders. So you should satisfy all the attendants in the city, near you, outside the city, in the state, outside the state, in the country, outside the country, across the world. And you know what? All this with a smiling face and a never say die attitude. But I told you about 9 weeks of a good lecture. An ideal doctor should have also 9 qualities. These are 8. The 9th is most important. And above all, should not charge. If you have these 9 qualities, violence against doctors and medical staff will never happen. I dressed the wound, the doctor. All the hard work has been done by you, but so what? God healed it. That's what the family will tell you. Their prayers healed it. And then beyond that, I paid for it, the patient. And after all this, I will tax the Modi. And then what all money you save in banks after all this hard work? You need to stand in long queues yourself to get back your money, which happened to all of us a few years back. Anyways, I don't care what people think about me. Jokes apart, I always feel proud because we all belong to a noble profession. I am a doctor and I am proud of it. You are all doctors and I'm proud of all of you. 2 sections over. 3rd section. We as doctors can guarantee best treatment, but we cannot guarantee 100% results. As doctors, we are human beings and not God. You take any profession and compare the person of the same age, we'll be physically weaker than them. As doctors, as healthcare givers, physically we are most vulnerable and highly ill-equipped to combat violence. We are weaklings. I think we need to accept that. Even the makers of medical play sets for children who are born newly have understood that. You can see the ammunition there in a doctor play set. Man of all creatures is physically the most ill-equipped in this world. He cannot fly like a bird. He can be killed by a tiny insect, malaria, trypanosomiasis, leishmaniasis. He cannot outrun a jaguar or a cheetah or a leopard. He cannot swim and be powerful like a crocodile. He cannot climb trees like monkeys. He doesn't have the keen eyes of an eagle or a falcon, nor does he have the teeth and claws of a wild cat. Physically, man is helpless and defenseless. But there's one thing which man can do better than all animals and creatures put together. What's that? Taking selfies. This man, and this too. So if you thought that man takes good selfies, women, the fair gender, do a much better job. And they look better or beautiful too. And this is what the cell phone companies have exploited. You know that? Lenovo will talk about its 8MP selfie camera. Oppo will tell you I'm a selfie expert. Vivo will talk about its perfect selfie. Gioni will talk about selfie stan hamara or selfie flash. It's all about upload, download, tag, play, send, store, capture. The basic purpose of a mobile phone is communication in times of emergency, and that's conveniently forgotten. You will now talk about the camera your cell phone has. 1 camera, 2 camera, 3 cameras, how the camera's pixels are, the megapixels are. But the basic purpose of it being communication in times of emergency is completely forgotten. We are, as was mentioned by all the eminent speakers before, we are clinicians first and specialists later. We are physicians first and super specialists later. And so we are first MBBS doctors. You need to have a holistic view about your patients. Take a thorough history. Examine your patient. Touch your patient. Feel the pulse. Look at the edema in the feet. And then go for exam records. The reports should not be seen first by any one of us. If as an oncologist, I tell get a PET CT scan first. Then I'll talk. Is it appropriate? If a heart specialist does a 2D echo directly, is it appropriate? If a neurologist orders MRI first and then come to me, that's not appropriate. So we are clinicians first, specialists later, and super specialists much, much later. And the foundation which this college gives you during the MBBS and MD days will actually last the entire life. You may sometimes feel cursed about how you are learning this, but afterwards you realize that all the hard work which you were put to an MBBS, MD days is what will actually wriggle you out of hard times when faced with troublesome problems. And therefore, I'm not concerned about the increase in AI. What concerns me is the decrease in real intelligence. The AI can increase, fine, but real intelligence has always is always to be its importance and priority. Can someone complete the word given below? Dash dash I, dash dash I dash G. I'll give you a hint. You are doing that thing right now. It's thinking, and that is the most important distinguishing feature of mankind. You can create your own environment, therefore outwit any creature of nature. Sadly, very few people use this gift to the greatest potential. Going through life without thinking is like shooting without aiming. In our MBBS days, when the Davidson book comes in your hand, your MD professor tells you, the eyes do not see what the mind does not know. The eyes do not see what the mind does not know, and therefore knowledge is important. Eyes are useless when the mind is blind. When you enter an MBBS career, you already have struggled your 10th, 11th, and 12th, and therefore, of all the society, the cream of the brains has come. Of that, who become good or great doctors? The best thing required to MBBS is not the brain. You already have it. The brains only are coming to MBBS. The best thing is the ischial tuberosity. Between the age of 18 to 25 years, when all your non-livings are enjoying life and youth, you are sitting at one place and reading voluminous medical books. That, I think, is a real hard work. And for that, you require an excellent ischial tuberosity. Some of us, when we sit down to study, need the help of music to grasp the intricacies of voluminous medical books. When a medical student by chance forgets his headphone at home, his innovative medical brain finds out a novel way to use the stethoscope. And so hard work continues. Reading more and more books and gathering more and more knowledge never stops for the discerning medical student who is born to be set apart from other conventional doctors. In today's age of telephones and cell phones, in the current scenarios of computers and laptops, in the present era of, as was mentioned, Google Babas, Dr. Google, WhatsApp universities, the habit of reading books is rapidly dwindling and withering away. My sole purpose today, I told you, there should be a purpose served through your talk. My sole purpose today is to stand as a humble symbol to regenerate to some extent the dying art of reading books. One best book is equal to 100 good friends. But one good friend is equal to a library. Such CMEs where you all meet and gather together. Yes, of course, you come to get knowledge. But more than that, you also come to spend time with your friends. Because in today's hustle bustle, you don't have time for your friends. And one good friend is equal to a library. So don't miss out a chance to attend CMEs because you also get time to spend with your friends. Finally, let me come to cancer. How do you treat cancer? Snare it, burn it, poison it, which means surgical oncology, radiation oncology, and chemotherapy or medical oncology. Therapy with chemicals is chemotherapy, one of the most important ways by which the medical oncologists take care of cancer. I call my cancer patients as cancer warriors. The diagnosis of cancer sends a shiver down the spine of even the strongest person. But a cancer patient who wants to fight his disease by undergoing treatments, surgery, mutilating, radiation, deforming, chemotherapy, multitude of side effects, but they want to brave through it. And therefore, they are not cancer warriors. Cancer does not worry them. They are cancer warriors. Every patient of cancer who wants to fight the disease is therefore a cancer warrior. It's akin to climbing the treacherous mountains, like climbing and conquering Mount Everest. Inclement weather, low food, low oxygen, less food, less water. There is a book by name Into Thin Air. The author of the book is John Krakauer. It's a personal account of the Mount Everest disaster. It ranks among the great adventure books of all times. There were a team of people who went on to conquer Mount Everest. A team of good friends who went on to conquer the Mount Everest. Some died on the way and had to be buried on the mountains. Few of them could not continue further and said goodbye to the remaining team members. And few of them returned back injured. A few of them successfully conquered the Mount Everest and put atop the Mount Everest the country's flag, their country's flag. In cancer too, you have cancer warriors who win and get cured, but approximately a third of them succumb to the disease or the treatment, and one third of them win the disease but with some permanent injuries or adverse events. We still have a long way to conquer cancer. But my second book for all of you is Into Thin Air by John Krakauer, telling in cancer, you still need to do a lot. Tom Cruise is my famous Hollywood actor. He is my favorite actor. A series of movies by him by name Mission Impossible. MI5 was basically called as the Rogue Nation. Mission Impossible 5, Part 5 was Rogue Nation. In the early 1900s and before 1950, there were researchers and medical doctors who went on their personal mission to fight cancer and see if they could cure it. This was seen by their fellow colleagues and doctors as Mission Impossible, and cancer was labeled as a rogue disease. The very first medical cure of a liquid cancer, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, happened in 1946 by using folate antagonists, which was done by Sidney Farber. And who gave the folate antagonists? Yallapragada Subbarao from our country. He supplied the folate antagonist, which became the most important way to tackle the folic acid metabolism of rapidly multiplying leukemic cells. And then trophoblastic neoplasms are a fascinating set of diseases. They come because of a failed gestation. The very first solid cancer got cured medically 10 years later in 1956. That disease was choriocarcinoma. The drug which caused the cure was then called amitriptyline, which we all now know as methotrexate. Methotrexate 1956 and now still remains the most important drug to tackle gestational trophoblastic neoplasms and of course many other hematolymphoid neoplasms and sarcomas. Now these people, celebrities, have shown the world how to fight cancer. It's not easy always to only use one way and treat cancer. It's a conglomeration of my surgical oncology colleague, me medical oncologist, my radiation oncology colleague, the pain specialist, the palliative specialist, the PET-CT scan department, and then you come and combine to combat the disease. Yuvraj Singh, for his mediastinal germ cell tumor, required combination chemotherapies only. Manisha Koirala required surgery and chemotherapy, two modalities. The politician there required surgery and concurrent chemoradiation thereafter. In the center, Lisa required a bone marrow transplantation to combat multiple myeloma. Of course, we also know about Sanjay Dutt and Sonali Bendre. What's important is, if they come to talk about their problem in the public, it becomes easy for the public to understand that yes, this disease can be fought and you can win or at least end it. So these people have shown the world how to fight against cancer. Cancer mortality since 1990s has gone down and survivorship has gone up. Global data 10 years ago, 32.6 million 5-year cancer survivors. What does that mean? If after 5 years all the reports are normal, the disease will lie in all it will possibly never come back. And therefore we talk about the 5-year cure rate. If during the 5 years all reports are good, unlikely to come back again, cured of your problem. What about the labor time data in 2020? More than 50 million 5-year cancer survivors. One of the strongest testament to the progress in the fight against cancer. So progress depends on collaboration. It's never me alone. If this college is running has been a top 50, it's never me. And it's a combination of people who have come together. And all faculties are given equal importance in this success. To go fast, you may go alone. But if you want to go far, the proverb tells us, go together. And that's what makes us win wars. So chemotherapy is one way in this war against cancer. Therapy with chemicals. This man is Siddhartha Mukherjee, an Indian-born American physician oncologist who wrote this book by name, The Emperor of All Maladies. Now, this book won the Pulitzer Prize. This is a book which talks about cancer. It's a biography of cancer. It was described by the magazine Time as one of the most influential 100 books of the last 100 years. The New York Times among the 100 best works of non-fiction. Bahubali was a work of fiction. RRR was a work of fiction. This movie, Patil, is a work of fiction. This movie is a work of, this book is a work of non-fiction, and it ranks among the 100 best works of non-fiction based on true facts, on the history, on how we went on to fight cancer over many decades and reach where we are today. More than 50 million 5-year cancer survivors. Regarding the disease cancer, discoveries and developments, innovations, inventions, researches, advances, breakthroughs, shortcomings and pitfalls. Regarding the cancer patient, their family members, the treating doctors, highs and lows, ups and downs, people who shot to fame, some who went into oblivion, the famous, the not so famous, and the unheard, all have been described elegantly in a language which even a BSc graduate can understand. And therefore, all MBBS students and all doctors should definitely read this book. The Emperor of All Maladies. Cancer is the defining plague of a generation. This book is a biography in its truest sense of the word, an attempt to enter the mind of this immortal illness, to understand its personality, and to demystify its behavior. My third book for all of you. So the first was I, Willie Sutton. The second was Into Thin Air. And the third is The Emperor of All Maladies. In section 4, I'll let you know about this lady. Her name is Rebecca Skloot. From her teenage till middle age, she researched and worked extensively only on this woman. Her name is Henrietta Lacks. Henrietta Lacks, this is where she spent her childhood. She was born and she spent her childhood. This is her house. You can see her parents, they are reading a book. When you read the book, it's medical genetics. Little did the parents know, one day their elder daughter standing behind them, Henrietta Lacks, would be called as the mother of modern day genetics. Immortal black woman, Henrietta Lacks, the black history that's not taught in medical schools. I use the word immortal, and this is a death certificate. She died on 4th of October 1951, and this is where she lies buried. Born 1st of August 1920, died on October 4th, 1951, 51 minus 20 at a tender age of 31 years. No dead woman has done more for the living. Captured beautifully in a book by me, The Life of Henrietta Lacks. The author is
This again is a New York Times bestseller. She died in 1951. What happened next changed the world. A fascinating, harrowing, necessary book, and that's what Hilary Mantel tells us. She died in 1951. The cancer that killed her has been alive and is growing to this day in this particular moment also. Scientists have grown some 20 tons of her cells. That was when this black and white slide was prepared. Now the number has swelled to more than 55 tons across the entire world. So 55 tons of the Henrietta Lacks cells in the entire world. Let's learn more about the immortal life of Henrietta Lacks. I take you back to your microbiology and pharmacology days. The HeLa cell line. The HeLa cell line stands for Henrietta Lacks. Anant Narayan Panikar and the pharma books Goodman Gilman talk about how HeLa cell lines have been discussed in literature. Henrietta Lacks, scientists know her as HeLa. Her name was Henrietta Lacks. A pure black tobacco from her cells taken without her consent, without her knowledge in 1951, became one of the most important tools in medicine. Vital for developing the polio vaccine, cloning, gene mapping, in vitro fertilization, and of course, cancer study and cancer research. She was an African American woman who was the unwitting donor of cells from her cancerous tumor, which was biopsied. You know, you biopsy cancer because without biopsy proof, almost no cancer is treated. You require a histopathology proof. A few cancers here and there you may treat without a pathology report, but 99% of cancers, a biopsy proof is compulsory. That's what the treating doctor did at the Johns Hopkins Hospital. This man is Howard Jones. Everybody in a gynec and obstetrics should know about Howard Jones and his textbooks. Howard Jones was the one who did the biopsy. His entire career, which is unblemished, this is the only black spot of Howard Jones. He biopsied for diagnosis. He also took additional tissues from the neighboring tumor and then sent it for research. His intention was good. It might be useful to culture those cell lines. Where he went wrong was he did not take consent of either Henrietta Lacks or the family members. I'm talking about 1951. But that's the only blue, like the man, this is the only black spot in an unblemished career of Howard Jones. Anyway, the tissue sample taken, wherever you read, no, you'll find this taken without her knowledge, taken without consent, was given to Dr. George Otto, who was working day and night to culture human cell lines and was never ever successful. However, for the first time, he was able to grow Henrietta Lacks cancer cells, and therefore you have the human cell line for the first time established. So now you work on human cell lines and then use it to treat or cure humans. Till that time, we're working on guinea pigs, rats, canines, and extrapolating to humans. But now, the first human immortal cell line was created. So this is how the cells look like. Pleomorphic cancerous cells, adenocarcinoma of the cervix, multiphoton photograph, and the immunofluorescence image. The reason these cells were precious was because they allowed scientists to perform experiments which would have been impossible with a living human being. By 2009, your teachers must have again taught you all, publish or perish. Publications are important. By 2009, you had 60,000 scientific publications based on what on HeLa cell line. 2010 to now, that number is more than 1.25 lakh. So 1.25 lakh scientific publications and still counting based on work done on the HeLa cell line, involving more than 11,000 drug patents. So more than 55 tons of our cells, more than 1.25 lakh publications, and 11,000 drug patents. Can you beat that? Yet these cells have been bought and sold at billions, but she remains virtually unknown, even in the medical communities. And they, her family members, cannot even afford health insurance. Significant advances. Let's go back. Let's go with each decade step by step. 1953 polio vaccine, the HeLa cells. X-rays were discovered in 1895, radium in 1898, and then the first radiation case in 1896. 1954, we had the first patient who got proton therapy. But how do X-rays work on human cells? 1956 only. HeLa cell lines paved the way forward. Shedding light on treatment for blood disorders, 1960s, 1970, how typhoid happens. 1980s, cervical cancer, human papillomavirus causes cervical cancer, slowing cancer growth. Next time HIV patient is seen by you, don't forget H for HIV, H for HeLa cell line. How tuberculosis makes people sick. 1990s. Ebola, how it infects us, how the viruses infect us. People have Nobel Prizes based on work done on the HeLa cell line, thalidomide to fight cancer. And so the next legacy is the story of the world's most widely used human biological research tissue. 1951, biopsy without consent. 1951, HeLa cell established. 1973 is only when the family members come to know about the HeLa cell lines or HeLa cells. In 2013, we published the entire HeLa genome in public domain without consent of the family. Very sad and very bad. HeLa continues to contribute to molecular science and is still used in laboratories. Can anyone of you guess the latest impact the HeLa cell line is having on all of us? All of us, the COVID-19 vaccines, were able to come out so fast in enormous quantities because of such prolific cell lines, including the HeLa cell line. It paved the way forward. Each one of us who took the COVID-19 vaccine owes it to Andrea Talax. Section 6 of my talk. I told you, and as I discussed with you, sir, you were just entering at that time. I told the sentence before that. Today's people are sacrificing their lunch for knowledge. So therefore, another 3 more sections of my talk, which will take only 15-20 minutes. The man who has no sense of history is like a man who has no eyes or ears. If you don't know history, you don't know anything. You are a leaf but doesn't know it's part of a tree. If you want the present to be different from the past, you should study the past and pave the way for a better future. Paul Ehrlich, a microbe inventor, he was a revolutionist. He was trying to look at magic bullets. At that time, syphilis was rampant. He was trying to see, can we cure syphilis, but not on the host who has the syphilis. Selective toxicity, a magic bullet to harm the bacteria, but not to kill the human. So these are magic bullets. He was working on arsenicals. Arsenical compounds are known to harm syphilis bacteria. And then came a compound called the salvarsan in 1910, which made syphilis get cured. And therefore, we got a Nobel Prize for this. Salvarsan, or arspinamine, is also called as arsenic compound 606. Now, what does that tell you? It tells you that 605 times he failed to find out the right arsenical, which can kill the syphilis bacteria, but not cause any harm to the host who has the infection. Arsenic compound 606. 605 times you fail, and then you succeed. The 606th attempt. So that's perseverance and persistence. That's passion, and that's what target therapy in cancer is. Avoid normal cells, unlike chemotherapy, and go to the cancer cell directly. What happened on 28th of May 2001? Targeting the BCR-ABL abnormality CMSs by using a simple drug by name pill. So because only the CML cells have the BCR-ABL abnormality. Therefore, a simple thing, no transplantation, no need to treat CML. That has seen the rise of chemotherapy, targeted therapy, the second way to beat cancer and to cure it. And so, you need to also look out at these magazines where the cover article is so provocative to tell you about this drug is for you or this is the miracle pill. And therefore, my dream would come to if I can have a tailored treatment to the patient in front of me. For the patient in front of me, I need a target now. I don't want to use harmful chemicals. And that's what is called as precision oncology. Medical oncology, chemotherapy, yes, but precision oncology, precisely target the abnormality in the cancer cells, and therefore there is a patient benefit by using simple oral pills. Multiple lines of chemotherapies, radiations have failed. You find out a target, use an oral pill, and day 6 the tumor becomes half. By day 20 it's almost flat. So that's the advent of targeted therapy. Palms River is a township in US. The place is called Tom's River, and the fifth book for all of you is a book by name Tom's River by Dan Fagan. A book by name Tom's River by Dan Fagan. This book also won the Pulitzer Prize. The foreword is given by Siddhartha Mukherjee. It's a story of science and salvation, story of a town plagued by pollution from surrounding industries, causing water pollution, air pollution, land pollution, exposed to chemicals almost for 30 years. And therefore, you have a cancer cluster. Patients of cancer were more and more from this particular place going to various medical oncology clinics or various cancer centers. When these specialists looked at that, they found that almost 20-25% of the patients are only from this place. They went back to investigate, found out the cause was we in the childhood had the Binaca and the Sibaka toothpaste. A company called Siba Gagi Chemical Company also makes aniline dyes. And those aniline dyes were polluting the Thames River. The Thames River Township. Salvation happened only when the factory or the industry or the Siba Gagi Chemical Company was permanently shut down. So remove the bug or the parasite causing the cancer. Helicobacter pylori is the reason for gastric melanomas. Gastric melanoma stage 1, stage 2, H. pylori positive. You don't do surgery, you don't do radiation, you don't give chemo, no target therapies. You use anti-H. pylori treatment. Gastric melanoma, lymphoma gets cured by using antibiotic therapy. So remove the parasite causing the cancer. We know HPV causes cervical cancer. One cause. Find out the cause. You have the cervical cancer vaccine, Cervarix Gardasil. Therefore, vaccines make inroads. So 1, chemotherapy, 2, target therapy, 3 is antibiotic therapy, and 4 is vaccines making inroads. I told you about 9 qualities, ideal doctor, 9 qualities, ideal lecture. I have put on 9 sections for you and 9 books for you. So almost last few minutes of my talk. You know about you're setting up cancer center now and focusing on cancer treatment. Because the incidence of cancer is increasing for various reasons. And then comes the question, why is cancer so rare? By a person by name Jared Yuan. And he tells us this question has obsessed him for the entire life, which will actually startle most of us. In US, the statistics are 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 of us will be diagnosed or killed by the disease. And then we need to understand that we have billions of cells that are replicating daily, and the machinery is so perfect that for years and decades, nothing goes wrong. In that way, in that sense, cancer is rare. It takes only one rogue cell which has lost its regulatory machinery, then it runs haywire to trigger cancer. Yet billions of cells replicate daily and for decades. Some of you must be dog lovers. And I think all of us will at least agree that dogs are the best friends for humans. If you train dogs properly, a breed of dogs properly, dogs can diagnose cancer by sniffing the human secretions and excretions. like Dr. Raju and Dr. G2. Arvind Vintrao is an ardent level, and she writes this book by name Heal. The title of the book is Heal, the vital role of dogs in the search for cancer by Arvind Vintrao, because many of dog owners knows this truth. Vijayapura, your student from 89 to 94 here, is a very ardent dog lover. He's an animal lover and he belongs to your college. His best friend is deeply susceptible to cancer. One pathogenesis, the same reason why cancer comes to dogs and to us, the reason is the same. The same treatment given to treat human cancers works equally well against canine cancers. One important difference, incidence 500 cases per 1 lakh population here, 5,300 dogs per 1 lakh population, more than 10 times. So 2 in 5 dogs or 1 in 4 dogs develops cancer. The other extreme are elephants. Elephants don't get cancer, and therefore elephants may hold the cure for cancer. And scientists think they know why elephants don't get cancer. And try to answer the question by comparing humans to elephants. What is the age? Average around 70 years, animals and humans and elephants. Weight 60 kilos, 6,000 kilograms. Number of cells, millions and quadrillions. In the best of cancer centers, with the best of cancer treatment, mortality from cancer in humans is 11 to 25%. Elephants rarely get cancer. Even if it's stage 4 and not treated, less than 5% of elephants will die because of cancer. And there also, we are not sure cancer caused by elephant. So only 4.82% mortality, even if stage 4 is left untreated, because of one essential difference. P53 copies. We humans have 2 copies of the gene which codes for a protein P53. P for protein, 53 is 53 kilodaltons. A protein which weighs 53 kilodaltons. Human has, elephants have 40 copies of P53. Elephants rarely get cancer because there are 40 copies of this tumor suppressor protein. This cancer repressor protein P53, we humans have 2 copies. It's not just the quantity, the quality also. What happens when my cell suffers a genomic damage by any virus or UV light or sunrays? The P53 tells us, stop multiplying and repair the damage and start multiplying in normal life to that cell. What does the elephant P53 do? It directly kills the cell when there's a faulty DNA. It doesn't want to set it right. It's like buying a new car rather than fixing an old one. You buy a new Mercedes Benz, after 3 days a small scratch, replaced by a new one. That's what the elephant P53 does. We talk about nipping the problem in the bud. Elephant P53 nips the bud before the blood forms. So therefore, it eradicates the cells. Killing cells is a better bet than trying to set them straight. My 7th book for all of you is a book by name P53. The author is Shri, the gene that crafted the cancer code. A fascinating story of human ingenuity. And Lee and Frommini were 2 scientists or doctors who worked on those patients where cancer was running in families. Great-grandfather blood cancer, grandmother has a bone tumor, sister has some ovarian cancer, and this patient has a leukemia. So cancer is running in families. We humans have 2 copies of P53. They found out that these people had only 1 copy of P53. And when that happens, 25-fold increased risk of cancer, and compared to us humans, we have 2 copies. So if your family has a history of multiple cancers in multiple generations, P53 might be important. Therefore, with only 1 copy, the chance of cancer is 25-fold more, and that cancer could be any of these cancers. And there's a book by name Lee syndrome, how they went on to venture and find out the cause for P53 not being present in these families. So 8 books over, 9th book only. P53 is the genome of the guardian. And so one of the eminent doctors before, your teacher, spoke about the gene therapy being the future. At this point of time, gene therapy, putting P53 in a magic bottle has not yet helped them. The research is going in that direction. But what's successful is immunotherapy. Section 8 of my talk, before the 1960s, we thought blood supply reaches cancer because the vessels dilate. That's not true. What happens is formation of new blood vessels, neoangiogenesis, and that's required for tumor growth and survival. The tumor is small, 2 millimeters. Neighboring blood vessels supply nutrition by diffusion, amino acids, proteins, glucose, etc., fatty acids. But diffusion can happen only up to 2 millimeters. If a tumor is 1 centimeter, the inner 8 mm doesn't get nutrition, it dies. The tumor again becomes 2 millimeters. If that is the case, no cancer can grow beyond 2 or 3 mm. What does the cancer do? It starts producing a factor called as vascular endothelial growth factor, which will tell the endothelial cells to bed towards the focus producing the VEGF. The tumor is now larger, vascular. Dr. Summer has any surgery in ovarian cancer. Still, I do chemotherapy. The scan is not much surgery, but still chemosome because these are leaky vasculatures. And therefore, those tumor cells get a chance to metastasize, circulating systemic micrometastasis. So we have now what is called as the anti-VEGF antibodies. Monoclonal antibodies targeting VEGF, a drug by bevacizumab. So that's one way to treat by using anti-angiogenic therapy, starve the cancer of its nutrition. The last section of my talk, Clifton Leaf. He writes a book by name The Truth in Small Doses. Why we are losing the ovarian cancer and how to win it? That's because we think one size fits all. But that's not true. Breast cancer, we know, is not breast cancer alone. ER positive breast cancer, you use hormone therapy. HER2 positive breast cancer, you use drugs which can target the HER2, which happened with rituximab in lymphomas, CD20 positive lymphomas, target the CD20. So this is the era of the NABs. You can also use drugs targeting HER2 at different levels. So one patient getting 2 target therapies. And so the power of antibodies, that's NABs, to target the growth factor on the cancer cell, or hormone therapy or endocrine therapy. So 9 ways is the essence of medical oncology. Cancer has been discussed by all of us, but success is possible if you can prevent cancer. Julie showed us the Angelina effect. Her mother had breast cancer. She had the Fonty BRCA gene. She also got the Fonty BRCA gene. 87% chance of getting breast and ovarian cancer. She goes in for breast removal. No breast cancer. She got ovaries out. So no ovaries, no ovarian cancer. These are called as a risk reduction surgeries. An extreme step taken by her. Having said that, she came out in open to talk about her problem. And therefore, all patients of breast ovary cancer now routinely get the BRCA1, BRCA2 gene testing done. Education never ends. Watson, it's a series of lessons with the greatest for the last. All of you sat back for almost an hour listening to me to take the final sentence from my side. Do you know that? How can we prevent cancer? We are what we eat, a healthy, hygienic, balanced diet. And this is not a balanced diet. So number 1, healthy, hygienic, balanced diet. Number 2, bath at least twice a day. Avoid tobacco, avoid alcohol. Go to gym for fitness at least 5 days in a week. Do yoga. We have a publication about yoga. Sufficient sleep. Eat seasonal fruits after each meal. Nowadays, every season, every fruit is available. Avoid unnecessary stress, unwanted strain, and undue fatigue, including from your spouse or girlfriend and boyfriend. Stop using addictive drugs, tea and coffee. So again, mind that master health checkups every year. And then you may or may not be the Pope, the demigod Satya Sai Baba, or the CM of a state, or a country's president, you will still die when your time comes. So be happy, make merry, God has given you one life, live it to the fullest, and never ever miss a chance to attend the CMEs organized by BIDRI, sir. Thank you.
I think after an extensive lecture, I'm sure there are no questions. We thank Dr. Dattatreya for a wonderful
For all of you.
lecture. It was a PhD on its own. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for this amazing event and the presentation, sir. I would like to inform the audience that due to unavoidable circumstances, Dr. Yuganda, sir, was not able to come to the CME. So, Dr. P.S. Dr. Trey, sir, he volunteered to do the presentation on his behalf. So, I would like to tell the audience to please give a standing ovation to sir for giving such an amazing presentation. Extremely insightful, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next session. The speaker would be Dr. Sunil Gunavan, sir. He'll be speaking on oncology palliative care. The chairperson would be Dr. Shailaja Patil and Dr. Shivanand L.K. Ma'am, sir, I would like you to please take the seats. Share the session, ma'am. And sir.
I can't see the points. I'll just get the point. Just let me know the slides. Do this. Where's the point? Come down. Yeah. See.
Whatever.
Now, pointer. Front and back points.
Forward, backward.
And when you want to switch on the video, then
Just hit the forward button. Keep on hitting forward button.
so video will get.
Next. Martin. Try with the video as well. Done? Oh, correct.
Check.
Hello.
Check. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Please, we are starting another session. Our resource person has to again travel back to Mumbai. So please accommodate and we will listen and have a lunch break after that.
Don't worry, I'll not take you much time. It will be a very focused 20 to 30 minutes session. And I'm sure you'll be very happy to. Hello.
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, 1 minute. We will be just introducing you very briefly. Dr. Sunil Diliwal, founder and CEO, Cancer Home Health, consultant, pain and palliative medicine, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. A very brief introduction of 2-3 lines sir has given. He is a senior consultant in pain and palliative medicine at the prestigious hospitals like ACI, Kumbhala Hill Hospital, HCG Cancer Center and Apex Multi-Speciality Hospital, Mumbai. He is having an experience of more than a decade as practicing as palliative and supportive care management at both levels, hospital and home setup. He is treating complex palliative care patients stemming from his experience of more than 6.5 years at Tata Memorial Cancer Hospital, Mumbai. He is also one of the first PhD awardee in the field of palliative care management in India. He pioneered the extensive home care services specialized for patients suffering from cancer. He is one of the leading experts in setting up home-based care program across the city of Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Thane and Pune city. He is founder and CEO at Cancer Home Health, Mumbai. Here we present Dr. Sunil Diliwal.
Thank you, ma'am. I know we had a very long day and I'm very glad to have those positive vibes. So I'm changing my slides also. I have made certain changes so that it is much more focused, less time. But the main message would be the need of palliative medicine, the benefits, and the future for your health and how to move ahead in palliative care. So let's start here. It will be more of an interactive session. I'm not keeping it more slides over the day. Any experience with palliative medicine management patients? Well, any other people who know about palliative care or managing such patients in their institute or in their practice? No. Okay, let's start. So I'm not going for the deeper definition about palliative medicine. You have to understand whenever there is a disease, a life-threatening illness, there are two components from medical perspective. One is to treat the disease itself. That is termed as curative care management. Another is to treat the suffering part of the illness and take care of the complication part of the illness. That is termed as palliative medicine. So now we are talking more about cancer. In cancer, we come across 4 doctors: medical oncologist, radiation oncologist, surgical oncologist, and pain and palliative medicine specialist. The role of first 3 doctors is more focused towards cancer care. Role of us is to take care of the patient's suffering part. If the suffering is on a lower side, the fighting ability will be on a higher side. And when the patient is fighting well, the treatment taking ability is always on a higher side. Palliative care is never at the end. It is right from the diagnosis of a life-limiting illness. So I'm directly jumping to this slide. The initial component of palliative care management may be smaller, but as the disease advances, the role of palliative care involvement is on a higher side and the role of curative care is on a lower side. There is a point where curative care management stops, but palliative care goes ahead. And when the patient turns into a terminal stage of the illness, that is called as end of life care management. Most of us have that perspective that when the patient is dying, you should involve palliative care people. That's totally wrong. That is end of life care management, which is just one component of palliative care. When you are trying to work on the quality of living of patient, that is palliative care. When you are working on quality of dying of a patient, that is end of life care management. Why we are talking about palliative care? Because there is a huge need. As per WHO, every year around 40 million people need palliative care. Of which 78% of them live in low and middle income countries. And worldwide, only 14% of people who need palliative care currently receive it. There is a huge gap between the need and the availability. The gap can be filled up with awareness, acceptance, and availability. These are the three components. So when we talk about the Indian scenario, 8.4 million approximately people die every year, of which 1 million is due to cancer. Plus 100 million elderly people, pediatric population almost neglected, and less than 1% access palliative care. Right. And who needs palliative care is not only cancer. So though we are talking more about oncology today, but these are the section of people who require palliative medicine. So oncology palliative care is a smaller component. The non-oncology palliative care is a huge component. I'll just give you certain examples. Stop the pause the recording for this because I'll be showing the patient's picture. Just pause the recording. Dada, excuse me. Pause the recording, sir. Recording pause. When we are talking about quality of life, the evidence says that India is the worst place to die. There was an evidence, the study which was done by Economic Intelligence Unit, Lean Foundation in 2010. They studied 40 countries, which we were at the 40th level. The country was tagged as worst place to die. When the study was done in 2015, of these 80 countries, we were even behind the earlier study. Our rank was 67th. Just because palliative care awareness, availability, acceptance were on lower side. What palliative care inputs at early stage or later stage can have an impact. I'll just share one of my case. I've taken permission from the patient family, but recording is not allowed. So this is that case. And I'm sure you will enjoy hearing this case and you will try to have references for palliative care little earlier rather than late. 86-year male patient, prostate cancer with multiple bone metastasis and in comorbidities, hypertension. I got this reference in the hospital, day one, wherein the patient was in ICU setup, had huge pain and low mood. The patient was an independent person, successful businessman, head of the joint family. Okay. Now you have to imagine a person who has lived his life all by himself, who is ordering everyone, right from professional life to personal life, suddenly getting into dependent phase from independent phase. How his mental status would be and how he will be communicating with the doctor when he knows that the cancer is not curable. And the issues was when I went to see this patient and that patient was referred to me on the day of discharge. The patient first sentence and the only sentence to me was, "मुझे हाथ लगाओ, अगर तुम ठीक कर सकते हो वरना चले जाओ." Now imagine in this sentence how the patient must be psychologically, emotionally, and what are his physical suffering. The pain was not even relieved while he was in the hospital. The references was late. I saw that patient on the same day without talking to the patient, but I spoke to the relatives. I understood the need and I've given the medication and I promised them to see them at home setup. So we are working from home and hospital both. This day 5 of my medications. Completely dependent, difficult to move. Audio please. If you can see this patient, he is unable to even get up from his bed. There is an audio wherein the attendant is helping him put the left leg down, put the right leg up. He is trying to make him understand how to get up from the bed. But he is unable to do that. Though the pain was on a lower side, the pain was not completely relieved. He had a lot of, agony on his face. He was so dependent, he was so low in his mood that he wanted to, he doesn't want to live. Only because from independency to dependency. And he never used to have the help of attendant. We forcibly, have to inculcate that thing. Day 16, If you see this video, see the difference. Without the attendant, he is just getting up. Without any discomfort. Pain is completely relieved. Good mood, high energy, see his face. Taking the walker just to support. There is an audio also which says that as doctor I'm walking nicely. मैं turn करके बताऊं क्या? Should I turn? And then he turns also. He is doing everything on his own without support just because his pain and other factors, physical trouble, was taken care of. There's no the psychologists, the psychiatrists. Even now in Indian setup, I'm talking about the living well-read people. When you refer them to psychiatrists or psychologists, they feel कि हम पागल हैं, जो डॉक्टर के पास जाएंगे. They change the primary doctor itself. Again, if going to counselor or psychologist, they change the primary doctor. And when the other doctor knows, and it's a hard part. When the other doctor knows that they have changed the primary doctor because they were not ready to hear no, what they do, either they do the same thing what the earlier doctor did, or no. They try to give some form of chemotherapy or some form of therapy on compassionate ground. If you have seen the reference, patient on so and so oral chemotherapy on compassionate ground, and then refer to palliative care, and then they are accepting. There is a difference in reference also. There are so many evidences which says that palliative care have improved the quality of life of the patient. These are the references. Earlier, earlier reference to palliative care have increased quantity of life also. It's not only quality. So if your quality of life is better, definitely it impacts your quantity of living. I'm just running down the slide so that you can go and have your lunch. Curative period is limited, whereas palliative care is not. It's from diagnosis to end of life care, few hours to few weeks to months to years. Palliative care is not only about end of life, it's about life. And where you can get palliative care management? Primarily hospital. It has to start from hospital, then home, and then hospice. The difference between home, hospital, palliative care, and hospice is when you're talking about living of the patient, home hospital. When you're talking about end of life care management, where you cannot see your loved one dying in your front of your eyes. You need certain people around the clock who can support you during that difficult phase. Of course, hospice is a place. So these are the problem areas where palliative can have a role. Difficult symptoms, quality of life, disease management with respect to malignant wounds and reducing the treatment side effects, and some complications with respect to the disease management. So oral mucositis, chemotherapy-induced nausea, vomiting, and counts. So it's always a teamwork. Nurses are the main pillars of palliative care management. Then the doctors, the physiotherapists, the occupational therapists, the stomach care specialists, the counselors, the psychologists, volunteers, all have their specific role. Their role starts only when you refer them to palliative care management people. They accept that, and then you work with them through their life. So what are the benefits we are achieving? One, improvement in pain and other physical symptoms, improvement in mood, depression, anxiety, and distress, communication of health related information in a very sensitive manner to facilitate good treatment related decision making. Continuity of care across healthcare settings, hospital to home to hospice, outpatients, everything. And you do have to have doctors and telephone support. Most of the time, patient's family, they are very, curious to understand certain things happening with the patient. And if you do not have direct number to coordinate with the doctor, they get anxious. And most of the hospitalization in India is for smaller things. There is a very famous study which says that because of needless hospitalization, the poverty level is increasing. Ensure comfortable, symptom-free and dignified care at dying. So palliative care is not a way out, but a way through. And it allows patients to have hope and an opportunity to live as fully and functionally as they can, or as long as they can. Hospitals are a place of miracles and cure, but when that cannot be the outcome, we palliate often and comfort always. Any questions? We are open for discussion. I made the slide run through because we can have that interaction period also. Sorry? Most of the states, Karnataka is one state which has palliative care policy. So, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Kerala, these are the states wherein you have palliative care policy. And you should, most of the bigger institutions should have a palliative care consultant in their hospital. And we have a very good setup. So suppose if this institute allows, I can start the training program here, you can join, and the people who want to make future in this, they are welcome. The primary criteria is the doctor wants to work with their heart and brain together. That's the only thing. Sir. Yes. So Kerala is a state where you have palliative care availability on a larger scale. The primary component of Kerala palliative care is community based. You cannot replicate that model to other places because wherein you have community participation, only then that can be replicated. Like I'm coming from Mumbai, community related to. I mean, we do not know which neighbors. In Kerala or in such villages, they know the person by name. They can even say that full, data. So they have community participation more, and they identify like ASHA workers. So they identify political patient and they contact the PHCs and they contact the other person, and then the political doctor or nurse reaches there. They are primarily community based and nurse based palliative care. But yes, they are working more towards palliative care.
Particularly having morphine availability.
Right. So one myth is palliative care meaning and that is one myth. The other myth is palliative care, you should start morphine. So morphine can be given for dental pain also. So morphine is a painkiller. It is not only for palliative care. Yes, in palliative care, the requirement of morphine in the opioids, strong opioids are on the higher side. We primarily use weaker opioids like up to tramadol. Most of the people do not take tramadol also. You have to identify. So pain we are not covered here. It itself is a, you can have to the conference in pain management. We have a 30 minutes lecture. Opioid availability is never an issue. You just have to have policy in place, contact the government, opioid will be available. And tramadol is more costlier than morphine. Morphine 10 tablets cost is 50 rupees. Just 50 rupees. Sorry, counseling versus chemo molecules. There is nothing called versus. So counseling, if you are talking about counseling, what do you mean by counseling? In layman term, समझाना. जब किसी को समझाते हो कि क्या करना है, is a type of counseling. Now imagine when there is a person who is diagnosed with cancer. अगर किसी ने आपको बोल दिया, you have a cancer, what will be your state of mind? The first thing comes to your mind is cancer means I am dying. Who created that picture? Data says 70% of the people are diagnosed with advanced cancer. Why 70% people are diagnosed with advanced cancer? So बहुत सारा लगा के हमारा होता है. First level which we all can relate. Whenever we have any issues or we see the patients having issue, the same issue, they will change the doctor, they will change the issue. Suppose the person is having abdominal pain. You are treating the abdominal pain symptomatically at GP level. Again, the patient reaches the GPs for after 3 months with abdominal pain. Again, you are giving medicine and patient was fine in 3 days. The cycle repeats, and after 2 years, they go to the specialist, evaluate, and they found a big lump. So most of the negligence is from our side. Now coming to the primary question, see, 70% of the patients are diagnosed with advanced cancer, right? That means 70% out of 100 patients, 70 patients require palliative care management. So there is a huge gap, huge need. With awareness and acceptance, we do not create in our practice. You should always talk to a patient who is diagnosed with life-limiting illness, but you may require palliative care at any point in time. And if you know that the patient is on second line or third line, please invite palliative care. The transition will always be smooth. Then counseling comes into the picture because doctor, when they say that you will require palliative care, the palliative specialist sees, relieves the physical suffering and then they accepting the fact. Suppose you are in explaining you, देखो ऐसा नहीं करना है, हमको ऐसा करना है. You will think, let me get rid of the pain, then you explain. So for counseling is never at the first level. It is always the physical symptom management. And then you need the counselors, and then you take it, just take his hand and walk through it. Any questions?
So what is the pain management strategy you are following, sir, during palliative care? Pain management strategies during your
WHO ladder pain. See, pain management is so pain. Interventional, non-interventional.
intervention.
Most of the cancer patients require non-interventional pain management. Intervention in my practice, I hardly refer 1% of my patient to, I'm talking about 28,600 patients which I've seen in my last 14 years. Hardly 1% patient may have required interventional pain management. If you are quick in your diagnosis, if you know what medication is, I mean, if you diagnose the patient's pain has different types. When you know the type of pain and when you know the diagnosis, pain is managed within 48 hours. There are certain palliative care procedures you have to opt for. So palliative care doesn't mean no chemotherapy. There are palliative chemotherapy. There are palliative radiation. So there are some surgeries, palliative surgeries. You should know when to diagnose what. There are so many pain which we refer to palliative radiation and it's gone. You don't even require morphine for that pain. The patient is only on paracetamol for long duration.
So what is the view on opioid-induced hyperalgesia? Like if they start on opioid.
And we'll have to take that opioid lecture. People will not understand that. So we have to have a separate section. In case if you are planning in future, I would suggest that you have a 2-day conference wherein each specialist get at least 2 sessions of 45 minutes. So that we will not run through the slides. I have to remember because I don't want it to be spoken. Because I have only 20 minutes. But if you give 45 minutes into 2 sessions, it will be easier for us to communicate on every point.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil Tendulkar sir. In a very comprehensive short period, you could make us aware that palliative care is must in managing the cancer patients. And I think there is a lot of gap, as you told, in India, and also there is a I think potential opportunity in our institute also, which administrative sirs are here. So hopefully we also will be in the part of palliative management in future soon. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the organizer who believe in palliative care. I'm so humbled and I'm so glad to hear that there is acceptance about palliative care. So thank you once and all. And let's meet in the lunch hours. If you have any more questions, we can talk there. Okay? Take care.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful speech. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Deepa Patil for her talk. And the chairpersons for this talk will
Shall roll. Psychological aspects of oncology. Let's have a brief introduction about Dr. Deepa Patil. Deepa Patil madam has completed his MBBS from JNMC Sangru, and then she did her MD Psychiatry from Hamavati Dr. PGM Medical College. Later she did a fellowship in radiation medicine from GS Medical College at KMS Mumbai. Currently, madam is working as a consultant psychiatrist and DS addiction specialist in KM Hospital, Mumbai. We request madam to take over.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Deepa Patil. I'm a consultant psychiatrist practicing in Mumbai. Today, I would like to speak to you about the psychological effects or psychological aspects of oncology. Yes, thank you. Okay. So first of all, body, the homeostasis of the body is controlled by the immune system and the central nervous system. Both have very important bodily functions. Now, the immune system plays a very important role with regards to cancer incident, the progression, and also the quality of life. Stress dysregulates this immune function. And so what happens is whenever the body has some kind of illness, the stress level goes up, cytokines are released, and after that, there are some complex interactions between the immune system and the nervous system, because of which there is a constellation of immune-induced behavioral changes, which is called as a sickness syndrome. Now, the sickness syndrome basically is represented by some appetite, disturbances in sleep cycle, fatigue. All of these symptoms basically mimic the symptoms of depression. Now, that evidence that cytokine-induced behavioral toxicity is related to depression is shown by many studies, where antidepressants, when given to the patient, have been able to abolish or to attenuate the development of sickness behavior in response to cytokine administration. So, when cytokine is administered and then patient depicts some kind of depressive symptoms, and then when antidepressants are given, antidepressants are able to abolish these symptoms. So now the psychological links to cancer. I'll just be mentioning some certain studies which have been done. So the women who experience stressful life event are likely to be diagnosed with breast cancer during the next 15 years than those who did not. Other than that, then men and women who were depressed on 3 separate time points in their life were more likely to develop cancer than those who were not. There's also much stronger evidence that psychological factors play an important role in cancer progression and mortality. For example, early stage breast cancer who were hopeless were more likely to relapse within 5 years as compared to those who did not. And hepatobiliary cancer patients who had higher levels of depressive symptoms at diagnosis had 6 to 9 months shorter survival than those who were less depressed. So these are various studies other than the ones mentioned here. There are many more which tell us that psychological factors like stress, depression, anxiety have a very important role to play in terms of the incidence of cancer, and not only the incidence but also the progression, the recovery, the prognosis, and also the relapse. Now, cancer and depression. As per certain studies, cancer patients are 3 to 5 times more likely to experience major depression than the patients who do not have cancer. Major depressive disorder impairs patients' quality of life as well as the treatment adherence. Depression and stress impacts cancer biology. Psychological interventions may impact cancer-related outcomes. Essentially, what I said previously, depression and stress can have a very significant role to play with regards to cancer incidence and prevention, like I said. Whereas psychological interventions can help give us better outcomes or better results. What would be those interventions, which is what we will be discussing later? Like the stress management, support and psychoeducation, along with pharmacotherapy. Now, the reach of cancer. Cancer itself is considered to be a chronic illness. It is said that they are permanent, leave residual disability caused by non-reversible pathological alteration, require special training of the patient for rehabilitation, or may be expected to require a long period of supervision, observation, or care. Like it has been mentioned earlier, cancer, what makes cancer different from all the other illnesses or disorders is that cancer in itself is not the one which is a debilitating thing. It's also the treatment and everything that goes after the diagnosis has been made, because of which it poses to be a bigger problem as compared to many other disorders or illnesses. Now, in addition to coping with the worry and stress which is associated with the diagnosis, the stress which is induced by physically demanding and often life-threatening treatments for the illness, and the permanent health impairment and disability, fatigue and pain, and even though there are no any signs of the disease have to be dealt with. Like I said, chemotherapy and also radiation can give some lasting effects on the human body, because of which living life as before cancer is not, it won't be the same as it was before one was diagnosed with the illness. And so it can make functioning more difficult than what it was previously. And these also contribute to emotional distress and mental health problems. It can lead to substantial social problems and also the inability to work and also reduced income. There are some pre-existing psychological or any other social stressors which were present before the diagnosis of the disease. And these can get magnified further has cancer, such as low income if one already has financial constraints, or there is no health insurance, or there is weak or absent social support in terms of family members or spouses, then all these other factors can be magnified, and the stress of these can be further magnified after one has been diagnosed with cancer. Now, like it's said, indeed, physiological and psychological and social stressors are often intertwined, and these are both resulting from and contributing to each other. Now, the patient. There are 6 Ds, universal fears that are recognized. These are death, which is the end stage, then dependency. Any person suffering from cancer has to be dependent on their family members, their spouse, or their partners. Because, like I said, the treatment procedure itself is a long and a chronic one. So dependency is there. Disfigurement can also be there. So there is a lot of issues related with body images because some kind of disfigurement, because of the treatment, or because of any surgical procedure that has been carried out, which can result in disfigurement. That again becomes an added stressor. Disability, again, because of whichever part is affected by the tumor, carcinoma, there could be some kind of disability either because of the tumor or because of the treatment. Then disruption in your daily life, because like mentioned earlier, the treatment of cancer is not something which is carried out over a very brief period of time. Especially some carcinomas, especially like leukemias, can go on for many years. And so the regular visits to the hospital can disrupt not only your social life, but also your employment, your work, professional life that is there, which again will impede your income. And so it becomes like a vicious cycle where one thing leads to the another, and which adds to more stress. And the stress, like I said earlier, can also be a bad prognostic factor for cancer. Then, of course, the discomfort which comes along with all of this. So, which is the 6th point. Now we'll talk about the various psychological problems that a patient goes through with cancer. So first we'll discuss some psychosocial problems. Firstly, the emotional and mental health. Now, the prevalence of psychological distress varies as per the type of cancer, times and diagnosis, degree of physical and amount of pain, prognosis, and other variables. It has been said that the stress or the kind of helplessness or the kind of dejection that a patient feels is more after the first relapse than as compared to when first time they hear the news of a positive test. So the first time someone comes to know about their diagnosis, it's still, you can say it's a little hopeful than as compared to when there is a first relapse. That can put a person into a major into feeling of dejection and hopelessness. So yes, so the variables which impact the amount of stress or anxiety that a patient feels depends definitely on the type of cancer and the time at the age at which the person has the cancer, social support, and all of these other factors. Now, cancer, like I said, is a chronic illness. So because of which it can bring about feelings of guilt because of the dependency, like we spoke about earlier. Then the feelings of loss of control, realizing that there is absolutely no control that one has over the illness or the treatment for that matter. Anger, sadness, confusion, and fear are the other emotions that one can go through. Other than that, the symptoms that one would experience would be the anxiety and mood disturbance. The fear of recurrence. The patient will always constantly live in the fear of recurrence. And then concerns about body image and communication and other problems with family members are common. Now, again, generalized worry, fear of the future, inability to make plans, uncertainty, and a heightened sense of vulnerability. So what distinguishes cancer basically is this uncertainty. Like I said, recurrence is something that no one can predict. So because of that, there's always that fear or future plans, because that optimism sometimes can be lost because of the uncertainty of the disease. Cancer patients can also sometimes, because of this, can face some spiritual or existential issues involving their faith, their perceived relationship with God, or the possibility and the meaning of death. Suddenly, you start questioning all these things about your faith, but about how you feel about the meaning of death or the meaning of life, and all these very philosophical, deep issues are what one person starts delving into. Then it is said that the family member's psychological distress can be as severe as the patient. So as per various studies that have been carried out, it has been noted that the family member's psychological stress, be it a parent or a spouse or a child, is parallel to that of the patient. And that is why helping family members manage their stress may have a beneficial effect on the distress level of the patient. In fact, there is a study which states that the distress level of the family members is in fact more once the treatment starts as compared to the patient. Now, other than the emotional health problems which we discussed about, there are developmental problems. Developmental problems especially affect children or adolescents, because at an age when they should be going to school and doing the normal social interaction with people, which helps in building their personality and giving them exposure to the outside world of how to socialize, or even children for that matter, when they're supposed to be going to school and learning things, all of that gets disrupted, and because of which it could lead to some kind of developmental problems. Social problems, again, your social life is, there are a lot of problems with your social life with regards to meeting people, going out with friends, basically just socializing, or even having a normal functioning life where you're doing 9 to 5 job, whichever one that you are doing, doing spending time with family, socializing with friends, all of that again gets disrupted. So that leads to a lot of social problems. And then, of course, the financial burden, the hospital bills, and the treatment goes on for a very long time. So the financial stress, along with that, because you're not able to go to work as regularly as any other person would, that also impedes your income, and then there is a lot of expenditure while income is not as steady as it was. So definitely financial stress. Now we've talked about the psychological and the social symptoms. There are a lot of physical symptoms which a cancer patient has to suffer, and which could further increase the stress and the depression and the anxiety. So we talk a little bit about management of these physical symptoms. First and foremost, and the most common one, is pain. And 70% of patients experiencing severe pain experience pain sometime in the course of their illness. Now, uncontrolled pain can mimic psychiatric disorders. And so psychiatrists and psychologists can play a vital role in the multidisciplinary approach to managing cancer pain at all stages of the disease. Sometimes it could also be depression or anxiety, which the patient is actually presenting as pain. It might not actually be a physical pain, but it's more of a psychological or somatic or functional pain, what we call it as. So it is said that patients with less anxiety and depression are less likely to report pain. So many times it's not the pain that needs to be addressed, it's actually the depression or the anxiety that needs to be taken care of, because of which there is, it's also FDA approved. Some of the antidepressants are to be used as not painkillers particularly, but patients who are reporting pain, some antidepressants can be given. The selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors along with antidepressants, like tricyclic antidepressants, can also be given to counteract the pain that a patient is experiencing. Now, again, because of the pain, sometimes the pain that cancer patients experience is so unbearable that suicide risk increases. And so uncontrollable pain could be a risk factor for suicide in cancer patients. Now, fatigue, again, a very common symptom, and cancer-related fatigue is defined as a distressing, persistent, subjective sense of physical, emotional, and cognitive tiredness or exhaustion related to cancer or cancer treatment that is not proportional to recent activity and interferes with usual functioning. So it is a more heightened sense of fatigue. It is a more dejected, hopeless sense that a patient experiences. And it's definitely it's physical, but again, because of all the stress and all the distress, it could heighten the feeling furthermore. Now, the cancer-related fatigue is more severe and more distressing, and it is less likely to be relieved by rest because it's a constant, like with cancer-related fatigue, there's a constant stress. If not physical, there's always an emotional component to it, because of which normally, if you have run a marathon, say, or done some kind of very strenuous physical activity, stress takes care of that fatigue. Unlike cancer fatigue, where no amount of stress would relieve you of that, because, like I said, there's an ongoing stressor. It's not physical, definitely a psychological or mental stress that is constantly there, and because of which stress doesn't really help alleviate that. Now, what are treatment modalities for it? Ironically, exercise helps. Then mind-body intervention, antidepressants, and then psychostimulants have also been known to be effective in some cases, like methylphenidate or atomoxetine, the drugs that we give for ADHD, could also be used in these cases, depending, of course, on the patient profile and the type of cancer and how safe it is in that particular patient. Then in that, there are neuropsychological symptoms. 50% of cancer survivors report changes in various domains of cognitive functioning, that is attention, psychomotor speed, memory, and multitasking abilities. The reason we're talking about this particular thing is because this again makes a person feel there's a sense of hopelessness or a sense of use. That is, a person starts feeling that he's not useful anymore. Because basic cognitive functions, if one is unable to do that, can be distressing or disturbing to an individual. So this becomes again a cause for distress. Now, cognitive changes for non-central nervous system cancer patients were initially assumed to be primarily secondary to chemotherapy, and that is why the term chemo brain was coined. Now, there is evidence, however, which suggests that there are additional disease and treatment-related factors that interact with existing individual risk factors, such as genetic susceptibility to determine risk, post-treatment cognitive dysfunction, and also cancer treatments may interact with the biology of aging to accelerate cognitive aging. So there are many more other symptoms as well, like loss of sexual function or sexual desire, and sleep disturbances, and many other physical symptoms also. But primarily, I wanted to talk about these three because they can impair functioning and being known to cause considerable stress, distress, anxiety in patients of cancer. Now, to summarize, what are the problems that a person or an individual experiences? First, the knowledge of diagnosis in itself can be quite shattering. Then the inadequacy of information, that even though we have now and the information that we have regarding cancer, oncology, and everything, but still it's not as adequate as there's no certainty, like I said, with the diagnosis or with the prognosis. There's no predictability, and so there is still an inadequacy of information. The uncertainty, again, is similar to that. Guilt. There could also be the guilt of being a burden on the family members. And also, sometimes patients who have had a complete remission can also experience some feelings of survivor's guilt. Then the stigmas that are associated with cancer, the fear of painful or undignified death. Worries about family and friends, body image, like mentioned earlier, loss of sexual function, and then the chemotherapy and radiation, which can impair functioning or routine, and the regular trips to the hospital, or all the other side effects that one has with the treatment, the chemo or the radio therapy treatments. Okay, so we have talked about the various problems that one encounters. Now, a little bit I'd like to talk about genetic testing. So even though we have made a lot of progress and genetic testing helps us determine whether the person is susceptible to have a certain kind of carcinoma or not, it's not an easy decision for someone. For instance, if someone has lost their mother, a woman has lost her mother due to breast carcinoma, and the decision to test for the BRCA gene itself might not be an easy one because that sort of also makes you realize that one may have the probability of getting breast carcinoma themselves, and then also the fear of having a similar fate as the mother. So all of these things could also make you not very capacity to make a decision, because sometimes the emotions can be more predominantly influenced by emotions rather than the practical or the logistic aspect of it. So because of that, some decision aids to help patients make their decisions or to support the decisions, the decision to undergo risk reducing surgery, they are shown to be beneficial. And because there is, like I said, decisional conflict, then the facilitating adjustment, and then all the other problems that come along with it. Some decisional aids would be good. When I talk about decisional aids, it definitely means talking to a counselor, talking to someone who's very adept at helping a patient make a decision. Interventions such as relaxation, mindfulness, based stress reduction, or distraction techniques can also help. They can take care of the anxiety or the stress that is associated with the repeated medical and screening appointments. I believe that cognitively oriented strategies are used routinely. CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, what we call, it helps to manage stress or anxiety, and it can also help to facilitate decision making. This can be employed on an individual one-on-one platform, or also in a group platform. So then exercises such as thought records assist individuals in gaining insight on specific self-beliefs. Catastrophic thinking or rigid thoughts and learning about the connection among their thought, moods, and behavior. Catastrophic thinking can be about constantly worrying about the worst case possible scenario and not having a very optimistic or positive outlook towards what it might happen. And so because of that, it just spirals down, and it becomes every possible scenario results in this worst case scenario, and because of which it stops an individual from making a decision, because no matter which way they start thinking, everything just spirals down into the worst possible thing that could happen. And so it doesn't help an individual make a very informed or a very practical decision. The thoughts are more governed by the moods or the emotions rather than the logic of it or the rationality of it. So in such cases, maybe we ask the patients to sometimes pen down their thoughts, keep a journal, so that there is a structure to the thoughts and they're not just spiraling down, just going all over the place. So sometimes that helps. Then a counselor can help to identify inaccurate cognitions, what I said earlier. So sometimes we don't really think very cognitively, and so a counselor can help you, guide you towards more cognitive thinking and to have more realistic interpretations of the circumstances. Now, the identification of individuals who may be at risk for adverse psychological and behavioral reactions can occur through the use of validated screening tools, and in order to include tailored interventions which can facilitate accurate knowledge and adjustments. So basically, there are a lot of screening tools that we have. Some of them are specific to cancer patients. Those can be employed before any of this genetic testing or anything else is done, so that or even psychiatrist would know what are these factors. What is this particular patient more prone to, whether it's anxiety or it's some kind of other uncontrolled emotional outburst. Whatever it is, whatever coping skills are not very well developed, whichever it is, that can be addressed, and so that accordingly therapy can be initiated, and those particular areas can be looked at and can be addressed and can be worked with along with the patient. So some screening instruments can be used before, if used beforehand, can definitely be helpful. So we know beforehand what the problem can arise later on, and we can start working on it even before the problem presents itself. Now, other than genetic testing, I would like to speak a little bit about caregivers in cancer. Like I mentioned earlier, relatives or family members, the stress level is experienced on a similar level, is experienced the same by both. So now I would like to talk a little bit about that. Now, patients live in families and become sick in families and receive medical care in families. Cancer, like mentioned earlier, is a problem that affects not only just the patient but other family members as well. the family with cancer is a family in transition, as the illness presents the patient and family with challenges at every level of functioning, from practical to existential. The whole family is affected because the whole course of treatment is very long, it's very strenuous, and it takes a lot both of the family, not just the individual, but the family as a whole. So, as said, the family with cancer is a family in transition. So, families facing cancer must strive to maintain stability, which is very difficult, and at the same time reorganize their habitual patterns of functioning to meet the challenges produced by the illness. So, even though it's a little difficult to maintain a routine or to go back to life how it was before cancer, it would still help to maintain some level of stability or some level of routine in their life, which makes things seem a little more normal, even though they really aren't, but still giving the patient a sense of normalcy, and not just the patient, the overall environment, a sense of normalcy that helps. And other than that, healthy functioning is also defined in terms of adequacy with which essential family functions are met, and the goodness of fit between patient, family, and medical setting. So what matters most is that everything has to fall into place with the treatment or whatever cancer or whatever happens after that, the treatment or the whichever phase that a person has to go through, everything has to fall into place, everything has to synchronize well. It's not just about the patient or the doctor, it's also about all the three participants in that particular house, in that scenario, with that particular patient, everything has to fit together. So that is why it is said goodness of fit. So there has to be some kind of compatibility, some kind of structure to how they're functioning and how they are handling not just the realization or the knowledge of the disease, but also how they are going through these treatment modalities that they have to encounter. Now, expanding the patient-centered care to include family members, clinician will be doing many other patients a service, which, because it's a universally accepted fact that families are there and they will be the ones taking care of the patient. And so that is why many times it is ignored. But it is very important to include them in not only the whole process of the treatment, but also understand that if we talk about counseling the patient, even the family members require some kind of counseling or some kind of psychiatric help if required, because the stress or the burden that they are facing is pretty much on the same level as the patient, if not more. Now, how do we, what would be a modus operandi with all the problems that we talked about? How do we go about it? First is acknowledging the issue. Second is addressing and screening. Like I said, there are many screening tools which are available. If we employ any of those, find out that a patient is scoring high on the depression scale or the anxiety scale, or any other problem that the patient is scoring high on, then maybe we can decide whether what would be required at that point. So we need a diagnosis based on that, and then the intervention. Intervention could be anything. It could be something as just some counseling session with a counselor, or if pharmacotherapy is needed, then a psychiatrist would come in and that. If therapy is required, then a psychologist who can give some structured once a week therapy. So definitely depends on the level of the severity of the disorder and then how you go about addressing it. Pharmacotherapy, like I mentioned earlier, antidepressants have been known to not only just mood symptoms, but also certain painful conditions. So selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, serotonin, and tricyclic antidepressants can be given, and then psychostimulants, like I said, methylphenidate can be given. Also, some wakefulness drugs like morphine have also been known to be effective. Other than that, benzodiazepines can also be given if the respiratory function of that patient is not compromised. You can always give benzodiazepines to help with the sleep. Small dose of some kind of shorter acting benzodiazepine can help with sleep. So that those could also be considered. Other than that, some antipsychotics could also be given if there are mood symptoms, if there's a lot of irritability or some level of frustration or some some kind of anger that the patient is regularly having. Those antipsychotics can also be given in such cases. We talked about screening tools. So since there are so many of them, we can't really cover all of them. But if you talk about quality of life, it is available freely online, and it's a very basic test which tests your quality of life. So it's a questionnaire that can be administered anyone, even a nurse for that matter. It is considered to be a best indicator for prognosis, and it is also an indicator of psychological distress. It has great prognostic value, and it can also be used as a decision-making tool. Decision-making tool for genetic testing, or with regards to risk-reducing surgeries, or with regards to all the other maybe treatments that are available. So, if a person is having some kind of decisional conflict or is unsure about certain decisions that have to be taken, quality of life's scale or test can always be administered. This was mentioned earlier, support groups. So although we don't have a lot of support groups happening in our country, unfortunately, they can be quite helpful because it gives you a sense of belonging. You are basically sharing a similar trauma with someone who has experienced it or is going through the same thing. So it gives you a sense, like I said, it gives you a sense of belonging. You feel like you have someone else to share the burden with. And so that is what it helps a lot in mitigating stress or the anxiety which is related to the uncertainty of the disease. So the principles have been applied to genetic counseling context as well. Now, it provides an opportunity for emotional expression within a safe culture by sharing trust and mutual understanding. And then the model creates a forum for the processing of unresolved grief or the exploration of adjustment challenges. So when you talk to other people who are going through a similar trauma or a similar phase in their life, it becomes easier for people to talk about their emotions because they feel that they are understood, and their feelings are validated. It becomes an easier platform for them to open up and feel themselves as well. So, support groups should ideally, every hospital, every cancer hospital especially, should have weekly meetings with different patients and have these people meet at least once a week, and because that is going to be very beneficial, especially for the caregivers. So you can have different support groups for the patients, different support groups for the caregivers and family members. So that has been known to be very beneficial. Then role modeling and vicarious learning that occurs through the sharing of various perspective and coping strategies are helpful in facilitating coping. Like I said, so the role modeling, where you to learn from other people's experiences, that can help a lot during this process. Now, what is the outcome? We talked about psychological interventions that can be employed. The outcome of this is that there is psychological improvement, reduction of stress, better mood, better sleep. So all these improvements can be seen. Better state of mind throughout the day, basically. Adjustment, that individual is able to adjust to the situation better. The ability to self-care. Then there are also physical improvements, like we talked about pain and fatigue. It can also counteract all these other symptoms if psychological or psychiatric intervention is done. It has been seen that patient is more compliant and adhering to the treatment if the psychological aspect of it is taken care of. So the patients who have received some psychiatric help or psychological help have been shown to show better adherence. The length of hospital stay has also been seen to be reduced in such cases. There have been numerous studies which show that patients have shown better prognosis and recovery with the help of some kind of psychiatric intervention, better day-to-day functioning, and basically just overall better quality of life. This can be seen. So this is it for this presentation. There is obviously, as I said, a need for psychiatric intervention at the patient and the caregiver level, which is not as well practiced in India, unfortunately. Along with that, there is also a need for psychiatric intervention for the doctors and the nurses and the medical staff who work with cancer patients, because that itself can also be a very daunting place. Although for the positive time, we cannot cover that. But yes, as much as the patients, even the medical staff and the doctors require some kind of psychological or psychiatric intervention, because cancer itself can be quite because of the long complexity of it and uncertainty of it can be quite daunting. So I would like to just finish my presentation with this. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepa Patil. Thank you for that elaborative information related to the role of the psychiatrist in oncology or the psychological aspects in the oncology. Just to say that from the point of breaking the bad news, because it is a kind of breaking the bad news to the family members related to the cancer, when the person is the dying, from the acceptance of the death, and also the role of the family members, even after the death of the person, the many relatives running to the hospital thinking that the person will be having psychiatric the cancer. So it covers the most of the areas. So thank you very much for that information.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you very much. I think it's gap for the lunch.
All right. Thank you.
So we have one more speaker, sir. One last speaker. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us such a beautiful insight on psychological aspects of oncology. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Our next speaker would be Dr. Vishal Rao, who will be giving us a small insight about the bridging biological advances with technology for previous oncology. Yes. Yeah, the chairperson for this session would be Dr. Vijayapura ma'am and Dr. Anil Reddy. After this section, we'll be breaking for lunch. So please be seated for this event, and after that, we shall break for lunch at around 2:35 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Dr. Vishal Rao has done his MS, FRCS and FACS and is a fellow of Royal Society of Medicine. He is currently the country director, head neck surgical oncology and robotic surgery at HCG Center, Bengaluru. He is also the Dean Center of Academics and Research for HCG Group. He has more than 100 national and international publications to his credit, and he has received various awards from various state as well as international bodies. To name a few, Kemprod Award by government and Judy Field Award for Global Tobacco Control by WHO partners. He is also a member of the consultative group to Principal Scientific Advisor to Prime Minister of India. He is a member of the High Power Committee on Tobacco Control, Government of Karnataka, and member of COVID Genomic Surveillance Committee, COVID Task Force, and it is a very illustrious list. I welcome you, sir, for today's event. Please go ahead, sir.
Hello? Duplicate on screen. Is that okay? Okay. You mind?
This cursor is not working. You can take this out. Now, it's okay. Here, yeah, it's coming. No, one second. You want to stop the sharing. Okay. Share screen. No, escape. What is not happening now? No. After the super specialty training, when they did their fellowship degree, they also get the Royal College of Surgeons degree with this. And that has to go through a lot of process of
of examination and all that. But now I feel when I look back at last 5 years of training and looking at the way the Royal College has accepted these programs, I think it has been a big privilege for students now to get this kind of degree rather than to go travel abroad and do it. And I head the head and neck division for the country also, where we've gone into super subspecialization. And I'm not going to go too much into the details of all of this. I think I want to quickly get into the aspects of, in head and neck cancer overall, world over today in all cancers, we are talking about organ preservation. Everywhere the mantra seems to be organ preservation, but what people choose that there is something called non-surgical organ preservation. And that's something that I wanted to highlight today, that when you preserve an organ, it should be an organ functional, whatever it is, whether it's a breast, whether it's the colon, whether it is stomach, whether it is throat, an organ preserved should be an organ functional. So now, in this argument, for any one of you all who wants to be a surgeon, aspires to be a surgeon, or is already a surgeon, this is the next level. Now, one thing very interesting about the new tools and technologies that got added to our armamentarium is, this graph shows that every time a new technology gets added, our competency level goes down. So this is what happened to me about 9 years back when my chairman asked me saying, go and learn robotic surgery. And I was saying, no, I'm very happy with what I'm doing. I don't want to do more techniques. I'm just happy, very good results with oncological treatment. Why do I need to listen to you? And he insisted, saying, no, you should go and spend some time, you should learn it. But he insisted that I want, and I did not. Now, it happened during the time that Korea was doing scanning program, and my friends in saying that come for the robotic program. And if you don't like it, have a holiday at least for 3 days. So I thought that was a good proposition. So I went to the robotic center there to look at robotics. And that kind of opened to much larger perspective, which I think if you look at industry is at 4.0, version 4.0. If you look at web, it is at 3.0. And if you look at health, it is at 2.0. Still not started. And these are the ones that are defining health 2.0. So when you all are going to come full-fledged into practice 10 years from now, you will have all of this here: digital diagnostics, IoTs, ultra-fast scanners, wearables, blockchain, digital therapy, big data, nano health, AI, hackathons, system learnings, and robotics. They're all there right now. And I'm sitting in committees that is actually sitting to decide policies for 2025. And I'm seeing everywhere all of this written on the wall. Things are going to come in very strongly, and robots and lasers are two aspects that have strongly developed in the last 5 years. What I want to especially tell the youngsters today is, we've developed the minimally invasive surgery using robots, using lasers, using new imaging technologies. These are all coming up interoperatively in a very major way. And I remember, 2019, I was giving the keynote address at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, where I was talking about the future of health. And I was talking about artificial intelligence and how the artificial intelligence is going to have a profound effect. There are 4 phases of artificial intelligence. You have the narrowband intelligence, then you have the limited memory AI, which is what Elon Musk is doing right now with driverless car. So 2 months back, I was in Sunnyvale in San Francisco, and the hotel which I was staying in, the robot came to serve me food. I used to order the room service, and I would get a robot come and knock the door and tell me, what is it that you want? Give me some food. It was very interactive. I was picked up with a driverless car, and then it was. So I thought I was at Sunnyvale, not believing that this is happening. So this is limited memory AI that is already coming. Now, I was actually not even worried about that. I was telling them that this is, phase 1, which is narrowband intelligence, is what we're talking about surgical robots today. Alexa, Siri, Google, all of these are limited memory, master slave system, narrowband intelligence. Now, limited memory is what Elon Musk is doing right now. It's got some decision making power and it is able to do some decisions. It's able to drive a car completely independently without crashing, or it is able to do, like I was asking the Tesla people, they told me that the only servicing that they do is software upgrade, which the owners don't come to know. It's done at home only. So things are changing very rapidly. So now what will AI hold for? There are two more stages of AI after this. That is called the theory of mind and the self-aware AI. Now this is where Stephen Hawking was worried, saying that if we reach here, is the time there is danger. Now the question was, and I'm remembering my keynote address in 2019, I'm telling everybody, saying 10 years from now, we are going to come in the So this was 2019, and then June 2022. One of the people from Google has been put on a gardening leave. I don't know how many of you are aware of gardening leave. So gardening leave is when you throw a person out of a job and tell him to look for another job. Okay, he's been removed from the job and he has to look for another job. And while doing so, the question is, why was he given the gardening leave? He had cracked the theory of mind. So he had given emotions to artificial intelligence, so it could feel. And that was dangerous, And that's stage 3 of AI, beyond what Elon Musk is doing. I think something happened on the screen. So it was. Okay. So it was independently able to interact. Now, it's a dangerous point at it. That's why they removed it, because you cannot currently go into that zone because you need to allow the. So what's been after that? It's self-aware. That means it will be like completely completely independent decisions decisions about should be friends with you. So these are things that are going to come in. Now, yesterday I did a robotic surgery till late evening of a young lady. Almost every second day we do a robotic surgery, and tomorrow we do a robotic surgery. So I'm every day when I sit on these machines, I realize the beauty of these machines are something which we couldn't have imagined. So as a person who did not want robotic surgery first, who saw what it can do, I thought I'll share the next few minutes very quickly about what these machines are. There is a time in your MBBS when you wash up, and you feel times is changing so far. So this is the surgeon's console where the surgeon sits and operates. This is the actual robot which gets washed up, and we are for observers to see the surgery. And if you see this is how the robots get washed up now. Now this machine gets washed up, and there you are. And I'm just remembering the 90s, and then I'm remembering the 20s. And I'm saying the machine is washed up, and I'm sitting in a corner with a cup of coffee, absolutely disabling the clock. It kept the thing stopped over there, no cameras, sipping the coffee, again continued dissection. Could this have happened before? I didn't know, but I'm saying I'm already doing it right now. This has changed. Yesterday, we were at the recurrent line, and I was dissecting it with the machine. And it was giving a beat that we're coming closer to it. It's kind of an interactive approach is what image changed. So I'm again, for positive time, I'm not going to drag this too long. But what I wanted to come to tell you is, we all have small eyes and big hands. These machines have big eyes and small hands. Now, what it is not something magical. Why are we addicted to mobile phones? We all have smartphones with us today. If you take a picture of this room, the picture looks better than the room itself. And that's what these machines are doing to us. That same structure looks so beautiful. I still open it, you can see the same structure of the carotid, but when I see it inside the robot, it's but it's the same carotid that I saw every day. There are certain advantages which it brings in. So, when I was learning surgery, I used to spend time in the old racks of our library, of the books of the 60s, 70s, the Bailey love of the earliest editions. We used to pick up to see what they show. And very beautiful book from a gentleman named Elston Melton. early plastic surgeon for Hopkins, who said that the 10 most important instruments for a surgeon are the 10 fingers. He said, the most 10 important instruments for a surgeon. Now today with these machines, I'm rethinking of what he said. And when I look at it, you see, this has basically, if you look at the, I'm sorry, I'm going to flip back into this. This machine has one eye with some brilliant 360-degree vision, which is immersive like augmented reality, and it has two hands. Now, in the two hands, you have on one side, like I hold the forceps, but along with the forceps, there is a bit along with the factory, there is a knife, scissor. So you have four instruments and they can move 360 degrees. And it's like you're sitting inside the tumor and operating it completely. So it's a different experience that you come to know when you start doing these procedures. So we are now doing we've written a lot of papers after that. When it came from Korea pretty charged. And I told my chairman, I said, I think I need to have what you said. You saw a little bit of future which I didn't see. When I realized these machines are coming in, it's not that we can stop them. They are coming inside. It's just that the question is, are they going to benefit people? Are they going to, is the question that, and when I saw this there, I said there were areas it could help me, which I conventionally cannot do. So it's not that everything should be robotic, but yes, some areas brilliant. It can do a good job. So we started writing papers. And I'll tell you one significant change, and I want each one of you all to think over this. When you leave this world, leave it slightly better than when you started off with. Slightly better. I'm not saying greatly better. So when you publish literature, and I used to sit into about 100 papers that I've written, which many of them have changed, but a couple of them, like the recent paper that I thought was a paper that when I was in US, I spoke about 15 years back, particularly referring to some of the oncologists there, classification in 1970 in the American Journal of Surgery. And everybody said, no, this is the standard, this is the way the world is accepted it. But I argued, and I said, that's too old, we need to make a new classification for carotid body tumors. And I was a young student, I was when I spoke in the published it, and I pursued it. And when I pursued it, a few years later, I was in Dhaka, I sat and I wrote the whole paper, and I published it. It is now known under the Rao and Arya classification. It is recently been considered among articles of the day that change practices. Now, when you think about it, and if I would have thought that some American fellow just rubbished my idea and come back here and kept quiet, it would have been so glad. So, now, I'm saying, when we did this paper, this is a recent paper of what's called selective embolization of the lingual artery. It's a very complicated name for the thing. It's confusing. What I finally did this was we were taught during the surgical training that if you have tongue cancer, especially at the base of the tongue, you cannot remove the base of the tongue and keep the interior tongue intact. It's like saying I'll remove the tooth and keep the first floor intact. Whereas when this patient came to me, this gentleman, I'm not going to go into the details of it, he came to me after chemotherapy recurrence. A tumor that was stuck into this area. And that patient was advised to do totalectomy and total glossectomy. So he said, I might have to this. So he said, do what you want. And that's when I went to my team and I said, there is a branch of a lingual artery which supplies to this, and then there are branches intact which are here. Can we go internationally and this and save the ground in the first floor? And they said, that's ridiculous. It's been taught not to do it. And I said, but logically, doesn't it seem right if I can get my margins right? And they said, okay, we will see. So, interventional radiologist, Dr. Shekhar, I again admire him for the boldness and the versatility of thinking. He said, let me put and look for probes. He did the thing, he emphasized it. And we need to achieve this vision. Again, I'm going to flip through this. This is just a quick snippet of that video that I'm going to show you all. Of how these robots washed up and what we did. It is just a 2-3 minute video, and I'm going to wrap it up from here. The main point that I wanted to show in this shows on how we did this entire surgery and what was the experience of getting there. Now, this is how the patient gets ready. There is a mouth opening. We give a good wide exposure. Now the robot machine comes towards the patient. And then we set up the thing, like I told you earlier, one eye, two hands, go inside and goes into inaccessible area. Now you can't go into the distant area. Additionally, distant surgeries got removed from surgery and went into chemo radiation because we can't reach there. So now I'm just showing you this particular step here, and I'm seeing if I can fast track. Okay, so that's when we are adding the. If you can see this part, this is the one eye and the two hands. So the machines have been added now. Instruments are being added right now. This is the way we call it the docking of the machine. So this is the left and right instrument. Left is the forceps and bipolar. Right is the scissoring and the cautery. So these two work together, and then after that we go inside and we visualize. So with the left hand we are holding the tumor, and then we start the surgery. So this is how we start. Now, if you look at the entire surgery, Western surgery is one of the most bloody surgeries that you can get. It bleeds so torrentially, it's not easy to operate on the base tongue. And in this case, it was so boring for me because there was no bleeding. I went on cutting and cutting. It looked like a cadaver. I just went and everybody was looking at it. My assistants and colleagues said, "Sir, do the बहुत boring है. तो कुछ कहीं bleeding ही नहीं है." We did a supraglottic laryngectomy and a glossectomy on this patient, and the entire surgery, not a drop of blood. And this is how we were able to completely excise the tumor. I'm just going to fast forward a little more bit. Okay. You can see the surgical part of how the robot is removing it. So precisely, so neatly, and with the complete clean this one. And we removed the entire ground floor now. So we removed the basement and there's nothing left. So my worry was what will happen to this fellow now? Is he going to live through it? Is he going to bleed to tomorrow? And we had taken all concern and the family was agreeing. The family said he'll anyway die, but we are not going to go through that total glossectomy, total laryngectomy. So we did this successfully. We got a clear margin. We were able to remove the full tumor. And this is where we are. I think final parts of the excision was to go up to the hyoid bone, dissect the entire hyoid bone with this and excise the tumor. So I'm just showing you the last part of how we, that is dissection from the hyoid bone that we did, from the periosteum of the hyoid bone to remove the tumor. I'm just repeating this to tell you, this is day 7 that we decontaminated the patient. Okay, and he was putting his tongue out normally. So now I felt I moved science a little bit further, a little bit. I would say maybe the media has moved forward. I wouldn't say, everybody told me this is not heard this. I said we should hear this more often. So we saved this voice box, and that was his video on day 7, no aspiration. So there was a parcel that he told them, but there was no aspiration. 7 months later, he came to me. Beautiful, even better this time. This time he's eating normally, he's doing the normal life. So I said, I want to see how it looks there. How has nature healed it? No plastic surgery, no nothing done. So the area healed so beautifully. It had created a new molecule and a new epiglottis, which had created. That's the one. And the vocal cord and everything was fine. He was eating well, swallowing well, speaking well. So it's now 6 years for this patient. And after that, I've done about 15 of these surgeries. I invented my own retractors, and then we published this in, this is the paper which I showed you earlier, is one of the world's best journals. It's the International Federation of Head and Neck Oncology Society and MD Anderson's Head and Neck Official Journal for the world. It got published as an original article, my contribution to the world. So we remember to say this can happen. I moved science a little bit, I changed it a little bit. And I think that's what I wanted all of you to think today. See, we are here, we're going to listen to one lecture, we're going to go back. And then we're going to do something, practice and everything. The question is, when I was telling the Vice Chancellor today, we both had a cup of coffee together, and I was telling him 20 years back, I went to him one day when in JNMC 22. I think asking him for a request, saying, "Can I get a projector?" Projector that one used to have OHP sheets for presentations, and I said, "Can I get a projector?" And he said, "What does that mean?" And he said, "I said, there's PowerPoint projectors. These OHPs are these new technology of projectors coming in. This is 22 years. It had just that time the talks were on." And he said, "No, I think you all should get it." And he bought us the first projector. He didn't know what a projector was, but he believed in us. And he said, "No," he said, "He said, if you think it's good." I found him just given 9 TED talks. Okay. And I recently, next month, I'm going to the United Nations to represent India with Michael Blum, Tedros, and the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. And I'm talking there. And whenever I tell Dr. Patil, I remember you because you bought me a projector. You got us a projector to help me. We used to do good presentation with OHP, but I still believe we made a small progress. And today I own a lot of it, and I tell them very thankfully that look, that project, you should keep telling people that you are talking about the project. Vishal uses that project of techniques to talk to them. But I think the long story short, I think move science forward, move and progress it further, and that's crucial. So I invented some retractors, 18 patents now. Officially, I'm now the country director for the International Federation of Inventors Association. So we took my IT personality of this year. So I'm hoping more and more people will come out of your generations. My generation are getting old now. I'm going tired, but still I'm hopeful. So I'll close with this, and I think I don't have much on these things, but I think I want to close with this more to tell you, especially to the younger generations, there's a lot much more. You have to be more hopeful than us. You have to actually achieve more, and you have to move the needle forward. So I think my teachers taught me and brought me to where I am today. And I think through them, push the needle forward. And every time I meet them, I tell them I moved the needle forward. I said, it's a good, responsible task done for the world. I did my little bit, and it made a decent difference. I'm not saying it's going to be making monumental, but I did make a difference. So when recently one of my inventions was taken by Prime Minister to Davos, I felt very happy. They asked me, "Would you want to come?" I said, "No." I said, "I'm happy seeing it there from a distance." I said, "I'll be happy because I'm a daily laborer. I sit in operator. What do I do in Davos in World Economic Forum?" But the point is to move the needle forward. I think thank you, Vidya, for inviting me. I'm such an honor. I want to come again and talk to more students, and I think many did students who are interacted with to ask them what is it that they want to do. I think these kids are the future here. I think we should be helping us, guiding us, maybe moving the needle forward for the next generation. Thank you, sir. Thank you again for the opportunity. I for this.
I'm sure all of you appreciate the illuminating lecture. So you deserve a round of applause and also a kind ovation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Friends, actually, please be seated. About 3 months back, when I was addressing the Institutional Innovative Council, an MHRD initiative for a medical college, I had gone through a WhatsApp message which I received, stating that an Indian doctor by name Dr. Vishal Rao, he was able to give back the voice of an individual because tracheotomy was known as vocal cord is removed because of the cancer and all. And the instrument that we were supposed to get from foreign country was so costly. So he came out with a plastic gadget worth 50 rupees, which can restore the voice. Am I right? Yes, sir. Yeah. So that particular example I gave, and I gave that example here also when I came, and Dr. Mudal told me, "Sir, the person whom you are quoting was a student of mine at JNMC." So I was very much eager to meet him today and listen to him. I should say that you are the future of the robotic surgery in India and also artificial intelligence. And with due apologies, Dr. Mudal told me that he was a person who was always thinking out of the box. He was unconventional from the point of thinking, unconventional from the point of doing certain things. So probably whatever we listen to him from today definitely indicates that only when you think out of the box, you'll be able to reach out. I wish many more such successes and laurels come from you.
Thank you.
For the benefit of people, particularly through oncosurgery and others.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So when we started the invention journey in 2010, everybody told us it's not possible. Today, I mean, it's a very good ecosystem. 2010, 11, everybody said not possible, not worth it. And today, when I'm holding on these patents, I recently got a patent granted for a new cancer drug. While I don't have cancer drug discovery expertise, you know, any intelligence you use from your school, college knowledge of chemistry, and you do all this. I still feel very happy, sir, to tell that there's so much of talent here. It need not be at Harvard, it need not be at Boston, it can come from here itself. And I insisted that we do all of this here. Today, I fought courts in America to win these battles on patents. And I'm determined, and when I did this, I realized how correct we were. Because it's just that you've been that this cannot be done here. We can tell you this cannot be imagined here, this cannot be done here. And thanks to government of India for all the support they gave us, you know, so people who believe in this journey because of which we were able to put off some absolute match stunts and show that we are here to actually solve a bigger problem.
So can you throw some light on that 50 rupees plastic chip that you're able to insert here?
So there are only two machines available in the world. One is the American one, which is by Bloom Single Group, and the other one is a European one. There are only two patents in the world. So they said it cannot be a third patent because most people are controlling the whole thing. And I always told them there's a particular which I can find on this. So me and my partner Shashank, who is a silicon designer, he helped me design it, just so that we can take it to about 140 countries which are poor. So when we started this, it was complex. But I think the first person who stepped in and helped us is government of India, telling us that you tried it, it's okay. We were very skeptical about whether it's going to happen or not. It's given a global patent, and thanks to it, it's now being scaled up. I've given the patents to government of India. So I believe in the principle of copyleft. When I share inventions, I open it, I tell the secrets up, and I say that we use all of our users instead of making that money out of that patent. Because a lot of industries believe in only keeping that patent for the money. Like if this is valuation is worth 100 crores, you know, it's very tempting to hear that number and say, oh, wow, you know. So sometimes when you open it up, I mean, you know, you give large message to the world, and that's what we give. That's what I give to America. So today, the American companies, the European companies, all came before me and stood down and said, no, please help us. You help us solve more of these things. Which is good. Russia, Denmark, I'm talking about recently some European nations who reached out to us. I feel happy, and I'm telling all of them. I, in fact, giving a recent lecture at Harvard Business School on disruptions, 20 minutes to disruptions. So there's a group of 50 world CEOs who sit, and it's a closed door unofficial discussion. But I'm given 20 minutes to confuse them on the philosophy of life. And you know, some youngsters are coming down, just listen to them and leave them out. And then we have a joint session. So that was just about a couple of weeks back. I went for that again for 1 day, I went only for this talk. But I think very beautiful because at the end of the session, they called them and asked them on what did you learn. So the Rolls-Royce CEO was there, and he was kind of very impressed. He told me, he said, Vishal, I want to give you, would you like to work with Rolls-Royce? I said, sir, I love your car, but I never owned them. But I said, I would love to work with you if there's an opportunity. So he said, no, we have something we can work with you on turbines. So I said, sir, I'm a surgeon. I said, turbines can I work? And in fact, on the road, I was seeing turbines, I was remembering the Rolls-Royce guy. So he said that they have a special slot called the non-domain expert. That means you should know nothing about the subject. So he said, a very beautiful thing, he said, non-domain expertise is very essential in today's world. So based on my interactions with him, I give another talk called ignorance is power. Because education has systematically ruined us from thinking. So we don't think because we've been educated. So ignorance in the 20th century, in the 21st century, ignorance is going to be our power, not knowledge. Knowledge may mislead us in the many things.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the university, I request you to visit us once again. Yes, we have got a very proactive university council many of the youngsters of our college and medical college and our university, they are coming up with a good number of innovations, particularly in the healthcare sector. Sure. So your pep talk and your encouragement and inspiration may go a long way. So we request you to use it once again exclusively for IIC. So speak to them and interact with them and show the motivation. Thank you.
International Federation of Inventors Association has created India's branch, which just got inaugurated last week, called IFIA Bharat. I'm the National Director for Health. So officially, I can tell you that from IFIA Bharat, we'll conduct this program here for all of these youngsters on inventions, how to innovate, entrepreneurship. I can spearhead that on Dr. Mudho's orders and your orders and be part of this. Happy to do it.
Please help us in respect. Again, thank you very much. And we are really indebted to you for the excellent illuminating talk. Thank you very much.
That innovative talk, sir, and it has surely motivated our students. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for the amazing talk. Now I would request Dr. R.C. BIDRI, sir, and the Pro Chancellor, sir, to felicitate Dr. Vishal Rao.
Lunch, you announced lunch.
We'll be breaking for lunch now. The second part of the session shall resume at 3:30.
Established in 1910 by Vachana Pitamaha Dr. P.G. Halakatti, Vijayapur Lingayat District Education Association or BLDE has a history of more than 100 years. Following a firm foundation laid by Dr. P.G. Halakatti, visionary leaders such as Shri Sangana Basaveshwara Mahashiva Yogigalu of has under its umbrella more than 75 institutions located in Vijayapura and Bagalkot districts. The institutions run by BLDE include primary and secondary schools, public schools, high schools, PU colleges, autonomous arts, science and commerce degree colleges, and professional institutions such as colleges
the new challenges. I would like to call upon the chairpersons, Dr. Shailaja BIDRI ma'am and Dr. Shri.
Hide video panel, hide meeting.
Good afternoon. It is my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Samar Gupte. Samar Gupte has done his MBBS from State GS Medical College, Mumbai, and MD in Obstetrics and Gynecology from Grant Medical College. He has trained extensively in the field of gynecological oncology at Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai, and has been the first ever SAP from Baba National Institute fellowship in gynecological oncology and oncosurgery. He has also trained in the UK for 2 years. Over the years, he has been an invited faculty as a speaker and organizer for a large number of regional and conferences and CMEs in the field of gynecological cancer. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for such a kind introduction. Before I begin, I would like to, I think the voice volume is a little too much. First of all, I'd like to thank the eminent dignitaries, Dr. BIDRI sir, for having me here. It's such an honor and a privilege to come to this fantastic institution. All the stories that we heard today morning are mind-boggling and really inspiring for us. Now let me come to the topic that I'm going to talk on gynecologic oncology. Throughout the morning, you have these plethora of fantastic talks, inspiring talks of all sorts. I think I'm going to bring that notch down completely down to baseline. I'm going to talk about cancers, gynecology, and women, which is kind of the least looked at cancers all over India and possibly the world. So why gynecologic oncology? Now, this sounds very intuitive that, it's a field that deals with, cancers that arise in the female genital tract, and the gynecologist is the person who deals with it. The question that people should be asking is, why did this field ever come around? Was there a need for this field? And so I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the need for this field and how it actually started. So basically, this is what gynecological cancers involves: your cervix, uterus. I just mentioned all the organs that are there, which is very evident to everybody. And also cancer-like conditions like endometriosis, chronic PID, fibroids, large pelvic sarcomas. They all require the same skill set, whether it is a surgical skill set or any other skill set that is required. Now, let me take you back down to anatomy, right? This is the bony pelvis that everybody studied in anatomy. Now, when we were animals, when we were mammals, and we were walking on all fours, the inlet of the pelvis was perpendicular to the ground. Evolution happened, we stood up. When we stood up, the pelvic inlet did not become parallel. It kind of remained at a tilted angle, which anyone in gynecology and obstetrics knows the angle of inclination and so on and so forth. As a result of this, there were a lot of problems that happened and a lot of changes that happened inside. Now let's go to the next part. This is again to tell you that it's like a big basket of bone lined internally by a big group of muscles, which is lined internally by blood vessels. And these blood vessels take a tortuous route inside, out of which the internal iliac artery is something that is very dear to all of us, as well as the ovarian artery. Inside that is the complicated lymphatic drainage. Inside that are these complex pelvic organs, that is the uterus, the ovaries, and the others. If you look at it anatomically, you have the bladder in the front, the uterus in the middle, the rectum at the back, and then you have this ureter that goes right from the kidneys to the bladder, and the uterine arteries that come from laterally to medially. So it's a complex hodgepodge that is there in the pelvis. So any problem that happens in the pelvis is going to involve all these structures in a very complicated manner. To this, you add two very, very basic physiological functions. Every month, a woman has a period, and during that time, the vasculature increases, decreases, increases, decreases. And this over a period of time brings about certain changes in the pelvic venous structure. More than that, most women would have 1, 2, or even more children at some point of time in their life. And at that point, the pelvic vasculature increases or changes even more drastically. So you've got all these complex things set up, and that gives rise to a very difficult area to deal with. And obviously, if you've got a cancer in that area, it's going to be even more difficult. Now, I'll tell you more things. So what happened was when in the 1960s and 70s, women were being treated for cancer by surgeons, gynecologists. They realized that those women who were treated by those gynecologists who trained more extensively in cancers, the outcomes were far better. They did far better in terms of not only quantity of life, but quality of life. We've had a lot of talk today morning about the quality of life. And I think this is what, the focus was that not only should the quantity increase, but the quality of life. In fact, there were a lot of papers and literature that came up that talked about patients treated by gynecologists, oncologists, had better outcomes than those treated by general gynecologists, and superior outcomes were treated by general surgeons. I'm sure general surgeons also will be frowning, but this is what evidence actually tells us. So that's one aspect of it, that gynae oncologists can give better care. But why? If you take all the cancers from head to foot in women, be it brain, blood, liver, lung cancer, leukemia, lymphoma, you mention it, 60% of all cancers in women are breast and gynecological cancers. Just these two areas that give rise to 60% of all cancers in women. All the others just account for 40% of cancers. So this is something which is very striking and which nobody really bothers about these statistics. They club all cancers in one go. And, head and neck cancer are given importance and so on and so forth. But we do know that in women, it is predominantly these two areas that account for most of the cancers. So that may be older data, but we look at projected data. Globocon is an organization that collects data and projects it. Even in 2030, it is predicted that 30% of all cancers in women are gynec. If you add breast to it, it becomes 55%. So these are kind of huge figures. I know I'm throwing figures at you, and this is not really something that you all want to read. But just to highlight it, today we see around 120,000 new cases of cervical cancer a year, of whom 77,000 die. So similar figures are there. And I'm going to talk about each of these a little later, especially something like uterine cancer, where you'll say it's only 16,000 cancers in a year. What is the big deal in that? But I tell you what the big deal is when we come down to that part. So again, this is the projected data 2030 and 2040. So except for cervical cancer, which thankfully is under some sort of control, though we really have to control it a lot more, breast, ovary, uterus cancers are rising every decade by almost 30% increase, which is a huge, huge number. And as you can probably read or guess, it's all related to environment and how India is developing. So let's start with a bit of cervical cancer issues. As I said, 120,000 new cases a year in 2020, which means that every 9 minutes a woman is being diagnosed with cancer. 70,000 deaths a year, which means every, say, 12 minutes a woman is dying of cervical cancer. So these are kind of, just statistics that one can throw at you all to kind of make an impact. But the fact is that we still have a 60% mortality in cervical cancer. This is the cervix, the lower end of which becomes cancerous. So this is just to jog your memory. Commonest age groups are 60 to 64, though we see a lot of it in 35 to 39 age group. Now, we all have heard that cervical cancer is preventable. So let me shed a light on why is it the most preventable. We know the risk factors that are involved. We know it has a long natural history. We know that cervix is easily accessible. Every time you examine a woman in your clinic, you can see the cervix, you can do a pap smear, you can do so many things. So it's very easily accessible. And vaccines, and I'm going to talk again a minute later about vaccines also. So let's look at all these known risk factors. We know the risk factors. Young age at first intercourse, multiple sexual partners, cigarette smoking, high parity, low socioeconomic status. So these are all the factors that we know of, and obviously HPV, human papillomavirus infection. So all these factors are known factors. All these factors are modifiable factors. They are behavior-related factors, and it's only education and awareness that is going to do the trick for us. HPV virus, is a very ubiquitous virus. It is present everywhere. 224 different types have been identified till date, out of which only 75 are pathogenic. Of which 16, 18, and some others are responsible cervical, vaginal, vulval cancers, and 6, 11 in the others are responsible for genital warts. Something like this. This is what genital warts would look like. The next factor we talk about is long natural history. You can ask me, what do you mean by long natural history? Well, let's assume this is a normal cervix. Let's assume the risk factors are there, which we talked about earlier. They act on the cervix. Precancerous changes happen and finally lead to cancer. But the trick is that this takes 15 to 25 years to happen. And during these 15 to 25 years, if you are to evaluate these women on a regular basis, you can actually pick up precancerous lesions and treat them before they become cancers. So this is the second reason why it's the most preventable cancer. So the question arises, how can you protect yourself? Awareness, vaccination, screening. We all know that. Awareness is exactly the same corollary of what I showed you earlier.
It's about educating our girl children, telling them about age of marriage, when to have their first children. I know this is a very cliche thing to talk about in today's society, but it is advisable to have moderate monogamous sexual behavior. As I said, this is something that we can't push onto people. It is generations change, people change. So, but this is generally good behavior that is going to give rise to, less incidence of cervical cancer. Avoid tobacco. Tobacco, nicotine is something that enhances the action of the HPV virus. So that's a big, big reason why cervical cancer happens. As I said, I'm going to talk a little bit about the cervical cancer vaccine, which is really, really good and it is really promoted today. We have basically available two types of vaccine. That is a quadrivalent vaccine against 4 HPV types and the bivalent vaccine against 2 HPV types. We've had this for quite a few number of years today. Literature has data for up to 12 years today where it's really, really effective in preventing formation of cervical cancer. And today you have the non-bivalent or the vaccine that acts against 9 viruses also. The only problem here is the cost condition. The earlier two ones that I mentioned in white, they cost about 3,000 rupees for a single shot. And the non-bivalent vaccine, which is really new, can cost up to 11,000. So until they become a part of the Indian vaccination program, it's going to be prohibitively expensive for most of our patients. Luckily, the Indian vaccine Cervarix is on cards now, and if that comes into the market, then we're looking at 200 to 300 rupees per shot, and I think that is something that should be really, really promoted. So how do we promote it? So FOXI, our Federation of OBGYN Society of India, the IAP, the Indian Academy of Pediatricians, as well as WHO, have all strongly advised and suggested that girls from the age of 9 to 26 should get the vaccine. Those who are between 9 and 14 should get even 2 doses are sufficient 6 months apart. Those who are older than 14 need possibly 3 doses, one today, one maybe 1 or 2 months later, and one 6 months later. So that's very broadly speaking about cervical cancer vaccine. And I think this is something that we really need to propagate and promulgate more strongly amongst our women in our society. Screening, which is absolutely necessary, which we talked about. Screening declines the incidence of cervical cancer. What is screening? The moment a woman comes into a clinic and you're examining her, please take a pap smear. Use anything that you have, a spatula, brush. Even if you don't have liquid-based cytology, just smear it on a slide. Anything and everything helps. FOXI recommends to start screening at the age of 30 years, but typically it's very difficult to screen women regularly in India. Even women from educated classes are reluctant to go for 3 early screening programs. We all know that, let alone the rest of the uneducated strata that we have here. So what is the dictum? The dictum is at least once in a lifetime you must screen a woman. So at this time, every time a woman first time comes to you for an antenatal checkup, for anybody, whether it's a general practitioner or an obstetrician, it's a good idea to do a pap smear for them and as often as possible. So this is the mantra that we in developing countries live by. At least once in a lifetime you screen and screen as often as possible. At the same time, in your clinics, you'll have a plethora of simple chemicals like the acetic acid, the Lugol's iodine, which can be applied to the cervix. And there are ways and means of looking at abnormalities called visual inspection with acetic acid, or visual inspection with Lugol's iodine. So there are different ways and means that you can, in a simple clinic, take a look at the cervix. Any abnormality that you find on that, we do what is known as a colposcopy. So this is a handheld colposcope that I carry everywhere. It is cloud connected. You can generate real-time images. It has AI built into it, and you can have abnormalities that the AI can tell you. You might think it's normal. The AI tells you it's abnormal. So there are many, many new things. And this entire machine that I have cost only 3 lakh rupees. It's fully portable, mobile. I can carry it from place to place. I've taken it for a lot of camps in Chhattisgarh, and it's immensely useful. So this is where we've come to. In the past, we used to have this massive machine connected by wires to a desktop, and that is where you generate the image. You have to print out a sheet. Here, you don't have to do anything. So as we spoke about it, as technology is advancing, everything else is also moving ahead. So this is some of the ugly cervixes that you can come across if you put acetic acid. And these could be all sorts of abnormalities that you may need to biopsy in your clinic. A brief word on actual invasive cervical cancer. Intermenstrual bleeding, postcoital bleeding, postmenopausal bleeding, and any abnormal discharge. These are the prime symptoms that we look at. And biopsy obviously tells you whether there's a cervical cancer. I'm not going into staging and all that, it will get complicated. But only thing I've highlighted this red star for stage 1 of the cervix, cervical cancer, because it is only in stage 1 that we propagate surgery. In all the other stages of cervical cancer, it is concurrent chemoradiation, and that is a rule across the board now. Anybody who tells me I'm operating a stage 3 cervical cancer
A doesn't know cancers and B doesn't know to operate. So it's as simple as that. You can only operate and do a good job in stage 1 cervical cancers. A small word on the surgery for cervical cancer. It's a very cliche word that we've been taught when we were students called Wertheim's hysterectomy, which is that great radical hysterectomy that we do. But Wertheim's was not somebody who devised it himself. He also stood on the shoulders of a lot of giants who came earlier before him and then devised the Wertheim's hysterectomy. Today, we have more or less given up the nomenclature of naming a surgery under somebody else. We call it a radical hysterectomy. There are different classifications called the pure Rutledge classification for surgeries for cervical cancer or for any hysterectomy for that matter. And then there are classifications known as Querlo-Morrow 2008. So it's not that I want you to read all this carefully and understand. What I'm trying to drive here is that gynae oncology has progressed to a great extent. We do a lot of specialized work and we can give women a lot of good quality and quantity of life. And this is all just to bring to your notice. I mean, nobody expects students here to know the Querlo-Morrow classification. I didn't know it when I was doing OBGYN, let alone when I was a student. But this is something I thought is an awareness phenomenon that yes, there are specialists who exist and do good amount of work based on what literature is available today. Again, another thing that I wanted to highlight here, radical hysterectomy plus lymphadenectomy was done open-wise, was done laparoscopically and robotically. We had beautiful talk about robotic work in oral cancers by Dr. Vishal Rao earlier. But unfortunately, cervical cancer just takes one step back and there is no role of laparoscopy or robotic as of now. There was this huge international trial called the LACC that was conducted that completely proved that if you do robotic, or rather you do any minimal invasive surgery for cervical cancer, the incidence of recurrence was far higher. So as of now, if you're going to operate on cervical cancer, it has to be open surgery. Of course, we have things like for younger women, we do something known as trachelectomy where we only remove the cervix. And the list goes on and on. So there are many options that we can give women. Now I come to the crux of the talk, which is uterine cancer, endometrial cancer. Numbers are small, 16,000. Of course, they're increasing rapidly. And percentage of women dying is also smaller, 38%, which is good. You want to bring it lower. Now, why is this the most talked of cancer? This as well as the ovarian cancer. It's the commonest cancer in the Western world. Postmenopausal bleeding is the main sign and symptoms. And to diagnose, you need to do a DNC. But why does this cancer happen? There's a much higher incidence in women who are elderly, obese, diabetic, and hypertensive. If you look around you, that is exactly the phase that we are in today. We have women who are living longer, women who are getting more obese, women who are therefore diabetics, therefore hypertensive, and they're going to get this disease. You see the number of young girls who come to your clinic with polycystic ovaries today, immense. That's going to give you an epidemic of endometrial cancer when they are in their late 40s or early 50s. I'm talking about end of 2030, beginning of 2040. So this is where we are headed. United States of America is in that same boat, or the Western world is in the same boat in 1990s and 2000s. India follows the US by around 20-30 years, and we are going to reach that same point unless we take a step back and evaluate our systems today. We have a much larger population. We have a large number of young girls with PCOS, and they're definitely going to heading towards endometrial cancer in the future. Nutrition is growing, India is developing, girls are getting better nutrition, which is fantastic, but that gives rise to early menarche, late menopause. They're nulliparous because they want to have a career, nothing wrong in that. But these are some of the risk factors that are there, and we are going to see an epidemic in some time. What is the treatment for endometrial cancer? Again, it's hysterectomy with a very detailed lymphadenectomy. This is perhaps the only cancer in gynecology where you can use laparoscopy and robotic. In fact, robotic has been very kind to us because operating on 130 kg women with taking a big incision, it's a nightmare. Robotic surgery has really revolutionized our care for these women today. So this is something just to throw a photo at you. This is what the end result should look like if you're doing a good pelvic and a retroperitoneal lymphadenectomy with exposing the aorta, the IVC, and all these vessels here. I'll go to ovary. Ovarian cancer is 45,000 and the incidence is increasing. But look at the percentage of that, 70%. Ovarian cancer is a killer. It is the most lethal gynecological cancer. And it's often called as the silent killer. The reason is because ovaries are small. If they get cancerous, you have no symptoms. They start growing, they spread a little bit here and there. Women start complaining of vague symptoms, some nausea, feeling full very early. They're not very happy. They go to a general practitioner acidity है, आपका वजन बढ़ रहा है, आप exercise करो. A lot of advice is given to them. And when finally and actually a sonography is done at some point of time, we realize that they've got ascites, a pelvic mass, and so on and so forth. So that's why it's called a silent killer, that by the time you diagnose it, it's pretty late. Risk factors are almost similar to endometrial cancer, but genetic predisposition has a very, very huge role to play in ovarian cancers. Remember, oral contraceptive pills are protective, and therefore it's a good idea to selectively and judiciously promote OC pills in women. Breastfeeding is protective. Having children is also protective. Of course, the maximum benefit of having pregnancies to decrease ovarian cancer extends to about 2 pregnancies. It's not that if you have 9, you'll have much less chance. It's nothing like that. So as I said, signs and symptoms are vague. A lot of investigation that we talk about, there are a lot of tumor markers, there are CT scans, MRI, PET scans. But at the end of the day, the only way that we can actually treat ovarian cancer is surgery followed by chemotherapy. So the gold standard is radical cytoreductive surgery followed by chemotherapy is the standard of management. Obviously, it is a big surgery. There is no role of minimal access in these surgeries. The whole idea is to remove any and every area of disease so that there is no visible disease and no palpable disease left inside. That is called a R0 or a CC0 reduction, where you remove everything under the sun. And in order to do that, you may have to remove things like this. You may have to strip the diaphragm, you may have to remove the colon, multiple areas of where the deposits are. And therefore, these are tedious, painstaking surgeries that take a lot of time, a lot of effort, and you need a very, very good team to help you out with these kind of things. So these are just some areas that, you may have to strip the diaphragm if it's involved. Obviously, after you've done all that, we come to chemotherapy, which forms an integral part of ovarian cancer treatment. There are many newer approaches that I've highlighted. I think even in the morning, Dr. Dattatre talked about targeted therapy, immunotherapy. There's a concept called HIPEC, where during surgery, we pour heated chemotherapy inside the abdomen. So all these are newer approaches that are in the pipeline that are yet to go RCTs or randomized control trials. But things do exist, and we are moving forward even in the care of ovarian cancer. Occasionally, we come across something that would look like a tumor, a simple fibroid, but this is something that turns out to be a sarcoma. If you look at an entire big mass, the uterus is only on one corner. The rest of it is this big tumor that we need to remove. Sometimes we come across something known as a GIST, which is a gastrointestinal stromal tumor. So these are all the googlies that are thrown to us. And if I was a plain OBGYN spending half my night awake delivering women and doing C-section, the next day doing a small hysterectomy, and I come across this, I'm going to be very stumped. I wouldn't know what to do. And therefore, having specialized gynae oncology does help, because their focus is only on these areas and not on anything else. Like in my practice, I have stopped doing obstetrics the day I started gynae oncology. So I don't have to bother about women in labor. I don't have to bother about antenatal women and things like that. Let me last and not the least, but come to vulval cancers. Again, vulval cancers, if you look at the number, it is 3,447 in 2020, which is a ridiculously small number for anybody to be worried about. But that's not the case. Again, this is a cancer that is increasing rapidly. And the reason is, I'll come to that, but the vulva actually includes all these areas right around the opening. Again, this is purely an anatomy lesson, nothing more than that. Vulval cancers actually spread to the groin nodes, which become a very important determinant in our treatment for vulval cancers. So look at the causes here. It is less common. It is rare, but it's more common in the elderly. The moment you cross 70, 75, your chance of vulval cancer shoot up. Now, we are going to see loads and loads of women crossing 70, 75 as the years go back. So vulval cancer is going to become more and more prominent. It is slow growing. There are a lot of risk factors like intraepithelial neoplasia, smoking, lichen sclerosis. In fact, lichen sclerosis and lichen planus are pretty much pre-evident, precancerous lesions, as they are called today, because they can develop into vulval cancers. So this is one cancer that you need to be aware about. Very rarely when we are examining an elderly woman do we think that there could be cancer here. Most of them would come to you with itching and you're thinking about fungal infections, lichen sclerosis, or some skin disorder. Very rarely do you think that itching could be a sign of a cancer. But it's something to think about and keep at the back of your mind, so you shouldn't miss these cancers. Treatment is again surgery, radical vulvectomy and bilateral groin lymphadenectomy. Of course, it is catered. If a woman is very elderly and not that fit, then I wouldn't do such a major surgery on them. Biopsy is almost always recommended prior to doing a major surgery. Biopsy can be done in the OPD or in the OT. That's an individual decision. So these are some of the photographs that I have for a standard simple vulval cancer that comes across your way. The red areas that I've circled, this is multifocal vulval cancer at both the areas here.
And the first thing one does is marks an incision so that you have a good 1 centimeter margin, and then you remove the entire specimen of the vulva. And this is what it looks like at the end of it. It looks very drastic, but it is not. The reconstruction does take time, but we do it very carefully over a period of 1 hour. At the end of 1 hour, you've sutured everything nicely, and it looks quite good. These women are with us for about 4 to 5 days. On day 3, we remove the catheter and send them home. This is what it looks like at the end of maybe 2 weeks, where there is a little bit of edema at the bottom posterior part, as you can see. At the end of 6 weeks, it's more or less healed, and they have good functionality. So this is something that we offer, and they do well with these kind of procedures. Very rarely do they actually need radiation or chemotherapy afterwards, but yes, if the lymph nodes and all are involved, they do need it. This is again, if you look at the bottom right figure, when we need to do something like a groin node lymphadenectomy, this is the kind of incision that we need to take. And something on the left is what it would look like once the groin nodes have been removed. So why are these surgeries difficult, and what do we need? As you must have probably realized, extensive surgeries, many areas involved, dense adhesions because of the tumor, patient general condition. Usually these are elderly age group. I wouldn't say elderly, but they are not spring chickens. They are 50 plus people who are there, 60s, 70s. They may have comorbidities, and therefore these surgeries tend to be really difficult. There are a lot of complications that we come across, like anesthesia, hemorrhage, bowel complications, trauma to other organs. And therefore, it's always a teamwork. We need a lot of good teams involved to do gynae oncology care. Gynae oncology is not something that I can go to a nursing home and say, chalo kar dete hain wahan pe. It doesn't work like that. If I have to give a good result, it has to be in a center which has an ICU, where I have a GI surgeon as a backup, a good blood bank, I have an ICU as a backup, because all these sorts of complications we see very, very routinely. So just to look at complication, look at this. This is one wound that I thought sutured very well. On day 14, she came and I removed the stitches and everything opened. The muscles are exposed below, and thing that I could do for her. We did dressing for a long time. It didn't work. Finally, we had to put what is known as a wound vac, which actually suctions and closes the wound up, and eventually it starts healing in course of time. And this is very distressing because this is in the groin for an elderly 70-year-old woman, which is, you can imagine the poor lady's distress. The entire groin is open. They can't walk properly. They can't do anything. So these are some of the things that we come across. But we do have good teams that go home, do home dressing, do home wound vac. So it's about setting up an infrastructure for all this, and that is how you can provide good quality care for these women. This I think I've just mentioned, so I'm not going to go into it. The features of our work that we do in gynae oncology. So this is a chart that I give to all our gynecology colleagues that I meet across in Mumbai, and keep this chart with you. If you have any of these symptoms anywhere else, do think about the cancers. I'm not saying that these symptoms means it's a cancer, but it should be in your mind, and you should screen these women, or at least test them for it. So as everybody has spoken earlier, cancer or cancer surgery is a test. It's an uphill task. Test is not just because it's difficult. It stands for training, equipment, support, and teamwork. And that is what we believe in. So we always have a team. I have a team of 7-8 other gynae oncologists with me, and we go and do similar work at different institutes. So that if I'm not available, like today I'm in Vijayapura, I have my team out there who's looking after our post-ops, and that works very well for all of us. Even patients are happy. Nobody is neglected. There are quality of life challenges like Dr. Sunil spoke about, and he does very well to deal with these issues. Fatigue, neurotoxicity. This is the kind of lymphedema that you can get. These are sad cases like elephantiasis types, but you can have this. The cancer is cured, but the treatment has resulted in this, which is so much of a morbidity to this lady. But there are people who still live with dignity, like those with stomas, and they can lead a good life in this fashion. There are other challenges, long-term sequelae, psychological issues, which we had Dr. Deepa speak about that to us also. And so ultimately, cancer care is not just about radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and surgery, which we all know, but it's also about psychological counseling, rehabilitation, and occupational therapy. All these 6 complement each other, and the basis for that can also be palliative care. So I think I've tried to give in a nutshell what gynae oncology is all about, as well as what cancer care can be all about, which you've heard. I think that's all. I won't bore you all anymore. Thank you for a very patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for the informative session. All the topics of gynae oncology have been covered. Sir, I have just one question. What would be the surgeries of preference for you in CA cervix stage 1?
So CA cervix stage 1, we do a radical hysterectomy type 3, with a bilateral pelvic lymphadenectomy, and that is the treatment of choice for them. Now, if you're talking about stage 1, we technically divide it into 1A, 1B, 1B1, 1B2, 1B3. Today, 1B3 means tumors which are more than 4 centimeters in size. So for those tumors also, I'm reluctant to actually do surgery, because more often than not, even after surgery, they're going to need radiation therapy and or concurrent chemoradiation. And we know that in CS service, dual modality treatment gives rise to a lot of morbidity, whereas a single modality like concurrent chemoradiation is curative by itself. So we take a judgment call. If I have a young lady who's 40 and she's got a big tumor there, 1B3, I would operate because I want to give her a functional vagina without shortening and things like that. But if she's a 65, 70-year-old lady, I'd rather just subject her to good radiation chemotherapy and she'll be cured, you know. So we have to cater that approach.
Any questions from the audience, please?
One more question. Is there any role of chemoradiation in vulval cancer?
Oh, of course, chemoradiation has a brilliant role to play in vulval cancer. It has a radiation on 3 fronts. One is sometimes we come across vulval cancer, which is so large, it's involving the urethra and the anal canal. In those patients, we often give them chemoradiation first to downstage the disease and then operate. That's one. Secondly, in women whom we do primary surgery, but the tumor is big or the lymph nodes are involved, then they also need concurrent or just chemoradiation, whatever it is. And thirdly, we do come across a 90-year-old who's got such bad disease, but they're just unfit for surgery. At least we give them basic radiation to make them symptom-free, like what we call palliative radiation. So there is a role for chemoradiation in vulval cancer also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the very insightful speech. Thank you to the chairpersons. I would like to call upon the last speaker of the CME session. It's Dr. Atul Thobbe. His topic of the day would be pediatric hematology, no more clinical enigma. And the chairpersons for the session, there will be Dr. Surekha Arakiri and Dr. S.S. Kalyan Shetty.
So, the last speaker probably we have faculty, Dr. Nothing Probably. He has been from college. He's a PG from BLDE University, PG from James Mental, and he's done fellowship in hematology and oncology at Mental. His areas of interest are like allogeneic bone marrow transplant in beta thalassemia, plastic and leukemia. So, he will be speaking on over clinical anemia of pediatric hematological malignancy. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for a kind introduction. Respected dignitaries, teachers, colleagues, and dear students. So, I will be discussing on the topic pediatric hematological malignancy and over clinical enigma. So, before starting my talk, I would like to thank respected Sivagiri sir, organizing committee BLDE University for giving me an opportunity and honor to stand on the dais and enter the talk. So, why I chose pediatric hematological malignancy and no more clinical enigma. So, usually solid tumors are very well picked up earlier because of good diagnostics and good immunohistopathological investigations. So, question arises when there is a hematological malignancy, it's a little difficult to diagnose. So, why childhood cancers are often difficult to detect at early stages? Because the most often the symptomatology will be non-specific, the complaints will be insidious in onset, and they often mimic the variety of most common childhood disorders. So, when there are such hindrances, so we should always keep the degree of suspicion of cancer at very high. So, if we keep the degree of suspicion of cancer very high, we can do a prompt diagnosis. And as we all know, with a prompt diagnosis, there will be definitely a better prognosis. And one more advantage of diagnosing childhood cancer at early age is that each tumor have got risk stratified approaches. These risk stratified approaches significantly decreases the treatment rate and mortality, which is 30% of it. So what are the types of pediatric hematological malignancies we come around? So they are broadly classified into leukemias, lymphoma, and myeloma. So leukemia and lymphoma, they come with the cell of origin either lymphoid series or myeloid series, and myeloma cell of origin is plasma cells. So what are the most common leukemias we find in pediatric age group? There are B or T cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia, or mixed phenotypic acute lymphoblastic leukemia, which is called MPL, acute myeloid leukemia, chronic myeloid leukemia, juvenile monocytic leukemia, and Burkitt's lymphoma stage 4, which is called Burkitt's leukemia. And lymphomas, most commonly non-Hodgkin's lymphoma like T lymphoblastic lymphoma, diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, anaplastic large B-cell lymphoma, Burkitt's lymphoma. In adults, we also find other non-Hodgkin's lymphoma like follicular lymphoma, mantle cell lymphoma, or primary mediastinal B-cell lymphoma, which are slightly rare in the pediatric age group. And myeloma, of course, it's also very rare in pediatric age group, which are broadly classified into active and smoldering. In active, there may be light chain, heavy chain, kappa, lambda chains, and all. So what are the solid tumors where we can have an hematological presentations? So these are called marrow infiltrating tumors. So most common marrow infiltrating tumors we see in pediatric age group is neuroblastomas, rhabdomyosarcomas, Langerhans cell histiocytosis, then Hodgkin's lymphomas, and even sarcoma. So these are solid tumors which infiltrate the bone marrow and cause cytopenias. So whenever we suspect any cytopenias in the peripheral blood picture, so we should always suspect any solid tumor is residing in the body or not. So coming to the disease burden, so they say every 3 minutes a child is diagnosed with cancer somewhere in the world. In 3 lakh worldwide incidence of childhood cancer, 76,800, that is 26% is the Indian incidence of the global figure in 2017. So in this pie chart, we can see the most common tumor, which is the leukemia, followed by brain spinal cord tumors, followed by neuroblastoma, Wilms tumor, lymphoma like Hodgkin's and non-Hodgkin's lymphomas, bone tumors like osteosarcomas, Ewing's sarcomas, rhabdomyosarcoma, and lastly the retinoblastoma. So the recent study conducted by Lancet pointed out that 82% of cancer cases are among the children comes from the poorer countries. The rate of cancer among the children in India is 80 to 90 children per 1 lakh. So current Vijayapura population is around 4.5 to 5 lakhs. So at least there are 50 to 100 children in the town who need the help. So here we can see the cancer in children is around 5% of total cancer burden in India. In India, the cancer is the 9th most common cause for deaths among children between 5 and 14 years of age. 82% of children with cancer globally in the poorest countries. Regarding the prognosis, I will be discussing in the later slides. Over 90% of children at risk of having cancer who live in low middle income countries. Globally, in 2017, about 11.5 million years of healthy life was lost due to childhood cancer. Globally, 700 children are diagnosed with cancer every day. So this is an Indian study done at AIMS Delhi, published in Indian Academy of Pediatrics. So we can see here at least 154 cases were there in the 2012 in the city of Bangalore. However, the evidences and data was significantly less because lack of registration, lack of cancer history, inability to maintain the cancer history at all the hospitals of India. So what are the most common symptoms and signs of malignancy? So the child can present with fever, constitutional symptoms like weight loss, fatigue and pallor, lymph node swelling, aches and pains in bones and joints, difficulty in breathing, petechiae, purpura, and hair veiling. So what are the reflux in fever where we have to suspect there may be a pediatric hematological malignancies? So whenever we see unexplained fever like pyrexia of unknown origin persisting, unduly prolonged course of pyrexia of unknown origin for 4 to 6 weeks,
and often it's unresolved. Any amount of antibiotics, antipyretics, you still the fever is not subsiding, unresolving. And sometimes if the fever is associated with the night sweats, which is classical presentation of Hodgkin's lymphoma, so you have to suspect there is an underlying malignancy. And the pre-extreme fever, as we all know, it's a cyclical fever spikes for 4 to 5 weeks. Every week, the child will have 1 to 2 fever spikes per week. So whenever these fever is associated with constituent symptoms like weight loss, fatigue, and progressive pallor, so we have to suspect there may be hematological malignancy. So what are the red flags in pains in bones and joint where we have to suspect the cause may be a hematological malignancy? So why there will be pain in bones and joint in malignancy? Because of accumulation of the cancer cells and metabolites of it cause the sharp persistent pain. So usually pain will be at rest and even present throughout the night. And it won't be relieved by any kinds of NSAIDs we give. And the site of pain is directly proportional to the marrow content of the bone. So mostly malignant bone pain often comes in sternum followed by spine, then the iliac bone, the lower and upper limbs. So pediatric malignancy joint involvement, it will be usually arthralgia more than arthritis. There won't be any joint swelling or restriction of joint movements in hematological malignancy. So, and here the arthritis, if it is there, if it is usually non-migratory, as we see migratory polyarthritis in rheumatic heart disease, and usually the involvement will be unsymmetrical, unlike in rheumatoid arthritis, we'll see symmetrical involvement of joints. So whenever these aches in bones and joints are associated with constitutive symptoms, so again we have to think that there may be underlying hematological malignancy. So coming to the next most common symptomatology is lymphadenopathy. So what is the basic definition of lymphadenopathy? Increase in lymph node size in cervical axillary by more than 1.5 centimeter, more than 1 centimeter, inguinal more than 1.5 centimeters, epicochlear more than 0.5 centimeters, and supraclavicular node of any size. So mostly this lymphadenopathy will be because of infectious. First, we have to rule out any staphylococcal, streptococcal, EBV, herpes, filaria, mycobacterium, HIV. So what are the red flag signs in lymphadenopathy where we have to suspect there may be a malignancy underlying? So usually the lymphadenopathy will be generalized in malignancy, and sometimes the regional adenopathy involving the head and neck. We have to suspect there may be any Hodgkin's or non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, or adenopathy involving epitopic and supraclavicular stationed group nodes. We have to again think of malignancy. And if there is a presence of large mediastinal lymphadenopathy, which I will be discussing in the next slide, and if the lymph nodes have progressively increasing in size, so we have to suspect there may be a malignancy. So what will be the pulmonary findings of the lymph nodes in a malignancy? They are hard, rubbery, matted, we can find even in tuberculosis. Then it will be non-tender, immobile, and non-erythematous. So when this kind of presentation is associated with, again, constitutive symptoms, we have to suspect there may be a malignancy underlying. So coming to the mediastinal mass. So how a child will with a mediastinal mass present with. So usually it present with the positional shortness of breath, suffusion of face, cough and hoarseness. So here we are dealing with something called superior vena cava syndrome. So what are the differential diagnosis of mediastinal lymphadenopathy? As we know, the mediastinum is divided into anterior mediastinum, middle mediastinum, and posterior mediastinum. So most oftenly, the malignancies involve the anterior mediastinum and posterior mediastinum, less commonly the middle mediastinum. So in the anterior mediastinum, we can see T lymphoblastic lymphomas, germ cell tumors. And in the posterior mediastinum, we can see again the lymphomas and neurogenic mass like neuroblastoma can present as mediastinal mass. So coming to organomegaly is the most consistent sign of an hematological malignancy. So usually they will be having firm non-tender hepatomegaly and splenomegaly. And sometimes in acute lymphoblastic leukemia, we can see nephromegaly also. So these are the images of some unusual presentations where we see in
hematological malignancy. The first image we can see there is an erythematous rash on the chest. So it is classically described as dermatomyositic rash. So it can also be present in cases of acute lymphoblastic leukemia and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. In the second image, we can see the petechiae purpura, which is seen in acute promyelocytic leukemia, AML M3. And here we can see the gum hypertrophy, which is also seen in acute myeloid leukemia M5 and M4. And then the child with the unilateral supraorbital swelling, periorbital swelling, is a classic case of scleroma, also called as granulocytic sarcoma. And an X-ray image where we can see osteolytic lesions of distal joints and bones, which is seen in acute lymphoblastic leukemia too. So, in whom the clinical suspicion of cancer should be very high. So, whenever such symptoms are present in children with Down syndrome, Klinefelter syndrome, and other trisomies like Patau-Edwards syndromes, neurofibromatosis, Bloom syndrome, Lee-Fraumeni syndrome. I think in the first session, the Tatare sir told it was more than 1,000 times there may be high risk of cancer in TP53 mutated disease called Lee-Fraumeni syndrome, and disorders of sexual development like congenital adrenal hyperplasia, Dennis-Drass syndrome, familial polyposis, and Lynch syndrome. Lynch syndrome is DNA mismatch repair. In the morning, I think Gerard sir, our co-chancellor, had told the immunological surveillance is lost. So in Lynch syndrome, that immunological surveillance is lost, making the chances of cancer very high. So what are the unusual pointers which are hard to bid upon? So acute lymphoblastic leukemia can present with sarcoidosis, pericardial effusion, multiple vertical collapses, skin nodules, nephromegaly, hypercalcemia, hyperglycemia, aplasia, cyclical neutropenia, and eosinophilia, and acute renal failure. And acute chronic leukemia can present with sudden loss of vision because of accumulation of myeloblasts in retinal vessel. Reactism because of hyperleukocytosis, scleroma as we saw, bone fractures, ovarian mass, eosinophilia, clitorism, and intestinal mass. Some of the non-Hodgkin's and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma can present with nephrotic syndrome, pruritus, acute dysautonomia, dermatomyositis, and pontine myelinosis. So coming to investigations, what are the clinical investigations we get when we have to suspect there may be hematological malignancy in the child? So on the complete hemogram, usually they will be having severe anemia. And unlike in iron deficiency anemia, where MC will be low, here MC will be mostly normal. So they will be having normocytic hypochromic anemia. And retic is usually less, if retic is called less than, if it is less than 3, it is called as a low retic percentage. If it is less than 0.5, we should raise our bar of suspicion that there may be some infiltration. And the sensitive number is 0.8. So if the retic percentage is less than 0.8, so definitely there will be narrow infiltration in the line. So coming to platelet count, thrombocytopenia is the most common presentation in the CBC where we will see. But sometimes we can see thrombocytosis also. Thrombocytosis is seen in acute megakaryoblast leukemia, which is AML M7. And in mean platelet volume, mostly there will be thrombocytopenia with normal mean platelet volume, unlike it is increased in ITP. And immature blood fraction test fraction will be decreased here, unlike in ITP where it will be increased. Lymphocyte count mostly will be lymphocytic predominant leukocytosis, than neutrophilic or leukopenia will be there. And sometimes you can see non-responding eosinophilia. And we can see monocytosis, like more than 10% maybe the monocyte percentage in cases of acute myelomonocytic leukemia and acute lymphoblastic leukemias. So coming to peripheral smear, which is the most important test to diagnose an hematological malignancy. If a pathologist could identify lymphoblast or myeloblasts, nothing other, so it will be confirmed that there will be leukemia. But sometimes we have seen that peripheral smear reports at the elsewhere centers, they report as reactive lymphocytes or typical lymphocytes, or sometimes the Downey cells and TERT cells also they write where we have to think that there may be hematological malignancy underlying. So whenever there is an lymphocytic predominant leukocytosis in the blood picture, and there are no signs of sepsis in the peripheral smear, like signs of sepsis in peripheral smear, like toxic granulation, we can see left shift of neutrophils. If they are absent along with significant leukocytosis, we have to think there may be hematological malignancy underlying. So stains, so simple stains where we can do in the lab or side lab, we can do. We can put a Romanowski stain in the peripheral smear. Romanowski stain is nothing but it's a mixture of acidic eosin and basic methylene blue. It stains the blast. So again, to further differentiate between a myeloblast and lymphoblast. So for lymphoblast, we have to put a PA stain and MP stain for myeloblast. In that cell, we can also see the organs which are the inflammatory of acute myeloid leukemia. So what are the biochemical investigation where we can get the clue that a child is having the hematological malignancy? So in renal function test, the urine will be increased, creatinine will be increased, potassium will be increased. So if we have a suspicion of some cancer, then we have to send along with that uric acid, phosphorus, calcium, and LDH. If the uric acid is increased, phosphorus is increased, calcium is decreased, and LDH is more than 700. So here we are doing something, here we are doing a syndrome called Peel-Lysis syndrome. So then you have to apply a thyroid bishop criteria. So for pediatric criteria, any 25% increase from the baseline of uric acid, potassium, and phosphorus, and 25% decrease in calcium confirms that child is having lab TLS. So what is a clinical TLS? Clinical TLS is a child is having acute renal failure, cardiac arrhythmias, tetany, muscle cramps because of these altered metabolites will be classified as clinical TLS. So how to confirm that the child is having hematological malignancy and how to subclassify it? So we need some machine called a flow cytometry. So flow cytometry works on a concept of light scattering here. So it's a device where a cell will be suspended against the light source. And whenever the cell is exposed to a light source, it will have light scattering. So light scattering, it scatters over forward scattering and side scattering. So these scattered lights then are subjected to dichroic mirrors. These dichroic mirrors splits the light of different wavelengths and then sends to a fluorescence detector. These fluorescence detectors then display the images where a trained oncologist can read and diagnose, subclassify what type of leukemia is. So this whole concept of light scattering was given by one of the Indian scientist, Sir C.V. Raman. So in the history of science, he says, in the history of science, we often find that the study of some natural phenomenon has been the starting point in the development of a new branch of knowledge. So flow cytometry is not only helpful for diagnosing and subclassifying the leukemias, it's also helpful in checking the response to chemotherapy. So something like after the induction chemotherapy, we have minimal residual disease, which can be identified by only flow cytometry. Then immunodeficiency disorders, like whether the child is deficient in T cell, child is deficient in B cell, or the child is deficient in NK cell. So the T, B, NK subset analysis is also done by flow cytometry. Then for bone transplant, we need a stem cell dose. The stem cell dose is calculated by CD34. The stem cell calculation dose is also helpful by flow cytometry. And to confirm the diagnosis of hereditary spherocytosis, we need flow cytometry here. So the principle of flow cytometry is coherent anti-Stokes scattering. So then the flow cytometry images will be interpreted in one-dimensional, two-dimensional histogram and dot plots. So where we can see eosinophil basophils are scattered at the upper of the graph. Then neutrophils and lymphocytes are scattered at the down half of the graph. So what are flow cytometry markers? We need to flow cytometry markers required to diagnose types of leukemias. In B cell, it is CD10, 19, 20. T cell 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Myeloid 13, 33, 14, 15. Stem cell markers are CD34, HLA-DR, and CD107. So coming to the prognosis of various childhood cancer. So here we can see a Kaplan-Meier curve showing the evolution of prognosis from 1966 to current 2017. So in 1960 to 1966, we can see the overall
probability of overall survival is less than 10%. So unlike now, in 2017, we can see it has crossed 20%. So again, if you draw the perpendicular line on each 5 years, so it is really, I think it's not clearly visible. So it is 94.3 plus or minus 1.4 if it is diagnosed less than 5 years of age. So coming to pediatric acute myeloid leukemias, so a famous study done by AML BFM study group, they have compared AML BFM 2004. So here we can see in the high risk and intermediate risk had very poor prognosis, less than 50%. So in 2012, BFM has published data in acute myeloid leukemia has more than 60%. So coming to myeloid leukemia, so in tyrosine kinase inhibitors like imatinib, and now newer generation drugs have come like ponatinib, nilotinib. With that PK, you can see more than 90% is overall survival mortality. Again, if you draw the line below 5 years, it is crossing 95%. So coming to non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in the graph, you can see stage 1 and stage 2 stage 2 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The overall survival probability is more than 80% with standard conventional chemotherapies. So institute like AIIMS Delhi, Tata Memorial Mumbai, Vijay Chandigarh, JIPMER Pondicherry, Mazda Shah Center, Bangalore, Regional Cancer Center, many other government and private institutes have published data where they have seen cancer survival rates are almost equivalent to Western countries. So by looking at the statistics, we can confidently say that standard risk acute lymphoblastic leukemia and stage 1 and 2 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma have definitely better prognosis than severe pneumonia, rotaviral diarrhea, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, steroid-resistant nephrotic syndrome, immunodeficiency disorders, cerebral palsy, chronic kidney disease, chromosomal abnormalities, inborn errors of metabolism, and HIV infection. So, what are the latest treatments available now? Targeted immunotherapies are there. Established protocols are there regarding the targeted immunotherapies. So here we can see these markers, they are expressed in T and D lymphocytes. If we target these receptors, we can easily target the hematological malignancies. So like blinatumab is there, anti-CD19, daratumab, anti-CD38, alemtuzumab, anti-CD52. And now the latest treatment which is ongoing is bispecific CAR T therapy, which is called chimeric antigen receptor T cell therapy, where your own T lymphocytes will be genetically engineered and transfused to your body, which will kill the other cells. So I want to conclude with the cancer is so limited, it cannot cripple love, it cannot shatter hope, it cannot corrode faith, it cannot eat away peace, it cannot destroy confidence, it cannot kill friendship, it cannot reduce the eternal life, it cannot punish the spirit. Thank you, Honored.
Aspects of this pediatric oncology. Any questions from the audience? Sir, what is the one? What is your this thing experience related to this minimal residual disease? So, what is the treatment protocol and how many cases and you get?
So currently regarding the minimal residual disease, so ideally it is indicated post-induction or post-consolidation. So earlier we used to do only bone marrow aspiration for morphology, we detect only 0.1%. So actually we have to go in depth of 0.01. That can be done with flow cytometry. Sometimes with a good aspirate, we can go in depth of 0.001. But now in Western countries and some of the centers in Bangalore, we are following something called RT-PCR technique, better flow cytometry, which will detect the 5 decimal points. So usually the 0.01% of MRD positivity corresponds to 5% of blast present in the bone marrow post-induction. So the depth of remission to 5 decimal points where we can have very good prognosis. And some oncologists, some BMT oncologists, they say that we have to achieve at least 3 decimal points to take up for upfront bone marrow transplant.
Good evening, everybody. At the outset, I thank Dr. Raju BIDRI for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this CME. I am Dr. N. Thobbi, senior most professor of pediatrics in Karnataka, with almost 38 years of teaching experience. I'm in a very pleasant position today. The person sitting on the right, Dr. Raju Kalyan Shettar, Professor HOD Pediatrics, happens to be my student. And the person who spoke just now on the left side happens to be his student. I do not want to ask any questions. Few points I would like to highlight. The first and foremost is the approach to pediatric malignancy. We have learned hemato-oncology about 40 years back. Since then, the approach has enormously changed. There was a time when people used to think cancer in children means cancellation of life. That is not so. Over a period of time, the prognosis has enormously improved. And as he showed in one of the slides, in non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1 and 2, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1 and 2, the prognosis is better than so-called benign conditions like rotaviral diarrheas, pneumonias, and many other so-called benign conditions, which should be an eye-opener for all the pediatricians. The second one which I would like to highlight is the greatest pitfall in the whole field of medicine, in any branch, maybe medicine, pediatrics, orthopedic surgery, any branch, the greatest pitfall in the whole field of medicine is not to think of the disease. Earlier in our college days, probably the present generation might not have seen, we used to see cases of syphilis. Syphilis has gone to the limbo of history. And syphilis is one condition which used to manifest in any possible sign and symptom explained in any textbook of medicine. You name the symptom, it was there in syphilis. You name the sign, it was in syphilis. But unless the people thought of syphilis, the diagnosis would not come. Like that, while diagnosing a case of hematological malignancy or any oncology, we have to think of the disease. Earlier, most of the physicians and pediatricians were coming across large number of cases of pyrexia of unknown origin. It was very common. And the diagnostic modalities were not as good as they are now. And we need to teach the students, whenever you come across a case of pyrexia of unknown origin, always think of an atypical or unusual manifestation of a commonly occurring disease, other than common manifestation of an uncommon disease. In other words, we are pointing to tuberculosis. Tuberculosis was so common that it used to present in many ways. And many times when the diagnosis was not made, all of us have taken empirically anti-tuberculosis treatment. And once the child has recovered, retrospectively we have made a diagnosis of tuberculosis. Where was the tuberculosis? Which organ it involved? We never knew. The patient has been treated, results are good, and the outcome is wonderful. But now days have changed. We have to modify. Whenever you put a case of unusual presentation, it could be pyrexia of unknown origin, or it could be septicemia, or it could be failure to thrive, or any prolonged symptom or sign which we are not able to diagnose by the routine diagnostic methods. We have to think of malignancy as one of the causes. And straight away we have to go for the bone marrow test and find out what is the problem. So if we keep these two things in our mind, probably we will be able to achieve early diagnosis in hematological cases, which will have tremendous change in the prognosis point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for updating the pediatric oncology aspects.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for such an interesting topic. I call upon Dr. R.C. BIDRI, sir, to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Atul Tobi. Thank you, sir. We are now at the penultimate stage of the continuing medical education program. We have had a very fruitful CME program, and I thank all the delegates for their contributions. I now call upon Dr. Sharan Badige, sir, Vice Chancellor of BLDE University, Dr. Arun Inandar, sir, and Dr. S.M. Ventu, sir, to please take their seats on the dais. I now call upon Dr. Deepak Chibuhi, sir, to please give a brief to Dr. Sharan Badige, sir. And now call upon Dr. Vijayapura, sir, to please give the bouquet to our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Arun Inandar, sir. I now call upon Dr. Shri Patil, sir, to please give a bouquet to Dr. S.M. Ventu, sir. Thank you, sir. I request now Dr. Sharan Badige, sir, HO and Head of Department of Medicine, to address the audience.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Since morning, with the blessings of late Dr. C.R. BIDRI, we are in the activity continuously without rest in between. We had an academic feast in the field of oncology. At this outset, because of COVID, this activity was conducted online with the request of Madam Asha Patil. This has to be done in a good way, better way, at a state level. The initiation was taken. The man behind this was our own ex-principal Dr. BIDRI, who took the responsibility on his shoulder, motivating us, the Department of Medicine and the Scientific Academic Research Society of our college, so that I will arrange everything. So he took the responsibility in every aspect. He was the mastermind for everything, whatever has happened today. Sir, I thank you, sir. The speakers chosen by BIDRI sir, morning we have seen, they are masters in their field. They have shared their experiences, spoken about the advances in oncology, and everybody on request, they have come here, delivered the lectures, shared their experience, told us the advantages in oncology, and opened the eyes what to be done in future. So I thank all the speakers who are in absentia and present here. Thank you, one and all. Now, Sir, Pro Chancellor Sir is there. Always, whenever we enter in his office, he welcomed us with smiling, motivating us to go ahead whatever with his words of wisdom and encouragement. Sir, I welcome to this valuable function and thank you. Our Vice Chancellor, Mudod Sir, I also thank in absentia for taking this event to this height. Our Register, Dr. R.V. Kulkarni, whenever we approach for anything, this is required, this is to be done, this way want, sir. He never said no, and he encouraged always to go ahead with whatever is there. We are to give it to him. When the responsibility was given to the Department of Medicine and SARS, when we approached our President of SARS and Dean Faculty of Medicine, Dr. Patil, where he told, this is our activity, this has to be done in a good way, and he told, there is no, whatever help is required from the college side, he encouraged us to utilize all the logistics, all the facilities available in this hall for this CME and oncology. Then the persons who have worked with various committees, my own colleagues in the department and from the other department, who took the responsibility of owning and doing every work meticulously to be for the success of this event. I thank the chairpersons. When going into the various topics of this CME and oncology, the chairpersons from different specialities, from different departments were chosen under the guidance of R.C. BIDRI, and every chairpersons, never saying a word, accepted the invitation to be the chairpersons and chairing the sessions of various scientific sessions. I also welcome all the postgraduates, the invited guests, the faculties of different departments, the undergraduates, postgraduates who are gathered here, and the teaching and non-teaching persons who are present or absent in absentia, who had made this hall look lively for this academic feast. I welcome one and all for this valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I now request the Pro Vice Chancellor of BLDE Association, Dr. Arun Inamdar, sir, to please present the concluding remarks.
and dignitaries of the dais, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, sir, and Senior Professor of Medicine and ex-Principal Dr. R.C. BIDRI, sir, and invited guest speakers, and some senior practicing pediatrician and Professor of Pediatrics, Dr. Toby and Madam Toby, and many of my colleagues. Well, it was very well thought. The themes of subjects that have been discussed in this CME, in the memory of late Shri BIDRI, sir. For the concluding remarks, I thought I would have two aspects. One is my interaction with Shri BIDRI, sir, and a few words about this CME. I joined in 1992, 6th January, as professor of, not professor, as assistant professor of dermatology in this institute. And I gave a joining report, and then principal was Dr. S.J. Naglutimat. You have to go and meet C.R. BIDRI, sir. Then I know that sir is a mainly practicing pediatrician and the professor of pediatrics, but I also hear that he was the member of our IADL also. Then I went to him because he was also heading dermatology department, means in charge rather. And he gave me the charge and told them in his usual tone, I told, yes, sir, definitely with your blessings. So that was the introduction with C.R. BIDRI, sir. And then I started the journey of dermatology with one table, one chair, and one colleague with me. In the radiology department where I was given one chamber. In the shortest possible time, within 1 month or so, we'll be moving to a new venue in Trauma Center as a center of excellence with whatever is available as far as dermatology is concerned, will be available there. So this is my journey with the blessings of Dr. R.C. BIDRI, sir. Well, as far as this CME is concerned, if you have heard about the various aspects of oncology, surgical, psychiatry, or even management of the pain, hospice, or whatever. Being a dermatologist, you might be wondering why he has got so many places, how many hours he will be talking. No. We deal with very few malignancies. Yes, very common, this is cell carcinoma. Good number we see, and somehow we manage. And then this squamous cell carcinoma, we send it to surgery. And there are some more things. And very rarely we see malignant melanoma. But I love to read literatures. And to all of my friends who are not in the front rows, you must be in habit of reading. In fact, I understood Coombs' test by reading Final Diagnosis novel. Many of senior colleagues or friends will agree that it was the best explanation given in the novel. Very recently, just 1 week back or so, just going through the Twitter, and I was following the AIG, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, Professor V. Rao, who is a friend there. I was following his
Just quote one book name, The Songs of Self by Siddhartha Mukherjee. You have just mentioned was a good date. And I thought immediately I took the book name and entered into Amazon. Only. Reading. Not believe Sunday I was reading it. Sunday only. I started the first page. It is 60 pages. Till my wife scolded me that you must start now lunch. And then I was engrossed with that book. It is so beautiful book, and every medical student should read. In one of the chapters, he writes, "We shall always return to the self," is the title. And below that, the saying of Patil is the person who founded this cell in 1858, who said, "No matter who we restart, we shall eventually come back to the self." Why this? In that chapter, he tells beautiful, he gives some narration of the two cases and related to the medical thing and cell exactly. We discussed of the first case of a malignant melanoma. And story-wise, the person is. Other one, he talks about a real case. Emily Whitehead. See the part of history now. So the first child of ALL, which was treated with art therapy. That's what Dr. in his last slide, he just showed one word about that. CRP, the chimeric antigen receptor T cells. It's a wonderful story of this Emily Whitehead. In 2010, she was diagnosed with early in the AML, and everything possible was given, but somehow it was resistant. In her state, the doctor told nothing can be done. You have to just wait for the whatever eventualities. Then somehow the parents were so, so much ready. Even if it is an experimental treatment or very latest treatment, whatever may be the cost, whatever may be our commitment, we shall get them the Emily. And then somehow they know that something is going on in CHOP, that is CHO2, the Child Children's Hospital of Pennsylvania. Then there were two doctors, Dr. Kari June and Stephen Grove. They were trying this therapy. So they went to them, and it was the first child, because earlier 3 or 4 patients, adult patients, they had tried the art therapy. So only parents went to them and they submitted themselves the course, and then they had to take permission, everything. Then the first child being treated by art therapy, so they took the child, and child was started. Exactly very few sentences about therapy. What they do is they remove the blood from the patient to get the T cells first. And then they make this CAR cells, they insert the gene, that is this engineering they do it with this chimeric antigen receptors. That's a protein. And they also grow millions of such cells in the laboratory. And then they infuse the CAR cell into the patient. This is what exactly happens. So the Emily was admitted, blood was taken, and the CR engineering was done in a different laboratory. They grew these T cells with CR, and they infused one day. It so happened, so she has to be in ICU, all those things. I don't want to tell you as a medical doctor. It's just a story, the real story. We changed the medical oncology scenario. And within 4 days, the child went into such a shock, hypertension, everything possible. And almost went into the known complication of CAR therapy is CRS, that is cytokine release syndrome. And another one is neurological symptoms. This CRS symptom is a known fact. Just said the child actually. Somehow, again, any chance or no chance, we did our best. We did our best. So it will not be possible to revive. Sorry for the same. Well, we'll just see how things go. In between, they have to send some laboratory samples also every day to evaluate these things. And somehow they found we treated in June. So immunotherapist actually, she saw that cytokine levels were very high. One of them was IL-6. June and they thought, okay, this IL-6 is so much high. But it may not be due to the cocktail what we have given inside. So it is may not be due to the drugs which we are given. There is something else is cytokine storm with IL-6 is the thing. June's daughter incidentally was suffering from juvenile arthritis, and she was given the treatment of tocilizumab, which we use good number in our the COVID incidents. And then she told the Dr. Stephen Graf, this story is exactly what I'm telling from the novel. I also went to the Oncology Times and everything, so to understand what exactly was happening. And then she told June told the and we try this. It's not like India, you get prescribe and get it and just use. They have to take permission again, and emergency meeting was done. The pharmacists and various other agencies, they took permission and they can give the tocilizumab. So tocilizumab was given, and the family within 3-4 days become like normal. Become really reality. This starts cell therapy to revive the child. Until today, in the novel, he starts with he was attending a conference. He himself, Dr. Mukherjee himself is an oncologist actually. He was in the conference, and from then onwards, when the family almost cured why? Because they did all the parameters, everything appears normal now. Because those T cells which were infused, they keep on producing and keep on killing the malignant cells. So, almost cured for this KLL child. And from then onwards, the Emily and the parents used to attend every conference of this medical oncology where there will be lyrics and like things which they can explain what was their experience and everything. So, what is happening in medical oncology? The cell here becomes the sound of cell is ultimately we are trying to create new humans. She's a new human because she has an engineered T cell which will always take care of the cells which are going to behave aberrantly, in an aberrant way. So this is wonderful story, life story. She became iconic in that we can treat the patients with CAR. And then now there are more than 400 people who have been treated with the same center and different center. Almost now she is 15, 16 years old. When she was 5 years old, she was treated. Nothing is there. Every year they do only so that is a miracle thing, and how science is developing, how new things are coming up, and how we will be inspired by such type of therapies. Now there is an extension of this heart therapy in many other malignancies and also even conditions like autoimmune conditions like SLA and various other things. Well, I'm not a oncologist or anything. I can say this story so that how medical thing is changing and how such literature also help you to make interest in the subject. I request whoever is interested to read that textbook, no conflict of interest, not textbook, the book, The Song of Self. Anyway, I should be thankful to Shri BIDRI sir and the team of this CME led by Sir Sharan and his other team colleagues for giving me an opportunity to be really appreciated, to share a wonderful story which was since that Sunday I wanted to tell to somebody, but I got an opportunity to tell to so many people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. A small announcement to the audience before the vote of thanks. High tea has been arranged near the reception. Now, as per tradition, Dr. S. M. Ventus, sir, a professor of the Department of Medicine, will give the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good evening, all. We are now at the penultimate stage of the continued medical education program in memory of the late Dr. C.R. BIDRI. I have to offer my heartfelt thanks to our pro-chancellors, Dr. Jairaj, Dr. Vice Chancellors, Dr. Mudan sir, Principal, Dean Medical Faculty, Dr. Arvind Patil, and most importantly, to all the guests who spent their valuable time to come to a remote place like Vijayapura, traveling great distances and spending valuable time with faculty, practitioners, postgraduates, students, and undergraduate students to enlighten them on many aspects of specialty of oncology, which basically is not treated as important during the training for MBBS graduates as well as postgraduate students. In addition, we are grateful to have specialists who care about palliative and pain management in cancer, management and psychological support for patients diagnosed to have malignancies during treatment and maybe afterwards too. On behalf of the BLDE Dean to the University and Shri Vijayapura Medical College Hospital and Research Center, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers and participants of this CME. Thanking you once again, wishing you a good day and maybe a good night. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. This concludes the events of the day. Thank you all for visiting the CME and making it a very beautiful event. Before you go, I have an announcement. Those people who have registered and not yet taken your certificates, you can take it. It's available downstairs on the reception. Thank you.